Chapter 556, Terrorize Qin Chuan. Chapter 556, Terrorize Qin Chuan. What a determined young man! Thought the crowd, when they saw Lin Feng's pitch-black pupils. They were stupefied. Lin Feng was moving at the speed of lightning to the extent that Qin Chuan didn't have any time to breathe. At that moment, Qin Chuan looked dispirited, pure qi was rolling all around his body while he was heavily panting. "Get lost!" shouted Qin Chuan furiously. His pure qi then transformed into a short sword which moved towards Lin Feng like a shooting star. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng, whose voice was as loud as his opponent. Lin Feng sounded extremely furious. Apart from the strength of his harukas and his pure qi, Lin Feng also condensed a deadly sword. Lin Feng's hands contained the strength of the harukas. He was moving forward as he intended to prevent Qin Chuan from escaping. Boom boom boom. Attacks from both of the fighters collided. "Spirit!" shouted Qin Chuan, looking gravely pale. His voice was trembling. Then, behind him appeared a small golden spirit. He moved back and kept condensing some pure qi. In front of Qin Chuan appeared dozens of small golden swords. They all contained deadly qi and were extremely sharp. They surrounded Lin Feng. He released his spirit. The crowd was stupefied. They hadn't thought that Qin Chuan would have to release his spirit when facing Lin Feng, at least, not that quickly. Lin Feng had been able to defeat Yuan Tong, so, as expected, he wasn't a weakling. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 4th Xin Qi layer, but with the physical strength flowing in his body, he was able to put pressure on cultivators of the 6th Xin Qi layer to the extent that they couldn't afford to get hit by Lin Feng. Therefore, Qin Chuan kept moving backwards and didn't dare confront him. "Spirit?" Lin Feng looked cold and detached. He shook his body and his celestial Feng spirit appeared. Immediately after, it moved towards Qin Chuan at the speed of light. "Die!" shouted Qin Chuan. The pure energy in front of him condensed into a sword and moved towards Lin Feng's celestial Feng spirit. Boom boom boom. A few heads of the celestial Feng spirit and the sword collided, creating a deafening noise. Huge waves of energies flowed around. However, those heads of the celestial Feng spirit immediately turned into a cloud of smoke and then disappeared as if nothing had appeared. Roar! 2 remaining dragon heads arrived in front of Qin Chuan, immediately surrounding him. They, then, opened their gigantic mouths trying to swallow him. Those 2 heads were moving at full speed. Their teeth were as dazzling as swords. "Destroy!" shouted Qin Chuan furiously, when he saw those teeth trying to bite him. His spirit immediately moved towards those heads and made the dragon disappear. As expected, a spirit of the 4th Xin Qi layer was weaker than a spirit of the 6th layer. Despite that, Lin Feng wasn't discouraged. He could rely on his physical strength to try and defeat Qin Chuan. Lin Feng had released his spirit just to make Qin Chuan waste time. Lin Feng began closing in on him. He was getting closer and closer while his Haruka's physical strength made 4,000 rotations, turning his fist black. It was bombarding the atmosphere towards Qin Chuan. "Get lost!" shouted Qin Chuan, trying to avoid the incoming attack. Yet it was already too late. He was forced to collide his fist with Lin Feng's. However, how could the skin and bones of his fist be stronger than that of Lin Feng's? Crackling sounds spread in the atmosphere and Qin Chuan let out a cry of agony. Every bone in his hand broke. Roar! At the same time, another roar had spread in the atmosphere. Lin Feng had released his purple spirit, which turned into a gigantic purple snake. While Lin Feng was punching Qin Chuan, the purple spirit had coiled around him. Boom! Splash! Lin Feng's fist then landed onto Qin Chuan's chest. He emitted a horrible shriek and blood splashed out of his mouth. Boom boom boom! Lin Feng's strength of the Harukas kept rotating in his fist and he continued to bombard Qin Chuan's body. Blood was splashing everywhere and Qin Chuan groaned in agony. It was extremely painful. The crowd was blankly staring at the scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. He was being crushed by Lin Feng? From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng had had the advantage. Throughout the whole confrontation, Qin Chuan was forced to defend, without being able to retaliate. Boom! Get lost! Finally, Lin Feng shouted those last words and recalled his spirits back into his body. Qin Chuan's body was projected away just like an arrow. He was covered in blood from head to toe. He looked completely crushed. How brutal and violent. The crowd was stupefied. Qin Chuan, a cultivator of the 6th Xin Qi layer, one of the best geniuses of the Dragon Mountain, had come with pride and arrogance to face Lin Feng, thinking that he would easily defeat him. Qin Chuan had wanted to prove how strong he was, but at that moment, he had been crushed by Lin Feng without even an opportunity to react. He had been severely injured instead. While still being in the sky, Lin Feng coldly glanced at the crowd, his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He then turned around and started leaving. He had told everybody he wasn't interested in those small battles. If he fought, it was either to injure or kill his opponents. "Wait," said someone at that moment. Lin Feng stopped and turned his head. He looked at that person and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "You have probably never heard of me before. I'm Cui Wuming," said Cui Wuming indifferently. Lin Feng was surprised and said, "Cui Wuming? The one with a black hand?" When Cui Wuming heard Lin Feng, he was surprised. Lin Feng had just arrived in Celestial Dragon and already knew his name. It only proved how influential Cui Wuming was in the city. "Indeed, it's me," said Cui Wuming while showing his black hand to Lin Feng. As expected, it was black and looked very strange. Lin Feng glanced at Cui Wuming in a cold and detached way. He had just injured Qin Chuan. The only two people that weren't surprised were Jian Chen and Cui Wuming. Lan Zhao had told Lin Feng that in the Dragon Mountain, the first genius was Jun Emoshi, then, the second and third were Tang Yuyu of the Tang Clan and Cheng Meng Xan of the Cosmic Pavilion. After that was Jian Chen, who was ranked fourth. When Lin Feng was still in Shuiyu, he had a conversation with Jian Chen. He knew that he was extraordinary and practiced sword cultivation. Besides, it was also very possible that Jian Chen already had sword intent. Next, after Jian Chen, there was Cui Wuming, ranked fifth. At that moment, Lin Feng was observing him. Lin Feng was going to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu, so he needed to defeat many people. Even though Shuiyu was under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Mountain Empire, if their respective cultivators faced each other in battle, they would still have to fight and Lin Feng would need to defeat them. He had to at least be ranked third out of all those cultivators, otherwise, he wouldn't be to end up in the top 9 of the great competition of Shuiyu. Because the other empires and the countries under their jurisdictions would never give him a chance. "You're quite strong, let's try and fight each other," said Cui Wuming. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling with sharp lights. Of course, Cui Wuming could see that Lin Feng's origin of physical strength wasn't pure qi. Lin Feng's strength was strange because pure qi wasn't able to block Lin Feng's punches. While Cui Wuming was talking, his left hand started twinkling strangely. Lin Feng looked at him, made a step forward and rose higher up in the air while saying, "All right." If any of the others wanted to fight him, he would have refused. However, Cui Wuming was different. Lin Feng was curious to see how strong he was. Cui Wuming raised his left hand and the black light intensified. It was incredible. Anyone could see how strong the power contained in that hand was with a glance. Lin Feng didn't dare lose his vigilance. The strength of the Harukas started rotating in his hand. He wasn't going to use any skills, he was going to use the strength of the Harukas. He wanted to see if Cui Wuming's left hand would be able to stop it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Divine Water Pills. Chapter 557, Divine Water Pills. Lin Feng and Cui Wuming were staring at each other with their fists raised. The black light on Cui Wuming's hand was particularly bright. "Let's fight," said Cui Wuming. He took several steps forwards and in a flash arrived in front of Lin Feng. His black left hand was behind his back and it was emitting whistling sounds. It was particularly scary. "Let's fight," said Lin Feng at the same time as he threw himself at his opponent. His clothes fluttered in the wind as he flew. In a flash the two fighters were about to collide. Lin Feng's left hand and Cui Wuming's black hand were bombarding the atmosphere as they crashed into each other. Lin Feng made the strength of the Harukas rotate 4,000 times in his hand. The black light it diffused was astonishing. Opposingly, Cui Wuming's black hand looked like it was composed of a myriad of hands capable of destroying anything. Boom! A terrifyingly loud sound spread in the atmosphere and the two hands finally collided with each other. Cui Wuming's black hand seemed like it had swallowed Lin Feng's hand. However, in Lin Feng's hand, the strength of the Haruka kept flowing and was invading Cui Wuming's left hand. Boom boom boom! The atmosphere was trembling, the hands of the two fighters were pressing against each other, but it seemed like they kept bombarding each other. Their sounds kept spreading through the atmosphere, making everything shake unceasingly. They both have a terrifying strength in their hands, thought the crowd stupefied. If Lin Feng or Cui Wuming had punched them, they could have killed them. Their two hands seemed like they had fused together. "Open!" shouted Cui Wuming extremely loudly. He concentrated a terrifying strength in the hand which began to shake violently. Cui Wuming moved back. Lin Feng moved back as well, but between their two hands there was a violent airstream. Lin Feng and Cui Wuming were staring at each other as they moved back, their eyes filled with battle energy. "It seems like you and I are very similar," said Cui Wuming coldly. His voice sounded emotionless. Lin Feng remained silent and said nothing. From Cui Wuming's eyes, Lin Feng could see what kind of person he was: brutal, violent, wild and coarse. He was a determined cultivator whose only purpose in life was cultivation. He was terrifying. His willpower and determination enabled him to constantly improve his cultivation abilities. On the path of cultivation, he was fearless, nothing could affect him. In his heart, there was only cultivation. After remaining silent for a long time, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "No, you and I are different." Cui Wuming ignored Lin Feng's words and smiled. "It doesn't matter if you and I are not related, you are a genius from Shuiyu and you haven't disappointed me. I'll see you on the fighting stage of the great competition of Shuiyu. Goodbye." As Cui Wuming finished talking, he turned around and began flying away. He was leaving. Cui Wuming had been impressed by 3 people from Shuiyu: Lin Feng, Wu Qing even though he hadn't fought him directly, and Yu Tianming even though he hadn't fought at all. Yu Tianming had given Cui Wuming the feeling that he wasn't weak at all. Those 3 people could rival candidates chosen from Dragon Mountain, the others surely couldn't. After Cui Wuming left, Lin Feng also turned around and left. The people from Dragon Mountain glanced at each other looking sullen, especially Qin Chuan, who had been injured by Lin Feng, and He Sha would have been defeated by He Sha. They both felt extremely humiliated. They were geniuses from Dragon Mountain. They had wanted to teach those geniuses from Shuiyu a good lesson, but they had been defeated and humiliated. Jianchen didn't care at all. He smiled and said, "Today we met, let's say it was mainly for the purpose of meeting and getting to know each other. In the future, let's fight more and learn from each other. Alright, I'm leaving now. See you." Jianchen's sword then whistled in the air. He jumped on it and surfed away through the air without a care. "Let's go," said the other geniuses from Dragon Mountain while glancing at the geniuses from Shuiyu. Then, all their silhouettes flickered one after the other as they left. After they left, the geniuses from Shuiyu returned to their courtyards. Amongst the geniuses from Shuiyu, people had different impressions and thoughts. After having seen how strong the geniuses from Dragon Mountain were, Yu Tianming and Wu Qing felt they understood what they were up against better, but they also felt that the pressure was big. It wasn't that easy to defeat the geniuses from Dragon Mountain. Cui Wuming and Jianchen seemed particularly strong. Their cultivation style was complex, but even they weren't the strongest cultivators of Dragon Mountain. The other cultivators from Shuiyu had the feeling that their pride and arrogance had been destroyed. They had left their country and were now realizing that there were many geniuses who were terrifyingly strong. In Dragon Mountain, seeing a few cultivators of the 6th Shen-Shi layer almost seemed normal. When fighting against those people, ending up with one's body full of scars and bruises almost seemed normal. They were also realizing that they had high natural abilities, indeed, but they weren't that extraordinary. Back then, Lin Feng used to be a weak cultivator, but now he is already able to defeat cultivators of the 6th Shen-Shi layer. He had, step by step, become strong and they hadn't even noticed it happening. If they offended Lin Feng now, they might not be able to resist him anymore. Yu Qin and Yu Jian felt even more pressured than the others. Lin Feng had become so strong already, in the future, he might be unbeatable. The Yu clan and Lin Feng hated each other. Would any of them want to destroy the other? Now, they were actually scared of Lin Feng. Would he try to kill them? They were far away from their country. Lin Feng had the opportunity to. Lin Feng didn't know what other people were thinking. He had no time to pay attention to them. At that moment, he had returned to the place he had chosen earlier to cultivate and was immersed in the world of cultivation. What Lin Feng needed the most at the moment was to become stronger and raise his cultivation level. Too many strong opponents were awaiting him. Lin Feng couldn't afford being lazy. In Celestial Dragon, at the market, there were still many people walking around selling and buying things. Sellers were shouting to draw people's attentions. It was lively and bustling. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the crowd of the market. Huo Shi Yun had given him 2 things. One of those things was the recipe of the divine water pills. In the recipe, it explained how to concoct the pills as well as the required ingredients. The divine water pills were sun pills. One of the ingredients required to concoct them was the 9 suns grass, an extremely valuable treasure which could help people gain or regain vigor and vitality. It was filled with sun qi. It made the passages through which vital energy circulated much stronger as well as the blood vessels. At the same time, it could also improve the awareness of one's soul. If ordinary people used those pills, their vitality and qi could drastically increase in strength. Their mortal bodies would also become more solid, their natural abilities possibly increasing. For those who practiced fire skills, it had even greater advantages. Apart from increasing people's vitality, vigor and natural abilities, it also made their fire skills stronger. Those who practiced sun skills could then carry out even more so terrifying sun attacks. Besides, people who were injured could recover from their injuries at an incredible speed. The qi of the sun would revitalize their entire body and make their blood thicker. Yun Shi, who was almost dead at the time when Meng Qing had frozen her, needed these divine water pills. It would make her awake from her coma and cure her usually fatal injuries. Even if someone had only one last breath of life left, they could be saved with those divine water pills. They couldn't take lives, but they could save lives. Divine water pills were invaluable treasures. People would go insane in order to get these pills. Of course, since those pills were at least Shen-level pills of higher quality, good divine water pills had to be made by someone of the Tian level. They were extremely difficult to concoct. Lin Feng had obtained the recipe to concoct those pills and knew what ingredients he needed. Now he wanted to gather all those things as soon as possible. That tender and gentle girl was frozen in Yanzhou, so she wasn't dead. Apart from 9 Suns grass, I also need 2 things which are extremely hard to find. I need some celestial magic fungus and sanguine soul grass. Even though celestial magic fungus is precious, I can find it for huge amounts of purity stones maybe, but that sanguine soul grass is so rare that it will be very difficult to find, thought Lin Feng. He looked around him wondering what he could do. Translator's note: magic fungus is also known as reishi mushroom. It is used in Chinese medicine. People used to think it had miraculous powers, and it is also still a symbol of luck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, The Stand at the Market. Chapter 558, The Stand at the Market. The cosmic market was filled with people as it was bustling and lively. It was like this every day. People who had great things could simply come and sell their things if they wished. Therefore, there were many goods there. Lin Feng spent a few hours circling around. Apart from celestial magic fungus and sanguine soul grass, which were the main ingredients of the divine water pills, Lin Feng needed some other things which were not difficult to find. He could also substitute those ingredients with other things anyways, they weren't the problem. However, if he didn't find the 2 main ingredients, even he found the rest, he wouldn't be able to concoct the divine water pills. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the color of the sky. The sunlight was gradually becoming less intense. The setting sun in the west was already orange. If Lin Feng didn't find the 2 ingredients, his day would be wasted. Lin Feng glanced around him and saw that someone was leaving a stand, leaving an open space for another seller. In a flash, Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. He looked pensive. A short moment after, Lin Feng smiled indifferently. His silhouette flickered and he landed on that open space. He shook his hand and a few clothes appeared in front of him. CRRR. CRRR. He tore those clothes apart and sat down cross-legged on them. After that, he shook his body again and in front of him appeared some medicinal grass. A white light was twinkling around those specks of grass. It contained some extremely pure sun qi. Then Lin Feng put that grass on some other pieces of torn clothes. Ha! At that moment, some people sensed the extremely pure qi of the grass Lin Feng had just put in front of him, which drew their attention. They were stupefied. What a pure sun qi! If I could eat it, it would be great for my cultivation, thought people. They looked extremely greedy. When they saw how young Lin Feng was, they looked even greedier. Lin Feng seemingly didn't notice that people were staring at him in a strange way. He had his eyes closed and was sitting cross-legged. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had closed his eyes and was looking calm and relaxed. That guy, many people had sharp lights twinkling in their eyes. Some of them even used their celestial eyes to see Lin Feng's cultivation level. Lin Feng, even though his eyes were closed, could distinctly perceive that people were inspecting his cultivation level because it made his soul shake. People liked precious goods. What Lin Feng had put in front of him were some specks of 9 Suns grass. It was extremely valuable, obviously, it drew people's attention. 9 Suns grass, this is 9 Suns grass. People stopped not far from him. Even though there were many things on the market, such precious goods as 9 Suns grass were rarely displayed outside on the ground on the open-air market. He has only broken through to the first Qian Qi layer? Thought some people who had just inspected his cultivation level. They were stupefied. Lin Feng was courageous. He had only broken through to the first Qian Qi layer and dared put 9 Suns grass in front of him, and on top of that closed his eyes. Wasn't he scared that people could come and steal them? But at that moment, nobody tried to steal those specks of grass. Even if Lin Feng was stupid and was doing such a thing, everybody was well aware that the first one to steal it wouldn't necessarily be the winner. They might not be able to keep it for a long time. If they stole it, other people could steal them too. But at that moment, a long-bearded man who was holding a stand next to Lin Feng moved towards him and crouched down. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Young man, this is my space." "Your space?" said Lin Feng while opening his eyes and looking at the middle-aged man with the long beard. It was a free market. Once someone had left a space, others could take it freely, but at that moment, this long-bearded man was telling Lin Feng that it was his. "Indeed, it is mine. You are sitting on my space. But I can leave it to you in exchange for your specks of grass," said the middle-aged man. Lin Feng looked at him in a strange way. That market didn't have allocated spaces, people could choose an open space as they wished. It was free before Lin Feng arrived. But since Lin Feng had taken out those specks of Nine Suns grass, some people were trying to find excuses to get them. "Well, shouldn't I give you your space back then?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. "No need, I can lend it to you. I don't even want you to pay me, that 9 suns grass will be enough," said the middle-aged man with the long beard. He looked extremely greedy. He wanted to get that 9 suns grass. "Is that so?" asked Lin Feng while smiling coldly. "I'm sorry, I am keeping it and I will not give it to you." "You have no choice, since you're using my space, you must give it to me," demanded the middle-aged man while leaning forwards, getting ready to pick up the specks of grass. He was looking at Lin Feng aggressively. Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Qianxi layer, nothing more. Wasn't it a waste for such a person to possess 9 suns grass? But the crowd looked at Lin Feng in a mocking way. They were interested. There was finally someone who couldn't control himself anymore. Indeed, Lin Feng had only broken through to the first Qianxi layer. He didn't deserve to have such a precious item. He surely wasn't able to protect it. "I must give it to you? What if I don't?" asked Lin Feng. "If you don't, I will take it myself," said the man while smiling coldly. He made a step forwards and looked at Lin Feng, who remained calm and unperturbed. The man couldn't help but grin. "Come and take it then." The middle-aged man then stretched his hand and was about to grab the grass in front of Lin Feng. In a flash, a monstrously powerful qi emerged and many people around were suddenly oppressed, including the man's arm. "Get lost." The middle-aged man then used his other arm to try and punch Lin Feng. He was trying to prevent Lin Feng from blocking him. Lin Feng looked at him and then coldly as a light emerged. "Gotcha. Ah-ha." Immediately, a sound spread in the air and the man gave a horrible shriek. Both his arms were hanging loose in the air, the bones and muscles of his arms were completely crushed. Someone had raised him into the air. Lin Feng was holding him by the clothes at his back. "Ha? What's going on?" Many people's pupils shrank. Some hadn't even seen clearly what Lin Feng had just done. They only saw the middle-aged man try to punch Lin Feng and in a flash, he had given a horrible shriek. "With such a pathetic strength you think you can steal other people's treasures? Try to use your brain to think intelligently." Lin Feng shook his hand and a sound spread in the air. Lin Feng threw the middle-aged man away in the air. How miserable. The grass was still in front of Lin Feng, it hadn't moved. "I advise to everybody not to try to steal my 9 suns grass again. I will not be that indulgent next time," threatened Lin Feng coldly. Immediately after, his qi dispersed and he said again, "If someone wants the 9 suns grass, they must exchange it with something. I want to exchange it for celestial magic fungus or sanguine soul grass." Celestial magic fungus or sanguine soul grass. People were stupefied. Lin Feng wanted to exchange that grass against other precious treasures. Besides, it seemed like Lin Feng was hiding his real strength. He had been able to throw away that man in one attack. No matter if it is 9 suns grass, celestial magic fungus or sanguine soul grass, they are all extremely precious. However, if used independently, 9 suns grass is the thing that has the most advantages for one's cultivation. Therefore, he would still be losing something in such a transaction. Many people were thinking about that, but in any case, they didn't have any of the things Lin Feng wanted. After realizing that, they remembered they didn't have those things, so they wouldn't be able to obtain the 9 suns grass. However, the news that Lin Feng had some 9 suns grass spread quickly in the market. More and more people knew about it, which was precisely Lin Feng's goal. If someone needed 9 suns grass, they could exchange it for sanguine soul grass or celestial magic fungus. There were so many people in the market still, someone would inevitably have some of those things. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Shang Meng Xin. Chapter 559, Shang Meng Xin. More and more people were coming to Lin Feng's stand. After all, it was very rare to see 9 suns grass. But the cross-legged Lin Feng remained calm and unperturbed as his eyes were still closed. It seemed that for him, the outside world had nothing to do with him. Even if people were uninterruptedly looking at him with their celestial eyes, he just ignored them. Crooks were mixed in with the honest folk in this market, that was unavoidable. However, Lin Feng had written something on a small sign and had put it in front of him on his stand: 9 suns grass will be exchanged for sanguine soul grass or celestial magic fungus. "Hello?" said someone at that moment. It was a middle-aged man. He looked dignified. Lin Feng opened his eyes and said, "Talk. Can you exchange that 9 suns grass for purity stones? I can give you a lot," said the middle-aged man. Lin Feng immediately slowly closed his eyes again and said coldly, "Do you know how to read? Do I need to teach you how to read?" The middle-aged man was not the first to ask Lin Feng this. Precisely, because so many people kept asking him over and over again, Lin Feng had put that small sign on his stand. Otherwise, people would have kept asking him over and over again. Lin Feng didn't feel like answering people's questions all the time. "Ha?" The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Young man, you are impolite. Do you understand what I asked you?" Lin Feng ignored him and kept his eyes closed. He remained as immobile as a mountain. "I'm talking to you," said the man loudly. Lin Feng's eyelids shook and he said coldly, "Get lost." Lin Feng didn't feel like being polite to such people. People who willfully made trouble were numerous. The middle-aged man looked upset. He then groaned coldly, "You went too far, little boy. I will teach you a lesson and teach you politeness." The middle-aged man made a step forwards and his hands launched towards Lin Feng's direction as it created strong winds all around. "Piss off! Piss off, piss off, piss off!" Lin Feng shouted those words which echoed all around in the atmosphere. A scorching hot pure chi emerged out of his mouth and moved towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's hand was bombarded by Lin Feng's pure chi and was projected backwards to where he was standing a moment before. At the same time, Lin Feng moved his hands. He was as fast as an illusion. At the same time as a hand was about to grab the 9 suns grass, Lin Feng blocked it. What a fast reaction! Incredible, wow! The crowd was astonished. Their eyes couldn't follow Lin Feng's moves, however, they had heard Lin Feng shout "piss off." At the same time, another man had tried to catch the 9 suns grass but Lin Feng had blocked him. "I told you, next time, I will not be indulgent," said Lin Feng coldly. Immediately after, a crackling sound emerged in the air. Lin Feng was holding the man's hand and crushing the bones of his hand. Ah, that man whose face was black gave a horrible shriek and his facial muscles were twitching with pain. Kacha, boom. His bones kept breaking and immediately after they saw the man fly away in the air. His entire arm was hanging loosely though. Lin Feng had crushed his entire arm. When the dignified-looking man saw that move he immediately started moving backwards. He wanted to hide in the crowd and escape. Lin Feng picked up the 9 suns grass and abruptly stood up. A strong wind brushed away the crowd making their clothes move. Boom! Ah! 2 sounds spread in the air at the same time. Lin Feng bombarded the middle-aged man's chest with his fist aiming at the energy circulatory system. His cultivation was crippled. The middle-aged man had caused Lin Feng trouble when he had tried to steal the 9 suns grass by attacking Lin Feng, but now he had been punished severely. There were always people who wanted to cause trouble, but after seeing Lin Feng's strength, maybe they would think twice before trying to steal the 9 suns grass again and perhaps they would carefully consider their own strength before trying. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and in a flash he moved back to his initial positions. Crippling the middle-aged man's cultivation had only been a matter of a few seconds. The extremely pure sun chi kept twinkling. Lin Feng had taken it out again. He put it in front of him and closed his eyes again, as if nothing had ever happened to him. But at that moment, many around the stand were giving up. That young man was mysterious and one thing was sure, he was extremely strong. Besides, he was cruel and merciless. If they tried to steal the 9 suns grass, he might cripple their cultivation. That wasn't worth trying. At dusk, the multicolored sunset became redder and redder. People coming to Lin Feng's stand were fewer and fewer. However, many people remained. It seemed like obtaining celestial magic fungus or sanguine soul grass wasn't as easy as it seemed. Very few people had such treasures. Even if someone did have them, they would keep them safe and were unwilling to exchange them. At that moment, the atmosphere became restless and people were chaotically running around. "Hurry up, open the way," said a voice firmly. People continued to move aside, acting like they were in a panic. "Cheng Meng Xin, it's Cheng Meng Xin," said several people sounding excited. Cheng Meng Xin was a famous beautiful woman in Dragon Mountain. She was outstanding. It was said that people who saw her once craved to see her again, a second time, a third time. Why is Cheng Meng Xin here? What does she want? Various comments were spreading in the crowd. Lin Feng frowned when he heard those comments. Cheng Meng Xin was from the Cosmic Pavilion and was a beautiful woman of the Empire. Besides, she had extremely high natural abilities. She was as strong as Tang Yu. Such people caused commotion amongst crowds when they came out. Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked into the distance but he couldn't see anything. There were too many people in front of him. After a moment, between 2 people, he managed to see a woman. She was sitting on a palanquin carried by porters who were walking slowly. Lin Feng saw 2 small feet which looked delicate. Any man glancing at those feet would want to caress them gently. The crowd was looking at Chang Meng Xian's palanquin. Lin Feng could barely see her. Gradually, as people were moving away, he saw a woman in a simple and elegant orange cheongsam, a very tight Chinese, one-piece, dress. Her cheongsam was so short that it was barely covering her thighs. Her skin was beautiful and white. She looked exquisite. One wanted to caress her skin. Those legs could drive men insane. They made men want to gently stroke and caress them. They were perfect. Such women are truly a source of trouble, thought Lin Feng. She had perfect legs as well as a perfect face. She could make any man go crazy. Tang Yu couldn't compare to her in terms of beauty. Lan Zhao had told Lin Feng about her. Tang Yu looked cold and elegant. Nobody dared have dirty thoughts about her. But Chang Meng Xian looked extremely seductive. She made men drool. A single glance sufficed to turn on any man. Finally, Lin Feng saw her entirely. His eyes followed her beautiful neck down to her cleavage. Her white breasts were snowy white and looked so incredibly soft. Her cleavage was so deep that all men felt like they would go insane. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and stopped looking at her. Chang Meng Xian's face, however, didn't leave his brain with any other thoughts. Just as Lan Zhao had said, after the first glance it was impossible to get her off your mind. That was the nature of men seeing seductive women. Who could forget them? The palanquin was still moving forwards. Chang Meng Xian was smiling in a seductive way. Her smile, just like her legs, sufficed to arouse men. Ha! At that moment, Chang Meng Xian's beautiful eyes twinkled and she emitted a gasp of surprise. In her field of vision appeared a young man who was closing his eyes. It seemed like he knew nothing about what was happening around him. Under Chang Meng Xian, there was Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao was another extremely beautiful woman, but because she was next to Chang Meng Xian, nobody noticed her. Lin Feng. When Lan Zhao saw Lin Feng, she gasped with surprise. It was Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, Women Who Stand Out. Chapter 560, Women Who Stand Out. Lin Feng. Whispered Chang Meng Xian. She looked at Lan Zhao and said, "That's Lin Feng?" Because Lan Zhao had come with Lin Feng to Celestial Dragon, Lan Zhao's teacher also noticed Lin Feng as Chang Meng Xian was Lan Zhao's fellow disciple. Of course, Chang Meng Xian had inquired about Lin Feng. She was interested in the geniuses from Shuiyu. Especially in the one who had astonished his entire country. Besides, Lin Feng had come to Celestial Dragon and had already become a little famous. He had defeated Yuan Tong and Qin Xuan, cultivators of the 6th Xian Shi layer. He also had a friendly battle with Cui Wuming. Of course, Chang Meng Xian had heard about those things. "Yes, he is Lin Feng," replied Lan Zhao, nodding. Her eyes were twinkling. 9 Suns Grass will only be exchanged against Celestial Magic Fungus or Sanguine Soul Grass, whispered Chang Meng Xian. She smiled and said, "It seems like your lover obtained the divine water pills of the Hua clan. Hua Shi Yun is generous, she surprisingly gave him the treasure of her clan." "Sister, what are you talking about?" said Lan Zhao while blankly staring at Chang Meng Xian. Chang Meng Xian smiled and looked at the porters. "Stop." The porters immediately stopped. Chang Meng Xian then immediately stepped on the flight of stairs in front of the palanquin and walked down. Everybody was staring at her. Her cleavage was so low that people had the impression her beautiful white breasts were going to pop out. Even though cultivators had a strong willpower and determination, when seeing such beauties, it was difficult to stay strong. All men had a passion for women. Ha! The crowd was stupefied. Chang Meng Xian was slowly walking towards Lin Feng's stand. Was Chang Meng Xian interested in 9 Suns Grass? Impossible. Even though 9 Suns Grass was extremely valuable, Chang Meng Xian was a member of the Cosmic Pavilion and had extremely high natural abilities. If she wanted some 9 Suns Grass, she could probably help herself somewhere. She didn't need to exchange. Unless she wanted to steal it? But 9 Suns Grass was a sun grass. Chang Meng Xian was indeed very hot, but she didn't practice sun skills, so she couldn't be interested in it. Chang Meng Xian walked towards Lin Feng and slightly bowed. She looked at him with a radiant and seductive smile and shouted, "Lin Feng." Lin Feng had obviously sensed that Chang Meng Xian was in front of him. He had smelt her perfume. From a certain distance already, it was quite strong. Lin Feng opened his eyes, but because she was bending over, he didn't see her eyes first but her cleavage. Her big and round snowy white breasts. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't move away from them. He sighed with amazement. How beautiful. Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly moved his eyes away. He then looked at her beautiful face and saw Chang Meng Xian smile. She looked so seductive. Lin Feng's determination was affected at that moment. That woman was really incredible. She was more seductive than Lan Jiao, and stronger. She could make you lose your mind. Besides, at that moment, Chang Meng Xian was sly, looking like a weak, fragile, and seductive woman. Nobody would have thought that she was extremely strong at that moment. She was bewitching. Anyone would have submitted at that moment, no matter how strong one was. What a strong woman, thought Lin Feng. He forced himself to calm down and regained consciousness. What's up? Chang Meng Xian smiled and shook her head. Nothing, I just wanted to see the man for whom my junior fellow disciple has a crush. Senior fellow disciple, shouted Lan Jiao, which surprised Lin Feng. Lan Jiao was her fellow disciple? Lin Feng was surprised. You need celestial magic fungus and sanguine soul grass? Asked Chang Meng Xian to Lin Feng, who immediately nodded. I don't have sanguine soul grass, but I have celestial magic fungus, said Chang Meng Xian. She then put her right hand on the magnificent ring she was wearing on her left hand and rubbed it. It was such a beautiful move. Lights flashed and some magnificent and colorful magic fungus appeared. It was diffusing a particularly dense qi, the qi of life. Here you are, it's for you, said Chang Meng Xian. Lin Feng was astonished. Was it a present? The crowd was astonished too. Who was that guy? Surprisingly, Chang Meng Xian was giving him an incredible treasure, was smiling at him, was chatting with him. Take my 9 suns grass, said Lin Feng. But Chang Meng Xian shook her head and said, I don't need 9 suns grass, that magic fungus is a present for you. Chang Meng Xian delicately put the magic fungus next to Lin Feng and smiled at him in a seductive way. She was trying to turn him on, she was trying to make his soul shake. Immediately after, she turned around and gracefully walked towards the palanquin, slowly. She gave it to you, just take it, said Lan Jiao. Immediately after, she followed Chang Meng Xian. Chang Meng Xian looked at Lin Feng and smiled. If you need sanguine soul grass, just go to the palace of the Cosmic Pavilion, you may be lucky. Thank you, shouted Lin Feng. Chang Meng Xian didn't say anything anymore, she was just smiling in a seductive way as before. She slowly walked up to her palanquin and looked somewhere else. Lin Feng looked startled. His opinion of Chang Meng Xian had changed. From what Lan Jiao had told him, he had had the impression that Chang Meng Xian was just a femme fatale. But, he had just noticed something else. She looked outstanding too, no wonder she was so strong. Chang Meng Xian was outstanding and nice. While she had tried to arouse Lin Feng, she did it with respect. Lin Feng was sitting on the ground, and Chang Meng Xian had come to him. She had been standing in front of him, so one would have thought that she was looking down at him, but in the end, she hadn't acted arrogant at all. Apart from smiling in a seductive way, her smile was warm and friendly. Lin Feng could see that Lan Jiao admired and respected her fellow disciple. Besides, Chang Meng Xian had given him a precious present as if it had been a normal thing. Nobody could dislike such a woman. As expected, the woman who was ranked 3rd in Dragon Mountain was quite extraordinary. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled as he put the celestial magic fungus and the 9 suns grass away. He then stood up and whispered, the palace of the Cosmic Pavilion. He had never heard of the palace of the Cosmic Pavilion. He turned around, took out a few purity stones of medium quality to someone and asked, Your Excellency, I want to know where the palace of the Cosmic Pavilion is. That person, when they saw the purity stones, smiled. Even though they were only of average quality, Lin Feng just wanted a piece of information. That was an easy way to get purity stones. It seemed like that young man didn't know where the palace of the Cosmic Pavilion was. Lin Feng was also upset. If Lan Jiao's teacher hadn't appeared, he would have been able to walk around with Lan Jiao. Without her, he couldn't find anything. That person took the purity stones and looked delighted. Here is the biggest market of Celestial Dragon, and the palace of the Cosmic Pavilion is precisely here. But the palace is divided into 2 parts, an internal and an external part. Right now, we are in the external part. It is only a small part of it. The internal part can be called the core of the palace of the Cosmic Pavilion. It is protected though, nobody can steal things there. There are many treasures, so people trading luxury goods usually go there. Lin Feng was stupefied and smiled wryly. He was already there, but in the external part of the place. There were already many good things in the external part. What would it be like in the internal part? No wonder Chang Meng Xian had told him to go there. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, The Palace of the Cosmic Pavilion. Chapter 561, The Palace of the Cosmic Pavilion. In the east of the Cosmic Market there was a gigantic sculpture. It had been there for a very long time. On both sides, there were many people trading things as it was extremely lively. Lin Feng was on a small road at that moment. Once in a while, someone would ask him if he wanted to exchange things, but they didn't have sanguine soul grass. He arrived before the huge statue and looked at it in detail. He realized that there was a hole in the middle of the statue. It was a cleft designed for purity stones. Lin Feng took out a purity stone of higher quality and put it inside. He waited there for a while, and then the sound of a moving stone spread in the air. In the middle of the statue appeared a door. After the door, there was a flight of stairs. How strange, thought Lin Feng while going in. Then, rumbling sounds spread in the air as the door closed itself. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to it. He continued walking up the stairs. People were going down and up, and others were trading things there. As expected, this is the core of the cosmic market, but to get in you need a purity stone of higher quality. How expensive, thought Lin Feng. According to what the person had told him, there were 9 entrances to the internal cosmic market, but Lin Feng had only seen this one. Besides him, there were many people there. That palace was gigantic. After the flight of stairs, Lin Feng looked around him. There were many things to see. "Young hero, are you here to buy or exchange treasures?" asked someone at that moment. "I want to buy a treasure, of course. If I can't find it, I can set up a stand and propose things to trade," said Lin Feng. "Young hero, there are 81 roads here. Every road depends on the price of the goods. Can you tell me what you need? I can help and guide you," said that person while smiling in a radiant way. Lin Feng glanced at the person and said, "Who are you? It's your first time here." "I am the manager of the 9. I am at the service of the customers," he said. Lin Feng admired the cosmic pavilion even more. There were many people at the service of the customers. That palace had 81 roads, each divided into 9 areas. That manager was in charge of the 9th area. How surprising. "I need sanguine soul grass," said Lin Feng, hoping to find what he needed as soon as possible. "Sanguine soul grass," whispered that person looking pensive. Immediately after, they frowned and said, "Sanguine soul grass is in the same area as 9 suns grass. They are spiritual herbs. They will be at least in the 4th area. There are high chances for you to find it there." "All right," nodded Lin Feng and then asked, "How do I go there?" "Follow the 9 areas of the 9th area and then you will understand," replied the person. Lin Feng remained silent for a second and said, "All right, I will try to find it." "I hope you can find what you need, young hero," said that person while slightly bowing at Lin Feng and then left. Lin Feng understood that he just had to find a road and then he would find the intersection of those roads. But there were curves everywhere, just like a palace. Lin Feng walked for a while and noticed a gap. He was in the middle of those roads, the leftmost of them being the first one. The 9th area had 9 roads. Lin Feng saw a road which seemed to be the 4th one and walked on it. When he arrived at the end, he saw a door on which it was written, 8th area. That palace is gigantic, thought Lin Feng. He was more and more surprised. After getting into the 8th area, Lin Feng stopped walking. He started running like the wind, following the corridors of the 8th area. After that, he found the 7th area. Lin Feng continued at full speed. He arrived at the 6th area and surprisingly, he had to pay 1 purity stone of higher quality again. It was because areas were in groups of 3, the 9th, 8th and 7th areas were together, so he hadn't had to pay. Then the 6th, 5th, and 4th areas were together. The palace of the Cosmic Pavilion is as vast as the cosmos, or what? Thought Lin Feng when he arrived in the 4th area. That palace was way too gigantic. Lin Feng was imagining what it would be like to create a 9-dragon palace formation like that. When he arrived in the 4th area, he stopped running at full speed. There were only precious goods there. There was nothing of low quality. There were Xian-level weapons of average quality. After having crossed the 5th area, Lin Feng had found out that each area had exclusive goods, just like those weapons in front of him. Apart from weapons, there were also herbs, skills, and pills. Each area was divided into 9 palaces with exclusive goods. Everything cultivators needed could be found there. In Shuiyu, there was no place where cultivators could have so many treasures gathered in the same place. The palace of the Cosmic Pavilion probably had been in Dragon Mountain for 1,000 years to be this way. Lin Feng had never thought that the Cosmic Pavilion to which Lan Zhao belonged could have such power and influence. After having spent a short time in the weapon area, Lin Feng arrived in the area where he could find herbs, hoping to find what he needed. There were a few hundred people there. The stands were equal distances from each other. It was probably a rule of the establishment. Things were all extremely expensive. Sellers were all relatively old. They were, for the great majority, elderly persons. They all had baskets with pills on their backs. Lin Feng knew that even though they looked like old people, none of them were weak. After having walked for a while, Lin Feng still hadn't found sanguine soul grass. He was disappointed. He then walked to stand and said to the old man, "Mister, that fire lotus is a ling-level sort of grass?" The old man had many lotuses, they were fire red and extremely beautiful. Besides that, they also contained fire energy. Shishue fire lotuses, they can make people's fire much stronger and improve the duration of one's fire. It is perfect for your skills, I see. Explained the old man while looking at Lin Feng in a very insisting way as if he was trying to see through Lin Feng's body. "How much?" asked Lin Feng. 100 purity stones of higher quality for one lotus, offered the old man. Lin Feng was stupefied. What a terrifying price. But for such a cultivation treasure, cultivators didn't mind paying the price. "Too expensive," said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He was realizing that he was way too poor compared with people of the empire. If he became a famous alchemist, he would be able to sell his things there and would make monumental amounts of money. For a cultivator who practices fire skills, it's not expensive, persuaded the old man while smiling and shaking his head. "I don't have that many purity stones with me right now," said Lin Feng apologizing. He smiled at the old man and asked, "Mister, do you know where to find sanguine soul grass?" The old man was stupefied while looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. He smiled and said, "Sanguine soul grass is much more expensive than those Chixia fire lotuses. You should go to the third area, maybe you will find it there." "Okay, thank you," said Lin Feng and then headed to the third area. Lin Feng walked out of that palace and continued on to the next one. Surprisingly, he needed 5 purity stones of higher quality to enter that area. However, for people who went there, that was nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, Stealing. Chapter 562, Stealing. In the third area of the Palace of the Cosmic Market, Lin Feng could sense a rich and dense fragrance of herbs at the entrance. Some fragrances were pleasant while others were a bit too thick for him. Of course, pills and herbs which smelled better than others were not necessarily better than the others. There were endless varieties of pills and herbs, no doctor or alchemist pretended to know all the remedies of the world. Lin Feng walked into the depths of the third area. The medicine department was much wider than that of the fourth area, but it was also quieter and calmer. People were calmly walking around and exploring, looking for the herbs and remedies they needed. Some people were negotiating in a low voice. "Sanguine soul grass is red and has the chi of a soul, maybe," thought Lin Feng. He continued walking while looking at the different stands. Sellers were staring at Lin Feng as he passed by. Finally, Lin Feng suddenly looked surprised. "I found it." Lin Feng clenched his fists. In his field of vision appeared a red grass which looked like blood and seemed to have its own life. It contained some soul chi. The seller was an old man. There was a small bamboo basket in front of him. The old man looked dispirited and tired. On his stand, there was only one speck of sanguine soul grass, nothing else. Therefore, he was probably desperate because he hadn't found a buyer until that moment. Lin Feng clearly understood that. Phew, Lin Feng took a deep breath and tried to look calm and relaxed. If the seller noticed that Lin Feng was too interested, he would certainly propose a very high price directly at the beginning which Lin Feng wouldn't accept. Lin Feng had used almost all the purity stones from Mount Swordback then. However, he did not plan on acting more arrogant because of it, that would be impolite. "Mister, what do you want in exchange for that sanguine soul grass?" asked Lin Feng politely. The old man glanced at Lin Feng, smiled and suddenly looked interested. "What do you want to do with it?" asked the old man without answering Lin Feng. "My friend needs it and coincidentally you have it. I can give my friend a hand," said Lin Feng, naturally trying to show that he wasn't that interested. Of course, he wasn't going to tell the old man that he wanted to concoct some divine water pills. Lin Feng understood the laws of business. "Oh," giggled the old man while looking at Lin Feng. Then he said, "Well then, tell your friend to come in person. That sanguine soul grass is very expensive. It's not worth for you to buy it for your friend. Your friend might not believe you when you tell them the price you paid for the grass and will refuse to pay you back for it." Lin Feng was stupefied. As expected, that old man was sagacious and was a good seller. How smart. "It doesn't matter, it is a very good friend of mine. I can give them that grass." "Tell me the price please," said Lin Feng indifferently. "Oh," replied the old man in a low voice while looking at Lin Feng. He then showed him 5 fingers. He had a deep and meaningful expression in his eyes. 500 purity stones of higher quality? Do you think that it's possible?" asked the old man with a smile yet not a smile on his face. Mister, even though sanguine soulgrass is an incredible grass, 500 purity stones of higher quality is way too expensive, it is not the real price. Said Lin Feng while frowning. Sanguine soulgrass makes your blood and muscles much stronger, it makes your soul much thicker, it is worth 500 purity stones of higher quality. Explained the old man while smiling and shaking his head. Lin Feng frowned and remained silent, he was thinking. A moment later, Lin Feng raised his head and said to the old man, Mister, I don't have that much with me right now. However, I have some 9 suns grass, would you like to exchange some against sanguine soul grass? What do you think? 9 suns grass, sharp lights twinkled in the old man's eyes which made Lin Feng feel nervous. Then a radiant smile appeared on the old man's face, it seemed like Lin Feng had managed to convince him. 9 suns grass is as precious as sanguine soul grass indeed, however, it is useless to me. I need purity stones. Said the old man slowly, but if you give me the 9 suns grass and add a few purity stones, I will think about it. It seems like you're not interested in 9 suns grass. Said Lin Feng while smiling, he then started walking away without another thought, very calmly. The old man stared at Lin Feng who was starting to walk away, his eyes twinkled as he said, wait. Lin Feng stopped and turned his head around, he then looked at the old man while frowning and said, is there anything else I can do for you, mister? You are a smart young man. Said the old man while smiling and shaking his head. Let's exchange, it's alright, none of us will lose anything and we'll both be happy. When Lin Feng heard the old man, he smiled and came back to him. Lin Feng had finally gathered all the ingredients to concoct the pills but he still needed to learn more about heat control, then he would be ready to concoct them. In front of Lin Feng appeared some 9 suns grass which he handed over to the old man, don't lose it. The old man grabbed it and smiled. Then Lin Feng bent over while smiling, he was about to pick up the grass. They were both happy about the transaction. Wait. Said a voice coldly at that moment. Lin Feng had the feeling an illusion had just passed next to him, that person was extremely fast. Someone appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. Ha! Lin Feng was stupefied. That person was also bending over to take the sanguine soul grass. The 2 hands grabbed it at the same time. Lin Feng looked at the other hand, it was a thin, delicate and white hand but Lin Feng looked upset. Lin Feng turned his head and saw a beautiful and heroic-looking woman on his side, she looked cold and detached. I bought it already. Said Lin Feng coldly. Since it is not yet in your hand, it isn't yours yet. Explained the woman coldly. Immediately after, she looked at the old man and said, I want that sanguine soul grass. I can pay more than him. Ha! Lin Feng was stupefied. That woman was terribly rude. He had already given his 9 suns grass so that sanguine soul grass already belonged to him. Your Excellency, it already belongs to this young man, if you want it, ask him if he wants to sell it or not. Said the old man indifferently. Lin Feng was happy, the old man was very professional. The girl looked at Lin Feng and said, give it to me. Lin Feng smiled coldly, even if he hadn't really needed that grass, considering the girl's behavior, he would have never accepted such a deal. Sorry, please move your hand away. Said Lin Feng coldly, but she didn't, she was firmly holding the speck of grass too. Give it to me, I will pay twice the initial price. Said the woman as coldly as before. No, said Lin Feng who sounded more and more upset. There was a distance of a few centimeters between their 2 faces. If you don't stop, don't blame for being impolite. Shouted Lin Feng coldly. That woman ignored Lin Feng, she looked unconcerned and wasn't reacting at all. Get lost. Shouted Lin Feng and out of his mouth emerged some scorching hot sun fire chi which moved towards the woman. It was dangerous pure chi sun fire. The woman was astonished and cried out in surprise. She finally let go of the grass and only Lin Feng's hand was holding it at that moment. If she hadn't moved, the sanguine soul grass would have been destroyed. The girl moved back while releasing some terrifying chi which enveloped Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng, who was crouching, put the sanguine soul grass away, and stood up. He looked at the woman coldly. Some oppressive chi had invaded the atmosphere. Li Hen, you caused trouble again, said someone at that moment while rushing over to that place. Everybody turned their heads and looked at that person. It was a young man, he didn't look heroic at all, he was slim and he looked extremely elegant, like a noble. That young man wasn't handsome but it was difficult to forget him after the first time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, The Strong Young Man. Chapter 563, The Strong Young Man. Lin Feng glanced at the slim young man, his eyes were limp, he looked like a wealthy aristocrat. It's the sanguine soul grass you want. said Li Hen when she heard the young man. She was still fixedly staring at Lin Feng. There are such rude people even here, said Lin Feng in a low voice, but the woman didn't care. She moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Give it to me, demanded the woman while stretching her hand towards Lin Feng. In a flash, a strong wind emerged out of her soft and delicate hand, which made Lin Feng's clothes flutter. Humph! Lin Feng groaned coldly. He wouldn't have thought that this woman would be so audacious. He shook his body and started his cosmos burning sun skill. A scorching hot pure chi sunfire started flowing in his hand, which resisted the woman's wind. Get the hell out of here! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His sunfire was burning and emitting subtle sounds in the atmosphere. In a flash, Lin Feng and the woman's hands collided, causing a muffled sound to spread in the air. Lin Feng felt some moon energy emerge out of the woman's hand while he was releasing his sun energy. When Li Hen sensed Lin Feng's fire energy, she had the feeling her hand and arm were burning. Give me that sanguine soul grass, said Li Hen while making a step forwards and releasing some terrifying moon energy. Lin Feng abruptly moved backwards to dodge, but Li Hen didn't move at all. Go! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. His pure chi sunfire then spread in the atmosphere and moved towards Li Hen's hand, destroying her moon energy. Li Hen just moved her hand and in a flash her sleeve got burnt by Lin Feng's attack. On top of that, the scorching hot chi penetrated into her arm and easily hurt her. How tenacious! Thought Lin Feng, stupefied. Li Hen looked extremely cold and tenacious. She didn't look like she wanted to give up. Lin Feng looked at her in a colder and colder way. That sanguine soulgrass had been so difficult to obtain and she wanted to steal it from him. He would never let her do that. He condensed some scorching hot pure chi sunfire. Lin Feng's arm was surrounded by flames. In Lin Feng's arm, under the fire, the black physical strength of the Harukas was flowing. Lin Feng condensed all that strength in his arm. At that moment, Li Hen moved again, throwing herself at Lin Feng using the same moon attack. It seemed even stronger than before. Get lost! Lin Feng made a step forwards and trampled on the floor. The entire palace was shaking. Each step he made caused the palace of the third area to vibrate. His arm was surrounded by energies. The pure chi fire had some black lights twinkling in it. Boom, boom, boom. A rather loud muffled sound spread in the air. With the strength of the Harukas and the terrifying pure chi sunfire, Lin Feng could easily make a cultivator of the 6th Shen Chi layer fly away. Li Hen's body was violently shaking as she was projected backwards to her initial position. She still didn't look resigned to give up though. Her arm was hanging loosely as if she were paralyzed. How could Lin Feng be so strong? Lin Feng was staring at her in a calm and detached way. Energies were still flowing in his hands. Customers of the third area were all interested and were all watching the battle. Lin Feng's chi belonged to the 4th Shen Chi layer and Li Hen's chi belonged to the 6th Shen Chi layer. After the first punch, Li Hen had the advantage, but then after the second attack, Lin Feng had taken over the battle. Lin Feng, who was of the 4th Shen Chi layer, had surprisingly managed to bombard Li Hen and make her move back. Li Hen still looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. She didn't want to give up. She wanted to keep fighting. Li Hen, that's enough! At that moment, the noble-looking young man was shouting. Li Hen's chi then weakened. The noble-looking young man walked next to Li Hen and slightly nodded at Lin Feng. I'm very sorry, my little sister is irritable because I really need some sanguine soulgrass, don't be mad at her. Lin Feng remained silent. That young man really looked elegant and educated. Your Excellency, you are quite strong. I know all the geniuses of Celestial Dragon. You are not from here, are you? You're probably from Shuiyu, right? Said the noble-looking young man while smiling. Surprisingly, he had immediately guessed that Lin Feng was from Shuiyu. It seemed like he had done some research. There were so many geniuses in Celestial Dragon, it was impossible for him to know all of them. How could he know that Lin Feng wasn't from that city? Indeed, I am from Shuiyu, said Lin Feng while nodding. Are you Lin Feng from Shuiyu? Asked the noble-looking young man. Lin Feng was astonished. How strange, he wouldn't have thought that that person would know his name. Indeed, I am Lin Feng. As expected, I've heard about you. You've defeated 2 geniuses of Celestial Dragon already, said the noble-looking young man while smiling. He added, an exchange of blows might lead to friendship. For example, today, we met because my sister was rude to you. Please forgive her. We will meet again soon. It was fate that made us meet today, said the young man. He then turned around and looked at Li Hen. Let's go now. Li Hen lowered her head and said, all right, but. Li Hen and the young man left together. Lin Feng looked at them and felt strange. Were they really siblings? Li Hen was so aggressive and brutal and masculine, but the young man looked delicate and educated. They didn't look like siblings. Actually, that girl gave Lin Feng the impression that she was his servant. If that girl of the 6th Xin Qi layer was his servant, then how strong was that young man and what was his social status? Lin Feng turned around and looked at the old man. The old man was looking at him with a resplendent smile on his face. Not bad. You've only broken through to the 4th Xin Qi layer and you can defeat cultivators of the 6th Xin Qi layer. You're extremely strong. Lin Feng ignored the old man's praise and asked, Mister, aren't there rules here? Why didn't anyone come to intervene? Why did she attack me and nobody said anything? Young man, you have to understand that rules can be violated sometimes. You saw how strong that girl is. And that young man, can you guess his cultivation level? Asked the old man smiling. Lin Feng shook his head and said, no idea. He's doing the same as you, he's also hiding his real cultivation level. But when you see people's vigor and vitality, you can guess how strong people are. Therefore, the first time I saw you, I didn't believe that you had only broken through to the 1st Xin Qi layer. That young man is full of vitality and vigor, from head to foot, his cultivation level is even higher than mine, explained the old man while shaking his head and smiling. He looked a bit sad too, as if he thought he was too old. That young man had already surpassed him. Lin Feng was surprised, higher than that of the old man? Lin Feng had looked at the old man's cultivation level, he had broken through to the 7th Xin Qi layer, which already counted as the top of the Xin Qi layer. But that young man was stronger than him. He probably had a high status in Celestial Dragon, that was why nobody had prevented the battle from happening. Such people could break the rules. Mister, thank you for telling me these things, said Lin Feng politely. He didn't continue to ask questions. Lin Feng couldn't buy the things in that area anyway, unless an exchange with his 9 sons grass was possible. But he could also keep 9 sons grass for himself, it may become useful. When Lin Feng left the palace of the Cosmic Market, it was dark outside. With the lights inside of the palace, Lin Feng hadn't guessed that it would be so late. But even though it was already dark, the market was still animated, there were so many people. Lin Feng had already obtained what he needed, so he didn't need to stay there, that was already great. He started leaving and after a short time, he had left the market. But a short time after he left the market, Lin Feng had the feeling that he was being followed and he didn't like that feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, Encircling Lin Feng. Chapter 564, Encircling Lin Feng. Lin Feng's silhouette was flickering, he was flying at full speed like an arrow piercing through the night. Lin Feng's impression of being spied on was becoming more and more intense, to the extent that it couldn't even be called being spied on anymore. His pursuers weren't hiding themselves anymore. They were just chasing after him. How fast? Thought Lin Feng, surprised. He was already traveling at full speed, but his pursuers' chi was getting denser and denser. It seemed like they were catching up with him. They were all extremely strong. At that moment, a terrifying chi suddenly crossed the atmosphere, making Lin Feng nervous. He abruptly changed his direction and moved to the left. Boom boom boom, in the middle of the night, some sounds were spreading. A few silhouettes rose up from the ground towards Lin Feng. It was an ambush. Where are all those strong cultivators from? Thought Lin Feng, stupefied. In Celestial Dragon, he hadn't offended many people, and so many people were now surprisingly trying to assassinate him. Lin Feng was wondering where they were from, especially because they were extremely strong. Lin Feng moved to the left again, but those who had been tailing him since the market divided themselves into 2 groups and continued chasing after him. They were incredibly fast. Some lapping sounds coming from a river spread in the air. Lin Feng stopped running, because at that moment, he was already encircled by them all. There were assassins all around him. He glanced at the people around him, they were all wearing changpaos. Lin Feng could only see their cold faces, they looked evil. Lin Feng was sure that he had never seen any of them. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. No one replied. Lin Feng's response was the lapping sound of the water. The atmosphere was deathly silent. He made a step and rose higher up in the air. The assassins just followed him and rose up in the air as well, they were still surrounding him. But at that moment, Lin Feng moved back down at full speed, his speed was incredible. The people in black changpaos were surprised but immediately followed him. Lin Feng didn't discourage them though. They weren't as fast as him, but their speeds were close. Lin Feng stopped moving downwards, he tried to escape and break free from the group of assassins. Where are you going? Shouted one of them aggressively as they threw himself at Lin Feng while releasing some pure chi which looked like a beautiful white shooting star in the middle of the night. Get lost. Lin Feng started condensing the strength of the Harukas in his fist as he traversed the sky at the speed of lightning, moving forwards with indomitable will. Boom boom. Two fists collided. Lin Feng sensed a great strength spread in his fist. He had the feeling his hand was paralyzed. That person was a cultivator of the 6th Qianxi layer. But his opponent also didn't feel well when he sensed the strength of the Harukas spread to his fist. Even if Lin Feng's cultivation level was lower than his, he still groaned with pain. He had the feeling that his bones were broken. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then released some terrifying deadly energy. It was terrifying. His opponent couldn't block the deadly energy with his fist. Lin Feng's body turned into a terrifying sword. He joined his hands and started bathing in flames. His body was absolutely dazzling. He looked like a real sword. That sword looked was him. He was in fusion with his sword, and that sword contained some terrifying determination. The cultivator of the 6th Qianxi layer moved backwards as he saw Lin Feng move towards him. He was stupefied. He suddenly looked scared. Lin Feng's qi and force could cut through that person energies like a knife would cut through butter. The others were stupefied too. Lin Feng was moving in a very agile way, up and down, back and forth, and his speed was incredible. He wasn't giving them any opportunity to attack. Die! Shouted a voice at that moment. Lin Feng sensed a terrifyingly brutal energy move towards him from behind. Acting as if he hadn't noticed it, he continued releasing deadly energy in the air. There was only his deadly sword. He condensed all his deadly energy into that sword filled with determination. Die! Shouted that person furiously. A strong wind started blowing and rolling on the ground and in the air. It was moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. However, his sword cut through it with ease. He was annihilating everything. Slash! Lin Feng's sword twinkled and blood splashed in the dark atmosphere of the night. Lin Feng's sword lacerated that person. Boom boom boom. A terrifying strength emerged. Lin Feng punched the cadaver with his fist, making it fly far off into the distance. The corpse then disappeared. The others were astonished. Lin Feng's strength was, as expected, terrifying. No wonder they had received the order to come in such a big group. If only a few people had come, they would have all died very quickly. The battle had just started, but a strong cultivator had already died. Stupid animal! Shouted someone furiously. A terrifying physical strength moved towards Lin Feng. That physical strength was hiding the sky and covering the earth as it enveloped Lin Feng's body. It was a gigantic hand made of pure qi. Wow! They are almost at the top of the Qianxi layer, thought Lin Feng. He was stupefied. The person attacking him at that moment had broken through to the 7th Qianxi layer. Who were those people? Why did they want to kill him? There were a few dozen extremely strong cultivators. Who could have sent them? There were even cultivators of the 7th Qianxi layer. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then condensed a sword in his hand, a killer sword. Behind that monstrous sword appeared two trails in the air. He was trying to lacerate that gigantic pure qi hand. But even though he had managed to lacerate some pure qi, the rest of the pure qi was still moving towards him. It was about to crash onto his body. Lin Feng pulled a long face and threw away his sword. He then condensed Haruka's strength in his hand again, and his monstrous fist bombarded the pure qi hand, which emitted explosion sounds. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng, when his hand collided with that pure qi hand, had the feeling that a monstrous physical strength was rolling inside of his body, making his organs shake violently. He was projected backwards. Die! Shouted that person coldly. A strange and familiar feeling invaded Lin Feng's heart. He had the impression that he had just seen a gigantic elephant filled with a monstrous strength. That elephant was emitting terrifying sounds. The 10,000 elephant skills. Thought Lin Feng, whose pupils shrank. That was a skill of the Wanxiang sect from Tianfeng. Those people were from Tianfeng. The Wanxiang sect was from Tianfeng, but Lin Feng couldn't believe that they were able to send so many strong cultivators to kill him. A few dozens of cultivators of the 6th Qianxi layer and a cultivator of the 7th Qianxi layer. Even the Yu clan or the Wanshou sect couldn't send so many strong cultivators. Tianfeng and Shuiyu were both countries under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain. How could the Wanxiang sect have such a strong power at hand? There was only one possibility. Lin Feng was astonished. He was sure he was right. Lin Feng hadn't only killed people from the Wanxiang sect, he had also killed some of the 7 envoys of Tianfeng and even the prince of Tianfeng, Fengchen. Tianfeng hated Lin Feng. They couldn't forget about him. It was certain that, sooner or later, they would dispatch people to go and kill him. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated that they would do so that quickly though. Maybe they hadn't been following him from the cosmic market only. Maybe they had been following him since the moment he had left Shuyu and had been waiting for the perfect moment for an ambush. Destroy. Even though Lin Feng had been projected backwards, Lin Feng was still condensing the strength of the Harukas in his hand. In a flash, his fist moved towards those gigantic elephants. Another series of rumbling sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng was projected backwards once again and groaned. He looked a bit pale at that moment. Lin Feng tried to remain steady and tenacious. He looked at those people coldly and said, "People from Tianfeng are amazing, sending so many strong cultivators to assassinate me. Surprisingly, you really think highly of me." Someone groaned coldly, and the cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer made a step forwards, and said coldly, "Today, you will die. You won't be able to escape no matter what. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 565, How to Kill Them. Chapter 565, How to Kill Them. Lin Feng's pupils gradually became pitch black and ice cold. He looked emotionless. In the middle of the night, when those people saw Lin Feng's pupils, they couldn't help but shiver at how cold they appeared. However, their deadly energies were still floating fiercely in the atmosphere. There were so many people, it would be easy for them to kill Lin Feng. Roar! Many purple snakes appeared in the air. The cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer groaned coldly. His hand shook and the purple snakes dispersed in the twinkling of an eye. They then transformed into a vast purple lake which surrounded everyone. Get lost! The group of assassins raised their hands and strong winds emerged. The purple spirit couldn't get close to them. Back! Thought Lin Feng. The purple snakes then disappeared. Lin Feng had recalled his purple spirit back into his body. At the same time, he moved and transformed into a light beam moving away into the distance. It was too difficult for Lin Feng to kill so many cultivators of the 6th Xianxi layer. "Do you think you can escape?" asked one of them as he started moving like the wind. All the others' silhouettes flickered as well. They were all chasing after Lin Feng. They couldn't let him escape. Lin Feng was trying to escape, his dark pupils still looked emotionless. While running away, some fire started burning around his body. It was pure chi fire. At the same time, he was condensing the strength of the Harukas in his body. It was flowing at full speed. "Stay here!" shouted an extremely loud voice. The cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer was the fastest of all of them. Lin Feng couldn't really escape from him, and all of a sudden, he sensed a monstrous fist filled with physical strength in his back. It was catching up with him. But at the moment, when it was about to reach Lin Feng, he abruptly moved up and that fist in his back was about to reach his head. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sound spread in the air. Lin Feng crashed into a mountain and broke it into two. He then went into the depths of that mountain to hide. The others were stupefied. They all moved towards that mountain. They wanted to follow Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer was fearless and immediately entered in the fissure which Lin Feng had made in the mountain. The others then encircled the mountain. Everybody had to react extremely fast. They didn't even have a second to think about what they should do. In the hole which Lin Feng had made in the mountain, it was entirely dark, pitch black. The cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer was following Lin Feng and his facial expression looked ice cold. He shouted furiously, "Stop right now!" Nobody replied. He could only see a fire burning. The sides of the tunnel dug by Lin Feng were even burnt and covered with embers. In a flash, Lin Feng moved up towards the top of the mountain and was about to arrive. "You can't escape!" shouted the cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer. In a flash, he condensed some terrifying physical strength in his hand. He wanted to catch up with Lin Feng and kill him with a punch. Lin Feng would definitely die, at least the strong cultivator thought so. Is that so? The fire suddenly disappeared as it became absolutely pitch black in the tunnel. Lin Feng's voice sounded gloomy and sinister. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and a black lotus appeared in his hand. It was illuminating his ice-cold-looking face. That black lotus looked gloomy and wasn't emitting any sound, but it was visible. The black lotus contained some monstrous deadly energy. The cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer was stupefied. His heart started pounding violently. He couldn't stop moving though. His fist filled with a terrifying physical strength kept moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't stop either. After he finished talking, his black lotus kept moving towards his opponent. CRRRR. CRRR, Lin Feng's black lotus and his opponent's hand collided. A monstrous deadly energy spread in the entire mountain. The physical strength of Lin Feng's opponent also looked like it could annihilate everything. Besides, Lin Feng's Black Lotus kept moving forwards too. Boom! Finally, the face of the cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer changed drastically, his trajectory changed, and in a flash, there was a new hole in the wall of the tunnel. His body was moving at full speed. A terrifying deadly energy was in his back. How terrifying! He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would be able to create such a monstrous Black Lotus. He could only get destroyed. Quick, quick! The cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer didn't feel discouraged. The deadly energy in his back was putting lots of pressure on him. He could clearly sense that it was getting closer and closer at that moment. He didn't dare stop for even a second. He would die in a flash. Die! Lin Feng with the voice of a death god. The tunnel was as vast as it was sinister and gloomy. No, no. The cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer had the feeling that he was about to die in the hands of a death god. He tried to accelerate, his heart was pounding, but it was maybe too late. Lin Feng was extremely fast at that moment. He had condensed all his strength in his body and hand. That Black Lotus was monstrous, its light alone seemed deadly. Aha! My feet! Shouted the cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer. His voice resonated in and all around the mountain. His companions shivered, their friend was giving horrible shrieks. Ah, ha, ha. He kept shouting, and then his companions saw his body move out of the mountain, but at that moment, his lower body was burning in some black flames. He was burning. That fire kept progressing up and up, then it reached his chest. The crowd was astonished. They were all just blankly staring at that move. They were all trying to think about what to do. What a terrifying fire! What was happening? What was that fire? Ah-ha! The cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer kept giving horrible shrieks while flying higher up in the air. He couldn't stop the fire, which kept spreading all over his body. Kill him! He used up all his pure qi, kill him! The black fire had reached his chest, and then his head. The dignified cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer had died. Lin Feng had killed him. Only some gloomy energy was still burning in the air. Even during his last seconds, he hadn't thought that he would die in Lin Feng's hands. The crowd didn't turn their heads around, they were just looking at the black fire in the air. The cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer then disappeared. He had burnt to death and turned into ashes. He had died. He had died in front of them. That black fire then slowly disappeared. They turned their heads and looked at the hole in the mountain. Lin Feng and the cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer had entered the hole together, but Lin Feng hadn't come out and the cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer had come out to die. Lin Feng hadn't come out, he was still inside. However, for those people, that tunnel was a synonym of death. Nobody dared go inside. Otherwise, what would happen? That cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer had burnt to death and had said, before dying, that Lin Feng had used up all his pure qi, but so what? Who would dare risk their life to go and see? It wasn't a joke. It was a serious matter. Besides, Lin Feng was still alive, he might have some of those terrifying flames left. Maybe entering the tunnel would lead them to death. All of them were blankly staring at the hole in the mountain. In fact, Lin Feng had really already used up his pure qi reserves. He had had to condense all his pure qi in that Black Lotus to kill the cultivator of the 7th Qianqi layer. Lin Feng had managed to kill that person, but he couldn't come out of the hole anymore. He didn't have any pure qi left, he would never be able to cope with those dozens of cultivators of the 6th Qianqi layer. It was too dangerous. The atmosphere was eerie silent. Everybody was trying to come up with a plan. Nobody was breaking that eerie silence. The atmosphere was silent for a long time, and then suddenly one of the cultivators in the black Changpao said, "Guys, even if he hasn't used up all his reserves of pure qi, he must have only a little bit left. We should force him to come out." When Lin Feng heard them, he felt nervous. They had stopped thinking and wanted to force him to come out. If he didn't come out, they would make him come out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, An Arrow at the End of Its Flight. Chapter 566, An Arrow at the End of Its Flight. Alright, let's attack, said everybody, agreeing. They all looked cold while releasing some terrifying physical strength and then began bombarding the mountain. In a flash, explosion sounds spread in the air, stones and rocks were splashing everywhere. Several dozens of cultivators of the 6th Qianqi layer were attacking the mountain. A first layer of the mountain had already been peeled off. "Come out!" shouted one of them, and they continued bombarding the mountain with their fists. A crevice appeared in the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. They kept crushing and destroying that mountain, creating a gigantic hole. Explosion sounds were unceasingly spreading in the air. They were, step by step, destroying the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. All those people were uninterruptedly crushing the mountain. Finally, the mountain was destroyed. The strong cultivator's silhouette kept flickering. They encircled the destroyed mountain, which had become a flat area. Their eyes kept twinkling. They couldn't see Lin Feng. Even though they had destroyed the mountain, Lin Feng didn't appear in their field of vision, which made them pull a long face. "Pay attention, he might be underground," shouted one of them. They then stared at the ground, but there was nobody. Lin Feng had maybe dug a hole towards the depths of the planet and was maybe hiding there. But if Lin Feng had dug a hole towards the depths of the earth, they would have heard him. Besides, Lin Feng couldn't see anything down there. It seems like he must be exhausted. He's just hiding and doesn't dare come out. He's scared of us. Just pay attention and we will manage to kill him, said one of them. His silhouette flickered and he moved towards the mountain, bombarding some stones with his fist. A huge crater appeared, but he didn't find Lin Feng. There was only one possibility. While they were destroyed the mountain, Lin Feng had hidden deeper in the ground, which was why they couldn't find him. Destroy the ground, be careful and pay attention, said another one. Immediately after, they condensed pure chi in their hands and paid attention to the ground. Attack! Boom, boom, boom. The dozens of strong cultivators were bombarding the ground. In a flash, a gigantic open crater appeared. But there was nobody. They still couldn't see Lin Feng. Start from the middle and then try the surroundings. He must be there, said the same person coldly. The others nodded and condensed more pure chi. They were getting ready to bombard the ground once again. Lin Feng had to be there. Boom, boom, boom. But at that moment, some rumbling sounds emerged from the ground. In the distance, the ground was undulating at full speed. There, kill him, said everybody loudly at the same time. They then moved towards that place at full speed. They all condensed pure QI in their hands and were all smiling coldly. This time, Lin Feng was doomed. Boom! A terrifying sound spread in the air and a sword emerged out of the ground. Everybody was stupefied. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. They turned around and saw one of their companions getting lacerated by a sword. At the same time, a silhouette appeared out of the ground. Lin Feng didn't stop at that moment. He turned into a light beam and flew towards the horizon. He fooled us. They were astonished and all pulled a long face. Lin Feng had fooled them. A moment before, they had needed one more attack to make Lin Feng come out, but Lin Feng had used his sword to distract them. He had made the ground move with his sword and they had thought that it was him. They hadn't anticipated that Lin Feng would trick them like that. In a flash, he had killed another one of their companions. Lin Feng was a great fighter. Chase him. All of them looked glum as they continued chasing Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's pupils still looked ice cold. He was releasing some deadly energy. He had just recovered some pure chi a moment before and had been able to kill that person, but now he had very little pure chi left again. Chase him, chase him. We will kill him. He has no pure chi left. He just used a purity stone to recover some, said one of them, paying attention to Lin Feng's pure chi. He was excited. They all increased their speed and continued chasing him. Those who were in the front were still a bit scared though and didn't dare use all their strength. Maybe that Lin Feng had other ways to kill them. Roar! Lin Feng's purple spirit appeared again. Immediately, the purple lake moved towards those people. Humph. Some people smiled coldly. That was Lin Feng's last resort before dying? Someone bombarded the purple lake with the palm of his hand and at the same time crossed it. He didn't care. However, at that moment, he hadn't noticed that Lin Feng had an evil smile on his face. His soul was controlling the purple lake. Those snakes then imprisoned that person following them. Ha! At that moment, many people were stupefied. They were realizing that in that purpleness, there were palace-like shapes. 9 palace dragon formation, shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. In a flash, the purple lake hid the sky. All the people who had followed the first one into the purple lake were imprisoned. Those who were behind avoided the purpleness. They could see that their companions were imprisoned and running around chaotically. They couldn't come out. Slash slash. A terrifying sword was whistling in the air. Lin Feng was surrounded by 36 dazzling swords. It looked like they could annihilate everything, which made people's pupils shrank. 36 sword formation, kill! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His 36 swords turned into a gigantic sword which moved into the illusion. It doesn't look good, thought those outside of the illusion. They were stupefied. The ones in the illusion were frowning, the sword was emitting whistling sounds, and immediately after they were lacerated. Their eyes were wide open, they were dead and wouldn't close their eyes. Ah! Ah! The sword kept moving in the illusion. 3 more people had died. Lin Feng looked ice cold. After having killed those people, he didn't need the swords anymore. They left the illusion emitting whistling sounds. He then glanced at his pursuers coldly. When those people saw Lin Feng's pupils, they were astonished, they forgot to continue chasing him. 3 people had died, 5 cultivators of the 6th Xianxi layer had died already, as well as a cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer, as if those cultivators of the 6th Xianxi layer had been worthless. "Kill him, we must kill him, we only need one more attack," shouted one of them furiously. Lin Feng was like an arrow at the end of its flight, but there were still so many strong cultivators. "Indeed, he's almost dead now," thought those people while narrowing their eyes. They were all cultivators of the 6th Xianxi layer and had a monstrous willpower and determination. They were fearless. Lin Feng's determination and strength couldn't influence their indomitable spirit. When they thought about it, their silhouettes flickered and they threw themselves at Lin Feng. They couldn't believe that Lin Feng might kill them, he couldn't possibly resist. Even though Lin Feng had moved away, they were realizing that they weren't that far from him. At that moment, they all realized that Lin Feng was exhausted. His speed had already decreased so much. Lin Feng looked deathly pale, his eyes were still ice cold, but he wasn't moving as fast as before. He had used all of his pure qi, the pure qi he was using to run in the air was all he had left. "I still have my demonic evil power," thought Lin Feng, his eyes suddenly looked even colder. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Transforming into a Demon. Chapter 567, Transforming into a Demon. Lin Feng was running slower and slower, he could sense that his enemies were getting closer and closer behind him. Lin Feng suddenly stopped and moved down. Everybody was surprised, Lin Feng was definitely going to die in a few seconds, he didn't even have the pure qi to fly in the sky anymore. Everybody moved down after him, but they heard a sound. Some ripples appeared on the water of a lake. This time, Lin Feng had gone into the lake. They were all shocked. They were all on the lake fixedly staring at the water had become perfectly calm again. That guy really knows how to hide. Their eyes were flashing with cold lights. A moment before, he had been hiding in a mountain and now he was hiding in a lake. Nobody chased after him into the water of the lake though. He doesn't have any more pure qi, he will not recover in this short a time? Now, some of us can stay here and watch out while the others can go into the water of the lake and find him Lin Feng to kill him. I don't think that he can do anything against us anymore, said one of the assassins in a dignified way. That person seemed to have a power of authority on the others. Immediately after, he didn't stop, he went under the water of the lake and started looking for Lin Feng. The others looked at each other and followed him into the water. They couldn't give Lin Feng the time to recover, they had to kill him. The water of the lake was extremely clear and limpid, one could see the bottom from the top. At that moment, at the bottom of the lake, there was a silhouette sitting cross-legged and it was Lin Feng. Go and kill him. Around those people there was no water, only air, they could release pure qi around them to protect themselves from water. Extremely strong cultivators had no problem in water at all, they were only a bit slower. The crowd was moving towards the bottom of the lake, they wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes, his ice-cold-looking pupils were filled with deadly energy. Even though he had used up all his pure qi, he still looked extremely vigorous and full of vitality. He had the strength of the Harukas in his body. Without pure qi, he couldn't use magical abilities, but he still had physical strength. He wasn't like other people, cultivators were usually dispirited and discouraged when they had no more pure qi. Without hesitation, Lin Feng moved towards one of those people to attack him. Lin Feng's facial expression was, as before, ice-cold. He was moving forwards with indomitable will, never flinching. When that cultivator of the 6th Xianxi layer saw Lin Feng come towards him, he was surprised, but he quickly turned cold. Lin Feng was so close, that cultivator had to kill Lin Feng. CRRRR. CRRRRR. Pure qi made the water of the lake move aside and a sort of road appeared in the lake between Lin Feng and that cultivator. That person's pure qi was terrifying, he raised his fist, he wanted to punch Lin Feng. What surprised him the most was that Lin Feng looked fearless. He didn't look like he was going to dodge. At the same time, in Lin Feng's hand, there was a pitch-black light twinkling. Lin Feng raised his fist at the same time. Boom! That person's fist crashed onto Lin Feng's body, which made his entire body shake violently, blood splashed out of his mouth. However, Lin Feng grabbed his opponent's wrist with his left hand and held it firmly. Lin Feng was holding that person's wrist so firmly that the pain made his muscles twitch. At the same time, Lin Feng used his right hand to attack that person. "Get lost!" shouted that person with a hideous facial expression, but Lin Feng was still holding him firmly. Lin Feng's opponent couldn't move away. He had no choice but to look at Lin Feng's black fist. Boom! A groaning sound spread in the air and blood mixed with the water of the lake. Another cultivator of the 6th Qianxi layer had died in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng had punched him in the head to death. Everything happened in a few seconds. After Lin Feng killed him, he immediately moved back up to the surface of the lake while the others were in close pursuit. Splash! Lin Feng moved out of the water and saw the others moving towards him. Wind! Lin Feng tried to start moving with the wind. However, those people's energies had enveloped his body and made him cough up more blood above the water of the lake. He really had no pure qi left. A moment before, he had used a drop of pure qi to resist to that punch. If his body hadn't been extremely strong, that would have been enough and he would have died. Lin Feng sat down on the grass on the lakeside. His mouth was covered with blood and he was breathing heavily. He looked completely worn out. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of the enemies stepping on the water was spreading in the air. They were coming to kill him. When they saw Lin Feng on the grass, sitting down and breathing heavily, they stopped and smiled in a particularly resplendent way. Lin Feng was finally exhausted. He couldn't do anything anymore. That was too scary. He had only broken through to the 4th Qianxi layer and had killed so many of them. He had even killed a cultivator of the 7th Qianxi layer. If he didn't die, there would be no end of trouble for their futures. It was great for them that he was finally exhausted. He couldn't even run anymore. How could he resist now? Those people looked at Lin Feng and looked at his qi. Then one of them said coldly, "You're incredible, you killed so many of us." Lin Feng raised his head and asked, "Are you from Tianfeng?" "Indeed, some of us belong to the Imperial City clan of Tianfeng while several others belong to the Wan Xian sect. You have killed so many of our strong cultivators, we must kill you," explained that person. He didn't mind telling Lin Feng. He had no secrets for someone who was about to die. "When did you come to Celestial Dragon? How did you follow me?" asked Lin Feng. "Humph, you offended too many people. Some people from Shuiyu told us everything and asked us to kill you," said that person with a cruel smile on his face. Lin Feng froze. People from Shuiyu had asked them to come and kill him? Who? asked Lin Feng coldly. A mouthful of deadly qi emerged out of his mouth. "Even if I told you, what could you do? You're about to die, but I will tell you anyway so that you can die content," said that person in an ice-cold way. He continued to tell Lin Feng, "It's someone from the Wanshou sect. He looked like a wild beast." "Wu Qing," thought Lin Feng, stupefied. He would have never thought that Wu Qing could do that. Wu Qing had always remained silent just like a real animal. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that he would resort to such means to kill him, and that he would surprisingly ask people from Tianfeng to help him. "Don't worry, there are several others who want you dead as well," said that person coldly. "There are 2 guys, they are brothers, then there are 2 guys in black clothes, they also want to kill you. You offended so many people." Lin Feng was stupefied. There were 4 others. 8 people from Shuiyu had come to Celestial Dragon: Yu Tianming, Wu Qing, Yu Jin, Yu Jin, Yun Fei Yang, and 2 guys in black clothes. The enemy was obviously talking about the Yu brothers, Yu Jian and Yu Qing, and then the 2 mysterious cultivators in black. Apart from him, there were 7 people from Shuiyu and 5 of them wanted to kill Lin Feng. "I'll remember that," said Lin Feng coldly. That person smiled coldly, replied, "You'll remember? So what? You're going to die now." "Die?" Lin Feng raised his head and looked at his enemy. Evil lights were flashing in Lin Feng's eyes. "You will all die, none of you will survive." After he said that, a terrifying evil energy surrounded Lin Feng's body and invaded the atmosphere. The face of the leader of their group suddenly drastically changed. "Evil swords, come out!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His body from a sitting position suddenly rose up in the air and a terrifying sword energy dashed to the skies. A black evil-looking cloud surrounded his body and spread through the air. Those dark clouds rolled in the air, everything turned even darker than before. Kacha kacha kacha. 3 sounds emerged out of Lin Feng's body. He was in the air in the middle of the black cloud. His clothes were fluttering. From his back, 3 black swords appeared. When everyone saw Lin Feng, their hearts started pounding violently. Their legs began shaking. "What the hell is going on, Dot? How's that possible?" Those people were shaking from head to foot. What was happening to Lin Feng? He looked like an extremely evil demon. Lin Feng lowered his head and looked at those people. He despised them. Evil lights were flashing in his eyes, making their souls tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, The Counterattack of the Evil Swords. Chapter 568, The Counterattack of the Evil Swords. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with evil. There were 3 evil swords in his back. With the black clouds rolling in the air, the landscape suddenly looked apocalyptic. It was a shocking change. Lin Feng's pupils looked more and more evil. They were filled with murder, bloodthirstiness, and violence. They looked piercingly cold. Nobody dared look into his eyes. Those swords were making him turn evil. Those 3 swords have an evil determination. They are malevolent swords. They can influence his soul. He's turning into a demon. Those people were looking at Lin Feng and shaking uncontrollably. It was really like that. Lin Feng couldn't fight anymore. He was exhausted, but at that moment he was releasing some terrifying evil chi and force. It didn't belong to his own body, it belonged to those swords. Those swords had already surpassed unconventional mysterious weapons, also known as Shen-level weapons. Maybe those swords were celestial weapons, also known as Tian-level weapons. Those evil swords had their own lives, their own determination. If people used them, they could influence and make them change intrinsically. They were much more powerful than Shen-level weapons. That evil weapon was terrifying. Even though Lin Feng could control it, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. He might end up being controlled by those swords and became their slave, but... Of course, that was why Lin Feng didn't dare use those evil swords, especially in the past when he wasn't strong enough. Last time he had tried to use them, he had had the feeling that he was going to lose his soul and control of himself. That sword had tried to absorb his own determination and had tried to invade his body. It almost gained control over him. The determination of those evil swords was terrifying. Lin Feng looked just like a death god at that moment, a murderer without limits. "You all want to kill me?" asked Lin Feng. That voice didn't even sound like his real voice anymore. It was an ice-cold evil voice. It sounded extremely strange and terrifying. Those people had the impression that their hearts were going to burst out. They wanted to kill Lin Feng? Could they still kill Lin Feng? "You will all die," said an evil voice as the evil swords rolled in the air. The dark clouds rolled even more brutally in the atmosphere. The evil swords were lacerating the atmosphere towards those people, leaving black marks behind them. They were falling down from the sky. In front of Lin Feng, the people who were in the front turned deathly pale and they suddenly looked hopeless. They released some energies to try and resist those evil swords. However, their energies just slowed down the evil swords a little bit. They then continued moving down towards them. In a flash, the light of the swords surrounded their bodies and they disappeared. Escape! Those people didn't want to fight anymore, they only wanted to escape. Their silhouettes started flickering. Lin Feng had seemingly turned into a demon. Nobody could kill him anymore. Lin Feng's face looked ice-cold. He inclined his head on the side and in a flash the 3 swords moved down in 3 directions. Boom, boom, boom. Everywhere, there were those swords. They looked like they were going to destroy the planet. Horrible shrieks spread in the air. People were dying. Those swords kept moving towards fleeing people and in a flash a dozen people died. Lin Feng was surrounded by evil lights. In a flash, the evil swords moved back to him and were shaking violently. 2 swords were emitting extremely loud whistling sounds. Those 2 swords then shot towards other escaping people in the other direction. Those swords contained intense deadly energy. It was astonishing. No one dared look at those swords. At that moment, Lin Feng had only thought, murder. He wanted to annihilate everyone. He wanted to exterminate mankind. People were shouting. Those swords hadn't arrived, but the determination of those swords had surrounded their bodies. It was extremely painful. They were agonizing. Then, death fell upon them. The 2 swords kept killing. Lin Feng was chasing the last of them. With those mysterious evil swords, Lin Feng had to kill them. None of them would live on. There was only one person left at that moment. He was shaking violently. He was terrified. Everybody else had died under those evil swords and now it was his turn. He was regretting everything. Why had they ran after Lin Feng? Now, he was about to die. Everything he had done was worthless. No matter what, regretting was useless. He was doomed. Lin Feng's pupils were emotionless and filled with murder. The sword then arrived behind that person. No, that sword hadn't even reached him and he was already shouting extremely loudly. He was terrified as the energy around his body was painful. Finally, the black light fell down and lacerated him. He had died. Those people had all died under Lin Feng's evil swords. In a flash, they had all died, none of them were left. Those evil swords were terrifying. Back then, those terrifying evil swords had made the Tian-level ferocious wild beast run away injured, so one can well imagine that 3 evil swords were enough to kill all those cultivators of the 6th Shen-Shi layer. Lin Feng was standing in the air. His pupils kept twinkling and the evil lights in his eyes were more and more intense. Phew, Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he started moving at full speed. He began picking up all the rings those people were wearing. They were cultivators of the 6th Shen-Shi layer, they probably had incredible treasures in their rings. How could Lin Feng not take them? Lin Feng, under the influence of those swords, was filled with murder and bloodthirstiness. Lin Feng looked ferocious at that moment, but there was a problem. He had to recall those swords back into his body, otherwise he would lose control and they would start controlling him. "Come back!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. There was a gigantic pressure on his body, those 3 swords were shaking violently. They were resisting Lin Feng, they weren't coming back. They were already trying to absorb Lin Feng's determination and trying to control his soul. The evil lights in Lin Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He looked like a sanguinary demon. His eyes held onto the evil lights, but occasionally, for a second, they would go back to looking normal. Lin Feng was gnashing his teeth extremely hard as blood splashed out of his mouth. His soul came out, it was shaking violently. Those 3 swords enveloped were starting to control his soul, but Lin Feng's determination was extremely strong and resilient. Those swords kept shaking, those dark lights surrounded Lin Feng's body, they were trying to swallow him. When Lin Feng was killing those people, the murderous determination of these swords had already started taking control over him. At the time it had helped him to kill them. But after having killed them all, they didn't want to move back into his body. They just wanted to make Lin Feng turn into a demon, they wanted to annihilate mankind. Lin Feng kept shaking while shouting violently, "Go!" In a flash, his determination flew towards those swords and buzzing sounds spread in the air. Lin Feng then moved into the water of the lake. The fresh water of the lake made Lin Feng regain his consciousness a little, he couldn't submit to those swords. Lin Feng was willing to use those extremely efficient swords as weapons, but he didn't want to become their subject, he couldn't let his determination get destroyed by them. As long as he resisted, as long as he had determination and a strong soul, he wouldn't submit himself, no matter what. At the bottom of the lake, bubbles and whirlpools appeared all around Lin Feng. Lin Feng violently shook his hands, and with his hands, forced the swords to move into his back. Blood dyed the water of the lake, the swords didn't want to move back into his body, so they started cutting him and injuring him. The determination of those swords is much stronger than before, thought Lin Feng. It seemed like as he broke through to higher cultivation levels, the swords also recovered their initial determination from the past, before they had been sealed in the mountain. They were using Lin Feng's cultivation and determination to recover their own. Those swords had only recovered a little bit of determination though, not everything. They were trying to wreck Lin Feng's determination to recover their own and use his body as a host. How could Lin Feng accept? Go back. The swords were moving back into his body from the back and blood kept spreading in the water. It was extremely painful, as if they had been cutting his bones. Those swords were unwilling to go back into his body, and he was unwilling to submit. Lin Feng would prefer dying with them than giving up. At that moment, Lin Feng's determination was indestructible, he didn't want to become a slave to those swords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, The Old Man and the Young Girl. Chapter 569, The Old Man and the Young Girl. In love with life, the young hero is determined. As a young man, determined to reach the clouds. Determined to fly above the mountains and rivers of the 9 clouds. Everybody's heart is filled with sorrow and grievance. The young man is gone, only alcohol can make you forget. Forget the past. A sad song was resonating in the atmosphere of a piece of wilderness in Celestial Dragon. There was an old man and a young girl. They were carrying baskets full of medicine on their back. The old man looked extremely sad, he was singing that sad song and his voice was trembling with emotion. The young girl was about 14 years old, she had a ponytail and looked pure, as if she knew nothing about the world. From her eyes, one could see that she was also sad. "Grandpa, here you go again," said the young girl, her voice was melodious and clear. "Littleya, do you miss your big brother?" asked the old man, sounding sad. He was looking at the girl in a soft and tender way, but he also looked sad. "Grandpa, can you stop talking about it?" asked the young girl, sounding a bit angry. "Littleya, alright, I will stop talking about," said the old man while caressing the young girl's head. He sighed, he looked sad and nostalgic. His head was filled with memories. The wind was brushing their skin. The old man and the young girl remained silent. The young girl had a small basket on her back and the old man was carrying a big one. They kept walking forwards, remembering the past. They arrived on a grassland by a lake. "Look, Grandpa, so many corpses." The young girl noticed many corpses all around the lake. She was surprised. The old man frowned and shook his head. "There's somebody else there." The young girl noticed a silhouette in the lake. That person seemed dead. "Littleya, let's leave." The old man grabbed the young girl's hand and started walking away. He didn't want the young girl to see those corpses. But the young girl pulled him back. She didn't want to leave. She was staring at the silhouette in the lake. "Grandpa, wait!" shouted the young girl. The old man still tried to pull her and said, "Let's leave." "Wait, Grandpa, he looks like my big brother," said the young girl. When the old man heard the girl, he looked at the silhouette in the lake. It was a young man with a handsome face. He looked outstanding. He really looked like his grandson. That young man was about the same age as his grandson, and his face looked like him too. He was wondering if that young man's smile was as radiant as his grandson's. The old man let go of the young girl's hand and the girl immediately started running on the water of the lake. In order to do that, it meant that she had, at least, broken through to the Ling-Chi layer. Very quickly, she arrived next to the young man's body, grabbed his body and lifted him up. Then she brought him back to the lakeside. "Grandpa, he's still alive," said the young girl while delicately putting him down. The young man was covered with blood. He looked like he had spent lots of time in the water. He was deathly pale and had wrinkles everywhere. His skin was very swollen. The old man nodded and said, "Indeed, he has one last mouthful of air left." "Grandpa, you must save him," said the young girl. She looked impatient. The old man looked irresolute and hesitant. He nodded his head and said, "Since your brother died, I swore that I would never save anyone apart from you." "Grandpa, you just said that because you were furious. You are a doctor. It is your duty to save and cure people. You are a merciful and kind person. How could you let someone die?" "Don't you think he really looks like my brother?" said the girl, sounding anxious and tenacious. "Littleya, he is not your brother," said the old man while shaking his head and smiling wryly. "I don't care, save him," said the young girl in a soft voice. She was stubborn. The old man was speechless. After his grandson's death, the only person left in his life was that young girl. He had raised her like his daughter. "All right, this is an exception though," said the old man when he saw how stubborn the young girl sounded. The young girl then smiled in a resplendent way. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Grandpa, but..." The old man shook his head and crouched down. He then put his hand on the young man's wrist. In a flash, he started shaking from head to foot and abruptly stood up. He looked astonished. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" asked the young girl when she saw how surprised her grandfather looked. "Littleya, I can't save him," said the old man with sharp lights flashing in his eyes. "Why?" asked the young girl. She didn't understand. "I just can't." "Let's leave now, Littleya," demanded the old man while pulling the young girl. But the young girl didn't understand and kept staring at the young man lying on the ground. Cough, cough. The young man coughed and some blood mixed with the water of the lake which spilt out of his mouth. The girl was surprised. "Grandpa, you must save him. He's still alive. If you don't, he will die," said the girl. She was certainly not going to leave. "Littleya, I really can't. Why can't you?" "Grandpa, you are an amazing doctor. You know all the remedies of the world. You can cure anyone. You said you wouldn't save anyone else since my brother died, but now it's just like my brother. He's about to die, and you can save him. Why wouldn't you?" asked the young girl. She was angry and glaring at the old man. The old man was fixedly staring at her. He remained silent for a moment, sighed and saw that he wouldn't manage to make the young girl change her mind. He gave his basket to the young girl, crouched down and took another small basket which he was carrying. He opened the small basket and many twinkling and shiny golden syringes appeared. Those syringes could pierce through people's veins, bones, muscles, and even chi. Their content could spread everywhere in a person's body. The old man then opened the young man's clothes and a fire appeared. He burnt the syringes and slowly injected them into the young man's body. Small subtle sounds were spreading in the atmosphere. The old man put the needles in a 9x9 formation. There were 81 syringes in total. The young man's body was covered with them. The girl was surprised. Her grandpa was using so many needles. That was a lot. After the old man performed all those injections, another fire appeared and nourished the fire of the syringes so it wouldn't go out. The content of the syringes kept spreading in the young man's body. His body slightly turned red. Some small black stains appeared at the different places where the needles were on his skin. They were burning his skin. At the same time, water kept flowing out of his body, not out of his mouth but out his pores. The water was evaporating thanks to the fire. When the young girl saw that the young man's face was turning red, and wasn't as pale as before, she felt relief. 81 needles had been enough to save his life. The young man looked redder and redder as if he had been about to burn. His entire body was fire red. Cough, cough. The young man choked. It seemed like he was coughing out all the bad things in his body. The young girl's smile was getting more and more resplendent. Up, said the old man. He shook his head and all the needles rose up in the air. The old man extinguished the fire and put everything back in his basket. Grandpa, why are you not waking him up? Asked the young girl. After the 81 injections, the best thing to do now was to wake him. Not now, said the old man. He picked up the young man's body and put him on his back. He then said, Lilia, you take both baskets, let's go back. His injuries are not light. All right, said the young girl while nodding. Even though she didn't understand what the old man meant, she obeyed him. She was certain that her grandpa was going to save that young man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, Waking Up. Chapter 570, Waking Up. After the young girl and the old man left the lakeside, two people appeared in the sky. They kept glancing around. There, said one of them while looking at the corpses. They were both speechless as they immediately moved down and landed on the ground. All they could see was a sea of corpses. It seemed that they had all been lacerated by a sword. They had all died. Those two people pulled a long face. How was that possible? So many strong cultivators had been killed, even a cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer. How come they hadn't killed Lin Feng? In front of them, many people were dead but Lin Feng's corpse wasn't there. Nia Yun, what do you think? Asked one of them while pulling a long face to the young man next to him. Maybe some people helped him, said Nia Yun in a cold and detached way. The middle-aged man nodded. There was only one solution. Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to kill so many strong cultivators without any help. Lin Feng had only broken through to the 4th Xianxi layer. Even though he was very strong and could defeat one cultivator of the 6th Xianxi layer, how could he resist dozens of cultivators of the 6th Xianxi layer and one cultivator of the 7th Xianxi layer? How come they hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng? Who could have helped him though? Asked the middle-aged man. Nia Yun shook his head. The only solution was that people from Dragon Mountain had helped him, or maybe the strongest cultivators of Xueyu. Besides, people from Dragon Mountain would have never handled the situation in such a way. They wouldn't have annihilated all these people from Tianfeng and left them here. The problem now is that Lin Feng hasn't died. After all of them died, Lin Feng has disappeared. Someone helped him or saved him, said Nia Yun slowly. The middle-aged man looked irresolute. That was a disaster for them. Lin Feng had just broken through to the 4th Xianxi layer. It was terrifying to think that he had killed all those people by himself. It would mean he would be even more terrifying in the future. If Lin Feng became stronger, killing cultivators of the 7th or even of the 8th Xianxi layer wouldn't be a problem anymore. That would be a catastrophe for Tianfeng. They clearly understood that Lin Feng didn't hesitate to annihilate his enemies. He had exterminated a few big sects in Xueyu already. Let's go back. Maybe we will find him. We must kill him. Dragon Mountain is not the easiest place to kill him, but letting Lin Feng live is too dangerous, expressed the middle-aged man coldly. If they came across Lin Feng, they would definitely kill him. But Nia Yun looked hesitant. He didn't know what to think. He was the first envoy of Tianfeng. What he wanted was to kill Lin Feng at the great competition of Xueyu. However, the venerable imperial tutor of Tianfeng wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible in order to avoid future troubles. All in all, it was useless for them to stay there, so they rose up in the air and left. The lake and its surroundings were invaded by an eerie silence once again. The people from Xueyu were still in their residence, having a rest. Some people looked anxious, especially the two brothers of the Yu clan. They were pacing about in a courtyard. They didn't feel like practicing cultivation. They were wondering if Lin Feng was dead or not. If Lin Feng hadn't died, he might already know that they had sent those people to kill him. In short, Yu Qin and Yu Jian weren't feeling safe in Celestial Dragon. They were realizing that some cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds were much stronger than what they had imagined. They were realizing that most people they came across outside there were of the Xianxi layer, and seeing people much stronger than them wasn't rare. They were geniuses from Xueyu. They were considered as extremely strong cultivators in Xueyu. But in Dragon Mountain, they were realizing that they weren't exceptional at all. They were feeling a bit dispirited because of all those things. Besides, Lin Feng was becoming stronger, faster than them. They felt like they were carrying a mountain of pressure on their shoulders and it was making them suffocate. Therefore, they wanted Lin Feng to die as soon as possible. However, Lin Feng knew nothing of all those things. At that moment, he was lying in a small wooden bed in a hut and his eyes were tightly closed. He hadn't woken up. Outside of the hut, the old man was sorting some medicinal herbs. The young girl was in front of a fire. She was ventilating the fire to keep it strong. On the fire, there was a cauldron out of which pleasant fragrances kept emerging. The young girl's face was turning red because of the heat and her hair was messy. Littleia, the fire needs to be pure and hot. Doctors and alchemists are different. Alchemists need recipes, doctors need patience, said the old man slowly. The young girl nodded and said, Grandpa, you already told me that 1,000,000 times. If I don't tell you these things many times, you will never remember, said the old man smiling. Grandpa, why don't you help him wake up? Asked the girl sounding surprised. I can't, there are a few things in his body which need to be kept under control, otherwise, it will influence him and hurt him, explained the old man as if the girl couldn't understand. She only nodded, she trusted her grandfather. The fire is good now, we can stop it. Go and give him the potion, said the old man while smelling the fragrance of the alcohol. He wanted to make sure that the potion was ready. All right, said the young girl while turning off the fire. She took a spoon and put the potion in a bowl, she then covered it with a towel and brought it inside. The old man looked at the young girl walk away while shaking his head and smiling wryly. He continued making other potions as if nothing else mattered in the world. In the hut, the girl was blowing on the potion to make it cool down. Lin Feng's eyes were still closed. She put 1/3 of the potion into his mouth, allowing it to spread in his body. It was useless to give him more. Even though the girl knew it was a waste, she really wanted to save him. She continued to give him everything. Very quickly, the bowl was empty. The girl even gave Lin Feng another bowl. She kept giving him the potion. She only had one last bowl left in her hand. My brother was as young as you when he died. I wonder if you will be as handsome as him when you wake up, whispered the young girl. She blew on the bowl once again and poured the content into Lin Feng's mouth. However, at that moment, Lin Feng spat out some of the potion. The young girl wiped off some of the liquid around Lin Feng's mouth, but at that moment, a sharp sound spread in the air which scared her. She raised her head and saw Lin Feng's eyes. He had just opened them. Ah! The girl cried out in surprise. Immediately after, she heard a sound. The bowl fell down and broke. Lin Feng's eyes looked terrifyingly ice-cold, sanguinary, and aggressive. The girl started shaking violently. She had the impression that it was an illusion. Those eyes didn't match his face. He didn't look as handsome as her brother because of them, he looked evil. She was scared. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed an acute pain in his body which made him groan in a gloomy way. He had the feeling that an evil force was controlling his body. Ah! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. In a flash, the old man appeared. When the old man saw Lin Feng's evil expression in his eyes, his hand flew and he attacked Lin Feng's body. He started slapping him over and over again. At the same time, his eyes twinkled and a needle appeared as he stuck it into Lin Feng's shoulder. It was filled with sun energy. He injected these needles into both of Lin Feng's shoulders. Afterward, Lin Feng calmed down. In a flash, his muscles stopped twitching. He closed his eyes and then immediately opened them again. Lin Feng looked like he was suffering a lot as he was frowning intensely. He was still alive. He hadn't died. He could barely remember what happened with the evil swords. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, Recovering. Chapter 571, Recovering. The evil swords had a strong determination, so it had been a battle between Lin Feng's determination and the determination of the swords. They wanted to control him and invade his body. Lin Feng didn't want to become possessed by those evil swords. He had tried to make them go back into his body through his back, but blood had flowed. He had decided that if they didn't go back into his body, he would prefer dying with them. In the end, his determination had won over the determination of the swords and he had managed to recall them back into his body. He then used his soul to surround them inside him, thus imprisoning them. However, he had lost all his pure chi and his determination was profoundly affected. His soul had also lost some of its strength. His entire body was empty, all his energies and different sorts of strength had been drained out. He was badly injured and had almost died. But at that moment, he was lying in a bed, still alive. After a moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes again. They were twinkling. The old man and the young girl were standing in front of him. They were calmly observing him, especially the old man. He was staring at him vigilantly. "Why did you constrict my strength?" asked Lin Feng coldly. He could sense that his physical strength had undergone something unusual. It seemed like something or someone had sealed his strength and pure qi. "I didn't do it. Are you not the one who did it?" asked the old man indifferently. Lin Feng was confused. He didn't look cold anymore, he looked calm again. "It's my fault, I'm sorry, thank you for saving me," said Lin Feng. He was regaining consciousness, slowly starting to remember what had happened. It almost felt like his cultivation had been sealed. Lin Feng felt ashamed and guilty. They had saved his life and he was blaming them. But Lin Feng's tone of speech was still very cold and gloomy. "Are you different from before? Do you have a dark feeling?" asked the old man. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked at the old man for a long time and then nodded. He could indeed feel that he was different. He had changed. His personality had become ice cold. He couldn't help it. "Next time you shouldn't use a strength which is not yours. You were lucky this time, but maybe that next time you will not be as lucky," said the old man while shaking his head. Indeed, Lin Feng had used 3 swords and their determination was monstrously powerful. He hadn't been able to control them entirely. If he had used 9 swords, he would have become a monster. He needed a monstrously powerful strength to control those swords, otherwise he couldn't use them. He would end up possessed by that demonic force. Lin Feng moved and tried to sit down, but he couldn't. His entire body felt extremely painful. He slightly raised his body and fell back down. "Do you think that your injuries are that light? Now, you need to rest, don't think too much. It takes time for the medicine to cure you. The medicine is preventing you from using your strength right now, but the effects will dissipate slowly as you recover. You will recover, but you need to rest to do so," explained the old man, glancing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was surprised. The medicine was preventing him from using his strength. Nobody had done that to him before. The old man had used extremely strong medicine on Lin Feng. If he had used that on any other regular person, their cultivation could have been crippled. The old man then turned around and left the hut slowly. Lin Feng looked at the old man's silhouette and used his celestial eyes to look at him. He was dumbfounded. The old man didn't seem strong at all. He was an ordinary old man. "Don't be surprised. I am an ordinary doctor, but I am different from other doctors. I am a real doctor," said the old man slowly. He didn't misunderstand Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng was only curious. "A real doctor," whispered Lin Feng when he heard the old man. Other doctors weren't real doctors? But the old man had really used extremely powerful medicine on Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he had saved him. Besides, he had managed to constrict the strength of the evil swords as well as Lin Feng's own physical strength. Thanks to the old man, the evil swords weren't controlling Lin Feng. "Doctors, it seems like I underestimated them. There are some real ones," thought Lin Feng. He then looked at the young girl. She was 14. She looked clean and smart. She was also looking at him in a strange way. She didn't understand what her father and Lin Feng had been talking about. Was there something in Lin Feng's body? "Are you feeling better?" asked the girl. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Apart from the fact that I can't move, I feel normal." "Oh," said the young girl while smiling, and then tried to cheer him up. "Don't worry, as long as my grandpa is here, you will be alright. You just need to rest." Lin Feng remained silent and nodded. "You can rest, I will ask my grandpa to give you more medicine," said the young girl while running away and leaving Lin Feng alone in the hut. He was just blankly staring at her. One day later, in the small hut, Lin Feng was sitting on the bed and drinking the same potion. His face had regained some color already and his body felt a lot less painful. "I have almost recovered." Lin Feng shook his head while looking at the bowl. The potion was too bitter. Lin Feng had never drunk such a bitter potion. It made him feel nauseous. "No, you must drink it all," insisted the young girl firmly and continued pouring the potion into Lin Feng's mouth. Lin Feng had no choice. He finished everything. Finally, Lin Feng took a deep breath as he finished the potion. He then moved and said to the girl, "I want to stand up and walk." Lin Feng knew the young girl's name already. Obviously, he had been there for one day already. Her name was Xiaoya. She was an extremely pure and innocent young girl. Her heart was free from evil. She looked at him hesitantly but nodded and said, "Okay, I will help and support you." She grabbed Lin Feng's arm and tried to help him stand. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Since he had landed in the world of cultivation, he had never thought that such a thing would ever happen to him. He stood up, made a few steps and said, "It's alright, I can walk by myself." "Oh. The young girl stopped holding him and looked at Lin Feng walk forwards. Lin Feng still looked cold, he was walking slowly, there was no problem. He just had the sensation that his muscles were a bit paralyzed. Lin Feng walked a few steps and left the hut. Tap tap tap. Lin Feng was walking step by step and discovered the wonderful scenery in front of him. He continued to walk for a while and then stopped and took in a deep breath. How beautiful! There was an emerald green mountain chain outside of the hut, it was a wonderful landscape. In such an environment, Lin Feng felt like he was filled with vitality and vigor again. He wanted to walk and explore the area, it was so beautiful. It made him want to run around and see nature. He was at the top of a mountain in the middle of that mountain chain. Walk a lot, observe a lot, regain some vitality, try to understand various things, and then the coldness will leave your heart. Explained the old man who was behind Lin Feng. He was talking in a slow and reassuring way. Lin Feng had to talk a lot, observe a lot, regain his vitality, understand things. When he was still weak, Yan Yu Ping Sheng had told him to meditate and understand things to improve his cultivation a lot. Afterwards, he had become a better cultivator. Then Yan Yu Ping Sheng told him how to use deadly energy with his zither. It was then that Lin Feng had become a real murderer. However, his deadly energy had changed since he had used the evil swords. His soul and deadly energy had become much colder. The old man was actually telling him to meditate. Everything was a cycle, it was a new start. Xiaoyou was calmly standing on Lin Feng's side and was observing the emerald mountain chain as well, she looked so innocent. You know, I had one brother, he was as young as you. He had extremely high natural abilities, and a high cultivation level. He used to say he liked my face and my name. He was such a good brother to me and his smile was heartwarming. Said the young girl in a low voice. She was smiling in a resplendent way while remembering her brother. Lin Feng understood how much that young girl used to love her brother. But suddenly, one day, he left us and died. He will never come back. I am alone with my grandpa now. She was still smiling but her heart was filled with sadness which made Lin Feng shiver. He had died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, Little Sister. Chapter 572, Little Sister. The wind was brushing Lin Feng's skin and he could feel the young girl's sorrow. Her brother, an extremely talented and strong cultivator, had died when he was as young as Lin Feng. He used to compliment her all the time and smile in a radiant way. That was such a beautiful and happy time, but then he had suddenly died. How sad. However, the young girl was still smiling in a pure and unadulterated way. After my brother died, my grandpa and I have been traveling around, we like to stay in some wild and remote places. We have some breaks, observe nature and rest. Now we're in this mountain chain of Celestial Dragon, we've been here for a while. Said the young girl. The old man was bringing her to various places to watch beautiful nature, they were looking for the meaning of life, for places where they could feel alive. My brother died when he was your age and you're still alive, you're also extremely talented and strong, why are you still not happy? Why are you so cold? Just relax. Said the young girl when she saw how cold Lin Feng looked. She was smiling in a radiant way, she looked like a little sunshine. Lin Feng suddenly felt guilty, he was still alive, he was going to recover promptly, he had parents who loved him and he even had 2 girlfriends who were waiting for him. Why was he so cold? Phew. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued to walk slowly towards a piece of emerald green field. The young girl was following him too, she wanted to stay with him. Little ya! Shouted the old man, which made her stop. She turned her head and saw the old man nodding at her, leave him alone, but... The young girl looked at Lin Feng and then nodded. She stopped following him. Lin Feng was walking alone on the hillside towards some more emerald green places. He was walking slowly, moving up the hill. He then arrived at the top of a mountain. In front of him, there was a precipice, it was emerald green too. Lin Feng observed the landscape and sat down slowly. He then lied down again and looked at the azure blue sky. He was lying between an azure blue sky and an emerald green grass. Lin Feng closed his eyes and started breathing deeply, trying to feel alive. Lin Feng stayed there for an entire day. The young girl and the old man didn't bother him at all, as if they had forgotten about him. Lin Feng was still lying on the ground, he was starting to forget the hardships he had gone through. Lin Feng was just breathing calmly, as if he had never breathed before. Since he had come to this world, Lin Feng had the feeling that he had always been under pressure, doing millions of things. He had never really taken the time to breathe, at least not like this. Time to eat! Shouted a voice at that moment. Lin Feng then heard some steps. He turned around and crawled on the ground. He saw a silhouette in the distance. It was the young girl. She was carrying a bowl of food. She immediately crouched down in front of him. You haven't eaten anything for a whole day, are you not hungry? Look, I have some delicious food for you, said the young girl, while taking the lid covering the bowl away. The food smelt great as it immediately began invading Lin Feng's nostrils. It's grilled wild rhinoceros meat, it will give you strength, said the girl, while putting the bowl in front of Lin Feng and smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng sat down. He looked impatient to eat. Here, take it, said the young girl, while putting it in Lin Feng's hands. He raised his head and a magnificent smile appeared on his face. The young girl was astonished. At that moment, Lin Feng didn't look cold anymore. He didn't look expressionless, aggressive, and violent either. He was just smiling in a resplendent way. He looked alive. In his eyes, there was nothing but the food though. Bro, whispered the young girl, in a voice which sounded illusional. Lin Feng was speechless. But he smiled and put his hand on the girl's head, caressing her hair firmly and making it a bit messy. Stop that, said Xiaoya, sounding angry, but that anger was the kind of anger a young girl would feel when being teased by an older brother. If I had such a little sister, I would be so happy, thought Lin Feng. He then grabbed the bowl, separated the food into two, one part for him and one part for Xiaoya. We're like one. Yes, just like one person. Xiaoya grabbed some grilled rhinoceros meat and wolfed down her food. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. She didn't look like an elegant young lady at that moment. Lin Feng kept eating. After finishing their meal, they both lied down on the grass and looked at the sky. They seemed full and extremely happy. I'm so full, said Xiaoya, while looking at Lin Feng. There was oil all over her mouth. She looked extremely cute. Lin Feng looked at her and smiled in a warm and tender way. The girl was realizing that Lin Feng's smile looked like that of her brother, like a sunshine. Can I always call you brother? Asked the young girl. Lin Feng was a bit surprised, remained silent for a moment and then smiled and said, I always wanted a little sister. Promise, said the young girl, while stretching her little finger to Lin Feng. Lin Feng did the same, caught her little finger with his own and then said, I promise. He, I have a new brother, said Xiaoya. She looked at the sky and asked, Bro, you still need to tell me your name. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, whispered the young girl, while smiling. Grandpa will be so happy when he knows that I have a new brother. Will he not think that I'm a liar? Lin Feng smiled. He won't. You don't understand him. He looks cold but he has a soft heart, he is generous and warm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be such a capable doctor, said Xiaoya, while smiling. Lin Feng slightly nodded. A doctor's purpose was to save people, heal them. If they were not kind-hearted, they couldn't become good doctors, they would never become skilled enough. If their true purpose was to save lives, they could become great doctors. That was true even for alchemists, they would then be even more respected by people. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the old man was kind, otherwise he wouldn't have saved his life. Let's go and see Grandpa, said the young girl, while pulling on Lin Feng's hand. They then both ran towards the hut. Lin Feng had recovered a lot, he could run again. The old man was still picking up some herbs and was a bit surprised when he saw Lin Feng and the young girl run towards him, especially due to the change in Lin Feng's expression. He had a resplendent smile on his face. The old man looked at Lin Feng from head to toe and could see that Lin Feng's smile was authentic and sincere, he wasn't hiding anything. The old man was very surprised. What a strong vitality and power of understanding, thought the old man. He then nodded at Lin Feng. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would recover from the evil energies that quickly. He had become his own self again and even looked like he had understood himself more than before. How rare. Lin Feng and the young girl arrived next to the old man. Lin Feng bowed in front of him in a grateful manner. Grandpa, I have a new big brother, announced the young girl, which astonished the old man. He then looked at Lin Feng. The old man lowered his head and continued picking up herbs. He didn't say anything but nodded indifferently. What's wrong, Grandpa? Are you not happy? Asked Xiaoya. The old man slowly raised his head. He looked extremely sad. He then smiled at Lin Feng and said, At first, I didn't intend to save you. You perfectly understand the situation you were in when we found you. However, Lilia convinced me to save you because you resembled her dead brother, therefore I agreed to save you, but I still had my worries about what would you be like after waking up. It seems like I thought too much. I hope that you will always be the way you are now. I also hope that you will never use an external strength again, unless you are strong enough to control it. I understand, said Lin Feng while nodding and bowing once again. All right. Now leave me alone, don't disturb me," said the old man, while waving. He then lowered his head and continued picking up herbs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, The Separation. Chapter 573, The Separation. Early in the morning, a gentle but cold breeze was blowing. In front of the small hut, Feng was sitting on a rocking chair which emitted squeaking sounds. He was enjoying the peace and tranquility of the early morning with his eyes closed. In love with life, the young hero is determined. As a young man, determined to reach the clouds. Determined to fly above the mountains and rivers of the 9 clouds. Everybody's heart is filled with sorrow and grievance. The young man is gone, only alcohol can make you forget. Forget the past. In the distance, a voice was resonating in the air. Feng opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. It was misty in the mountains, but Feng could see the old man with his basket on his back. He was slowly walking towards the hut. Every day, at night, the old man would go away and pick up herbs until early in the morning. He was going then because the fragrance of the herbs was much more intense at night. Everybody's heart is filled with sorrow and grievance. The young man is gone, only alcohol can make you forget. Forget the past, whispered Feng. He looked at the old man and smiled at him. You woke up, said the old man, while nodding at Feng. Good morning, Grandpa, said Xiaoya, while coming out of the hut on Feng's left side. Bro, good morning, said Xiaoya. When she saw Feng on the rocking chair, she had a sweet smile on her face. After Feng saw her smile, he felt delighted and smiled back in the same resplendent way. Xiaoya went to wash her face and then came back to Feng. Then she said, Bro, let's go for a walk together. All right, agreed Feng, nodding. Xiaoya went behind him and started pushing the chair. It had wheels under it. Actually, it was the chair her grandfather used to knit in. Because Feng had taken very powerful medicine, his body was half paralyzed at that moment. Xiaoya was pushing the chair towards the mountains. Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed the freshness and fragrance of the atmosphere. He felt like he was intoxicated with happiness. The old man put his basket down and looked at them from a distance. He smiled and shook his head. Xiaoya wasn't feeling lonely anymore. The old man had a strange facial expression at that moment. He looked pensive. Bro, how do you feel right now? Asked Xiaoya, while pushing the chair. I feel much better, answered Feng. He was still taking the old man's medicine and could feel that he was recovering quickly. He almost felt better than before the event with the evil swords. Feng had the feeling that he could sense his hair and pores much better than before, especially when the wind was brushing away on his skin. It felt very pleasant. Feng was impatient to recover. It would have been great to be entirely healthy again. Grandpa is a great doctor who will cure all your injuries. You just need to rest and you will be perfectly healthy soon enough, said Xiaoya, smiling. Alchemists used pills which had immediate results, but doctors' remedies were different. They required time, especially the remedies the old man had given to him. Their effects required a long time. Feng couldn't stand up each time he took those remedies. Actually, the doctor could have allowed Feng stand up, but he had chosen to let him recover slowly. Xiaoya, what is your grandfather's name? Asked Feng suddenly. The old man had saved Feng's life, but Feng still didn't know his name. Wu Tian, Xiao Wu Tian, replied Xiaoya in a soft and tender way. She had a lot of respect for her grandfather. He was the person she respected the most. Xiao Wu Tian, whispered Feng, what an incredible name. Translator's note, Wu means to dance and Tian means sky. It didn't match the old man's personality though. Xiaoya was pushing the chair before arriving at the top of a mountain. They both looked at the emerald immensity before their eyes and at the sea of clouds. In the distance, the red morning sun was slowly rising. It was particularly beautiful above the emerald boundlessness. How beautiful. I wish we could do this together every morning, said Xiaoya in a low voice. Feng felt extremely calm and serene at that moment, just as if he had been meditating. Meditation. Observing nature was a sort of meditation. Both of them remained silent and calmly enjoyed the landscape. A long time passed, even the sun began setting. Still, Feng and Xiaoya hadn't left. Feng was on the rocking chair as he watched the sunset. Xiaoya was sitting next to him, sometimes calmly lying down. Only after it became dark outside did Xiaoya push Feng back to the hut. On the second day, they were at the top of the mountain looking at the morning sun once again. They were calmly observing the nature around them. And the third day they did the same. On the fourth day, they did the same as well. Xiaoya's fingers were in Lin Feng's hair, she was playing with his hair, laughing and giggling. It was at this moment that Lin Feng moved. Phew. Lin Feng breathed deeply and stood up. He made a light step, and then one more. Lin Feng felt great with his recovering body. Xiaoya, I can stand up again, said Lin Feng, while smiling and clenching his fist. The strength of the Harukas and his pure qi were flowing in his body again. He felt very well. Even though his pure qi and physical strength hadn't reached their maximum again, Lin Feng knew that it was only a matter of time. Lin Feng's pure qi hadn't disappeared, it was just the effect of the medicine which was preventing it from returning back to normal. His strength of the Harukas was as powerful as before though. He. Xiaoya giggled when she saw Lin Feng stand up. She smiled in a sweet way. If Lin Feng could stand up again, it was proof that he was very strong. He wasn't in such a bad state anymore. He had almost entirely recovered. The only problem was the effect of the medicine on his body, but it was going to wear off soon. Bro, let's go and tell Grandpa the good news, said Xiaoya, pulling Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was flying, the wind was blowing on his face. Even though it had only been a few days since he had last flown, he had the impression that it was a new feeling. Grandpa! Shouted Xiaoya, she was very excited but nobody replied. Grandpa, Lin Feng can stand up again. Xiaoya opened the old man's hut and saw nobody, she stopped. Did Grandpa go to pick up herbs? Whispered Xiaoya. She was surprised. She smiled at Lin Feng and looked in the other hut, but nobody was there either. The old man was nowhere to be found. At that moment Lin Feng moved closer to the old man's hut and shouted, Xiaoya! Bro, what's up? Xiaoya ran towards Lin Feng and looked in the same direction as him, she was astonished. There were a few words carved into the wood of the table. Lin Feng, please take care of Xiaoya. Grandpa, Xiaoya was shaking her head, she walked backwards and shouted at the hut, Grandpa. Lin Feng ran towards Xiaoya, as she burst into tears. Tears kept flowing on her cheeks while she continued calling for her grandfather. How was that possible? Her grandfather couldn't abandon her. Xiaoya was trying to calm down but she knew the truth, her grandfather had really abandoned her. Her grandfather had left, she couldn't find him anywhere. She ran around while crying for a long time, until she was exhausted. She sat down on the ground and continued weeping, it felt painful, her grandfather had left. Lin Feng calmly approached Xiaoya and sat down beside her. He gave her a big hug and caressed her hair. She hadn't expected that her grandfather would leave that way, he had said nothing. But Lin Feng understood that if the old man had done things that way, it was because he had his own reasons. He didn't want to hurt Xiaoya, that's why he had left that way. It was also clear to Lin Feng that the old man was extremely depressed. Many things had happened to the old man in his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, Visualizations. Chapter 574, Visualizations. Lin Feng was still hugging Xiaoya, he had tears on his sleeves. He didn't know what to say to cheer her up, so he continued gently caressing her hair. Bro, do you think Grandpa will ever come back? Asked Xiaoya, while moving a little bit. She moved away from Lin Feng's arms, her face was still covered with tears. Lin Feng raised his head, smiled and said, he will definitely come back. Your grandpa loves you and will certainly miss you. He left so suddenly because he probably had some important things to do. Wait until he is done and then he will come back. Really? Asked Xiaoya surprised. Lin Feng was probably just trying to cheer her up. Of course, said Lin Feng, smiling and nodding. Xiaoya, let's go back and see what your grandfather left behind. He left us this message, maybe we will find another message. Grandpa left something? Yes, on the table. Answered Lin Feng, nodding. Okay, let's go and see, said Xiaoya. She immediately stood up and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, she was impatient to see what her grandfather had left. In the hut, as expected, there were things on the table. There were actually 3 things left behind. There was a thing made of fur, Lin Feng was surprised, it looked like a skin mask. The old man had surprisingly left a skin mask. It was probably for Lin Feng. Then, he was even more surprised, there were actually all sorts of different skin masks. Why did the old man leave that behind? Thought Lin Feng, frowning. He didn't understand. What were those skin masks for? He then looked to the right, there was a memory jade. Xiaoya, what is inside? Maybe it's for you. said Lin Feng, softly while smiling. Xiaoya nodded and looked inside the memory jade. A moment later she turned to Lin Feng. Bro, it's for you, said Xiaoya, while handing over the jade to him. Bro, have a look and you will understand, said Xiaoya, when she saw that Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng nodded and looked inside. Immediately after, everything became clear to Lin Feng. He understood why the old man had left the fur masks. In that memory jade, there was an illusion technique that enabled a cultivator to hide his chi and even change it. Every cultivator could hide their own face, but they couldn't hide their own chi. If someone else had sharp senses, they could easily recognize someone who had altered their face. However, that technique enabled a cultivator to hide their own chi to make it unrecognizable. Thus, used with those skin masks, that illusion technique was perfect. It enabled a cultivator to completely change his appearance and chi. The old man had left the illusion technique and the skin masks for Lin Feng because he knew that Lin Feng had many enemies. The old man didn't want Lin Feng to be harassed by them. He could become another person when using those things and his enemies would never be able to recognize him. The old man had really thought of everything. Lin Feng then looked on the right and saw a small bowl. There wasn't a potion inside, but many pills. What's that? Lin Feng was unsure. The old man had left pills. What kind of pills were they? Bro, those are pure healing pills. People under the Tian Qi layer can recover their entire pure Qi when taking those pills, even if they don't have any pure Qi left. To Lin Feng's delight, Xiaoya knew what things her grandfather had. Pure healing pills. He was astonished. When a cultivator had no pure Qi left, he could recover it in its entirety when taking those pills. How incredible! If he had had those pills before, he wouldn't have needed to use the evil swords after having used all of his pure Qi for the Black Lotus. He was lucky that the old man had saved him. The old man had prepared all those things for Lin Feng. Grandpa left nothing for me, whispered Xiaoya. She looked incredibly disappointed. Those 3 things were all for Lin Feng. Silly girl, said Lin Feng, while caressing her hand. He said in a gentle voice, your grandfather told me to take care of you and gave me these things. Don't you think that he did that for you too? Xiaoya raised her head and looked at him, nodding. She obviously understood what he meant, but the old man had abandoned her and hadn't left anything concrete for her. She still felt sad and disappointed. Another member of her family had left her. Her grandfather had left her and might never come back. Don't worry, I will take care of you until your grandfather comes back, said Lin Feng, while caressing the girl's hair before walking forward. Sniff sniff. Xiaoya burst into tears once again. She had always been with her grandfather. It was the first time he wasn't by her side. At the top of the mountain, Xiaoya was sitting on the ground, holding her chin with her hands. She was blankly staring at Lin Feng. It had already been 3 days since the old man had left. She was getting used to it. Lin Feng was always with her even while practicing cultivation. Xiaoya would always stay next to Lin Feng and watch while he was practicing. She never bothered him. Lin Feng's pure Qi was recovering slowly. He still needed a few days before entirely recovering. At that moment, he was sitting cross-legged and his eyes were firmly closed. He was doing some visualizations. Some strange threads of Qi appeared around him. It seemed like the Haruka statue was trying to come out of his body. Suddenly an illusion of the Haruka appeared. When Xiaoya saw that, she was astonished. She was blankly staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was doing image visualization. He was visualizing a Haruka statue. It looked like a Buddha and a demon at the same time. His pure Qi is still restrained. What is he practicing? It seems so powerful, thought Xiaoya, when she saw Lin Feng's visualization. Her pure-looking eyes were twinkling. It was the first time she saw someone practicing such a skill. That kind of visualization skill was extremely rare. Lin Feng was visualizing the Haruka while black strength kept flowing in his body. It looked indestructible. The strength of the Harukas kept rotating. There were both big and small cycles. Lin Feng was concentrating on the statue in his brain. His entire consciousness was dedicated to the statue. The strength of the Haruka in his body was becoming much stronger. His pure Qi was too weak at that moment, so it was a great opportunity to practice body cultivation. Lin Feng was realizing that since he had been injured, he was more open-minded, and he felt more natural. His state of mind had thoroughly changed. Besides, the rotation speed of the strength of the Harukas had also increased. Before, when he was visualizing the Haruka, the statue wouldn't come out. But now, he was practicing skills normally and that special visualization skill came out as well. Lin Feng didn't mind having Xiaoya observe him by his side. He had nothing to hide from her, he had no secrets. Lin Feng continued visualizing. He was in a trance. He wasn't waking up. The strength of the Haruka in his body was becoming stronger and stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, The Last Fight. Chapter 575, The Last Fight. The strength of the Haruka. I have to let it flow freely. After 2 days, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked enlightened. Now, his perceptions were more acute. He felt more familiar with the strength of the Harukas. The statue could even emerge out of his body when he was visualizing it. Besides, while visualizing, Lin Feng was realizing that the strength of the Harukas had a part which belonged to the demons and a part which belonged to the Buddhas. But it was surely more holy than evil. Arrghhhh. Lin Feng moved and his fist struck the atmosphere. A terrifying physical strength emerged. It was evil and devastating. His strength of the Harukas didn't look incredible, but it was extremely powerful. This time I immediately managed to make it rotate 1,000 times more than usual. Now my Haruka strength can rotate 5,000 times. Even if I don't have pure chi, I can now kill cultivators of the 6th Qian Qi layer. Whispered Lin Feng. His eyes were still closed and the wind was blowing on his body, gently. He looked perfectly relaxed. The wind brushing away on his body felt extremely comfortable and pleasant. Wind, said Lin Feng, and then he moved like the wind. He looked like an illusion. Xiaoya was astonished. Lin Feng, in a flash, had landed a few hundred meters away. How fast, thought Xiaoya. She was astonished. Traveling over a few hundred meters in a flash was extraordinary. Lin Feng stopped and smiled. His pure chi was still restrained. He couldn't rely solely on his strength of the Harukas because without pure chi he couldn't fly through the air. If he lacked speed but had the necessary strength to kill extremely strong cultivators, it was useless. He needed to move fast. Bro, said Xiaoya. Lin Feng turned around and smiled at Xiaoya in a soft way. Xiaoya, are you not bored? You've been looking at me for a few days. No, I like to look at you when you practice cultivation. Explained Xiaoya while shaking her head. Bro, should we get ready to leave the mountain? Lin Feng looked at Xiaoya and nodded. He had been there for a few days already. He obviously had to leave at some point. He had to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. Oh, I will go and pack up our things then, said Xiaoya while standing up. She then ran over to the hut. Lin Feng sighed. Xiaoya didn't look happy to leave. She was still hoping that her grandfather would come back. Actually, Lin Feng was convinced that if her grandfather had given him those 3 things, it meant that the old man knew that Lin Feng was going to leave. The old man knew that Lin Feng couldn't stay in the mountains forever. If the old man wanted to find them, he wouldn't look for them there. But at least, Lin Feng and Xiaoya could leave a small note for the old man. Then if he really came back, he would be able to find them. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He followed Xiaoya to the hut. Xiaoya had had the same idea as Lin Feng. She was leaving a small note for him by carving a few words into the table. Bro, what should I tell Grandpa so that he can find us easily? Asked Xiaoya when she saw that Lin Feng was there. Let me write it, said Lin Feng. He then moved towards the table and started writing words in huge letters. Shuiyu Country, Yangzhou City. Yangzhou City was Lin Feng's city. No matter what, everybody knew him there. If the old man found Yangzhou City, he would be able to find Lin Feng and Xiaoya. Looking around for them in the continent of the 9 clouds would be too inconvenient. Yangzhou City, whispered Xiaoya. Then she giggled while looking at Lin Feng. Bro, I'm going to pack up. There weren't so many things in that tiny hut. The most important things were the herbs of the old man. There were many priceless herbs. Lin Feng didn't even know about some of them, but he understood that the potions the old man had given him were priceless. Xiaoya took a long time to pack everything. She then smiled at Lin Feng and said, let's go. All right, said Lin Feng. After, the 2 of them slowly left the mountain. They were both walking on a small road. Both of them turned around and looked at the hut one last time with profound expressions in their eyes. Xiaoya looked irresolute and Lin Feng felt nostalgic too. In that hut, Lin Feng had recovered in peace and serenity. It was a synonym of peace for him. Far away from massacres, death, and violence. He had only been staying with an old man who didn't like to talk and an innocent young girl who was adorable. Lin Feng had been able to regain his peace of mind there. In the future, he would maybe rarely find such a place again. On a small rock, Lin Feng took out a skin mask and put it on his face. That mask fused with people's faces perfectly. There wasn't a single flaw. It really looked like a human face. The old man was a doctor, but he was also an expert at fabricating masks. Bro, your face completely changed, said Xiaoya while giggling innocently. Lin Feng had another face. His skin was glossy like wax, he looked like he was sick. "If you can't see that it's a mask, other people won't," said Lin Feng while smiling. His chi also gradually changed into an illusion. It was different from before. Even his closest friends and family members wouldn't be able to recognize him. People from Tianfeng and several others wanted him dead. If he appeared as the real Lin Feng, his life would still be in danger. People from Tianfeng had sent a few dozen extremely strong cultivators to kill him, all of them of the 6th Xian Qi layer and one of the 7th Xian Qi layer. It proved their determination to kill him. Besides, seeing how he had killed them all, if he appeared again, people from Tianfeng would do anything to kill him. After what had happened, they would deploy their full strength. In fact, Lin Feng was guessing right. Last time when the great tutor of Tianfeng and the first envoy Nieyan had appeared at the lakeside, they had decided to kill him as soon as possible. Lin Feng admired Xiao Wu Tian for his anticipations. He had carefully thought about everything. That's why he had given him the skin masks and the illusion technique to change his chi. If Lin Feng didn't have those things, it would be difficult for him to appear in public. In Celestial Dragon, outside of the vast and boundless white imperial palace, there was a gigantic crowd. People were standing on a gigantic stage. All of them were releasing an extraordinary chi. Besides, they were all extremely young. Those people were from Dragon Mountain, Xueyu and Tianfeng. They were the most outstanding disciples of those countries. Now, a last round of selections were commencing before the great competition of Xueyu. Tomorrow they would start heading to Michang. Michang was a mysterious city in Xueyu. It was extremely old. It was actually the oldest city of Xueyu and is filled with many historic sites. There were always many dangers there. It was a great place to become a stronger cultivator. The great competition of Xueyu always took place in Michang, which was interesting because it didn't belong to any of the countries of Xueyu. Michang had never been invaded by anyone else. It was a gigantic and vast area. A very old city filled with monstrously strong cultivators, which made it even more mysterious. And now, Dragon Mountain and the two countries under its jurisdiction had to go through a last selection process. They were going to decide who was participating at the great competition of Xueyu. Everyone from the other 3 empires and the 7 other countries were all going to travel to Michang after that. Around the fighting stage, there was a huge crowd that was looking up at the geniuses with admiration. Several had come to see if the initial candidates had changed or not, for example their cultivation level or if someone had been injured in the last few days. Of course, some people only came to see amazing battles. Those who had already been chosen probably hadn't been stupid enough to fight and get injured or things like that. However, some rumors were spreading that said some candidates had already disappeared and that others had given up. Therefore, Dragon Mountain had decided to review the candidates one last time to establish a final version of the list of candidates. They had also increased the quota of participants, so more people would be able to give it a try if they were confident enough. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, Determination. Chapter 576, Determination. The rules to choose the participants were simple. They had to fight and win to prove that they were strong enough to participate to the great competition of Xueyu. Of course, that wasn't enough. After all, the number of allocated places weren't many, there were only 5 places. They had to keep fighting until there were 5 people left. Those 5 winners would then be sure to participate at the great competition. Before, people regularly died during that round of selection in the frame of which they had to defeat cultivators from Dragon Mountain. However, this time, it was different. They just had to defeat people from Xueyu or Tianfeng and they would be sure to participate to the great competition of Xueyu. Given the opportunity of not needing to challenge cultivators from Dragon Mountain, they were delighted. Of course, many people were looking at cultivators from Xueyu and Tianfeng. They were probably easier to defeat than people from Dragon Mountain. At that moment, a silhouette arrived on the gigantic fighting stage and waved. Everybody suddenly stopped talking. That person was going to declare something. Everybody looked impatient. Participating at the great competition of Xueyu was many people's dreams. Even though it was dangerous, it was an incredible opportunity. It surely had many benefits for cultivators. Today, ladies and gentlemen, you are here, you must clearly understand what is going to happen. I won't need to talk a lot. Those coming onto the fighting stage can challenge others, but I must remind you that on the stage, you cannot kill the challenged, but you can get killed by them. Perhaps you think it is unfair, but that is how we are doing things. You will need to be brave and courageous, otherwise, don't come onto the stage," said that person slowly. Everybody was astonished. Even though they knew that it was always this way, they still felt strange hearing the rules. Those battles weren't supposed to be fair because those who had been chosen by Dragon Mountain weren't allowed to die. Even if those challengers had the strength to kill them, they couldn't. But those challenged could humiliate their opponents in front of everybody, they had to be merciless. However, even if the rules are against it, the challenged may end up dying anyways. Those who wanted to participate at the great competition of Shuyu had to prove that they were courageous, that they didn't care about dying. Courageous people were fearless, all they had in their minds and hearts was cultivation in battles. Alright, let's start. You have until high noon to finish the battles, said that person and left the stage. Everybody's eyes were twinkling. Finally, a silhouette rose up in the air and landed on the stage. He was obviously a young man, only young cultivators were allowed to participate at the great competition of Shuyu. They were all less than 30 years old, that was a rule. That person's eyes looked sharp as he immediately looked at one person. He had been planning to fight against that person since the beginning. He wanted to fight against a cultivator from Shuyu, Yunfei Yang. So cultivators of the 4th Xianxi layer think they can participate at the great competition of Shuyu. Ha ha. Come out, said that person coldly. The crowd was laughing coldly. There were surprisingly people from Shuyu who had only broken through to the 4th Xianxi layer. How miserable. That cultivation level was too low. Yunfei Yang looked emotionless as he slowly walked towards the middle of the fighting stage. You're challenging me? Piece of shit. If people like you participated to the great competition of Shuyu, that would be a waste for us, a waste of available spots for other candidates. People from Tianfeng and Shuyu are a waste, said several people immediately. They hated people from Shuyu and Tianfeng. How come cultivators of the 4th Xianxi layer had managed to be chosen to participate to the competition? All right, said Yunfei Yang while nodding. He then slowly walked towards the middle stage. Each of his steps seemed to be releasing some special strength in the ground, as if he had been condensing some force. Boom boom. A loud sound spread in the air, everyone's hearts started pounding. What was going on? The young man was frowning. It seemed like Yunfei Yang's feet were filled with a gigantic and monumental amount of force. Boom boom boom. Yunfei Yang made another few steps, after which he made a huge step that made everyone's hearts palpitate. Yunfei Yang's feet contained the force of the earth. Yunfei Yang was in fusion with the earth, it was the human earth fusion. A cultivator of the 4th Xianxi layer, and he has already penetrated into the mysterious human earth fusion dimension. The crowd was astonished. They had seemingly underestimated Yunfei Yang's strength. He was in fusion with the earth, so his fighting abilities were higher than most people. It was like Lin Feng with his human earth fusion. Each time he used his sword, it was filled with the force of the earth. This human earth fusion was the same, it enabled a cultivator to borrow force from the earth. Such cultivators could defeat people whose cultivation levels were higher than their own. With determination, it was easy enough to kill people of higher cultivation levels. But apart from the human earth fusion, it seemed like Yunfei Yang had another mysterious ability. It seemed like he understood that terrestrial force extremely well. The aggressive young man on the stage started shaking. He was just staring at Yunfei Yang, who slowly arrived in front of him. A terrifying and oppressive energy crashed onto that person's body, which made his heart pound even more violently. Get lost! Shouted a voice as two fists moved towards his chest and crashed into it violently, making him fly away immediately. Blood splashed everywhere. Boom! The crowd followed the silhouette with their eyes. One punch. The cultivator of the 4th Xianxi layer had defeated the cultivator of the 5th Xianxi layer in one punch. That punch contained a terribly oppressive force, it was unstoppable. If anyone else dares insult me again, they will have to bear the consequences for it, said Yunfei Yang, looking as emotionless as before. He hated people who caused him trouble, he liked peace and tranquility. With that punch, he had made a huge effort to gain lasting repose, he had wanted to scare everyone. Then Yunfei Yang went back to where he was initially standing and closed his eyes to have his peace of mind. Nobody else wanted to challenge him, he was too scary. 4th Xianxi layer? Those who had already been selected to participate to the great competition of Shuyu were all monstrously strong. Yunfei Yang had only broken through to the 4th Xianxi layer, but he could defeat people of the 5th Xianxi layer easily. Despising him was a mistake. The people from Shuyu were all astonished and looking at Yunfei Yang, whose eyes were closed. They were speechless. They didn't really know him, as he was extremely mysterious. He had suddenly appeared from nowhere, he didn't look strong and yet had managed to be chosen for the competition. But, unsurprisingly, all those who had been chosen were incredibly strong. Apparently, Yunfei Yang was from Duanren City. Down the stage, a sick-looking man was surprised and looking at Yunfei Yang. He was smiling in a strange way. That sick-looking man was Lin Feng. On his side, there was Xiaoya, who was holding his sleeve. It seems like everybody misunderstood him, thought Lin Feng. Yunfei Yang wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He looked extremely ordinary, but he wasn't. Lin Feng had never paid attention to him before, but a moment before, during the battle, Lin Feng had focused on his fighting style. Lin Feng realized that Yunfei Yang hadn't used force, and hadn't used his human earth fusion. Actually, he had used determination. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, A Fist. Chapter 577, A Fist. Yunfei Yang had been able to defeat a cultivator of the 5th Xin Shi layer in one punch. He had even made him fly away. That person who challenged him didn't look so proud and arrogant anymore. People were realizing that the cultivators on the stage weren't so easy to defeat. Several people's eyes were still twinkling while looking at the geniuses on the stage. It was impossible that everybody was as strong as Yunfei Yang. Not all of them could use the human earth fusion. On the stage, amongst the cultivators of Dragon Mountain, there were only 2 cultivators of the 5th Xin Shi layer. All the others had broken through to the 6th Xin Shi layer and were truly frightening. Besides, there were also the cultivators from Tianfeng on their right, the envoys. Rumors said that they had recently received the title of envoy in Tianfeng. The weakest were of the 5th Xin Shi layer and 3 of them were missing on the stage. As far as the cultivators from Shuiyu were concerned, they were found on the left. Duan Wu Dao had immediately gone to meet Chang, Duan Wuya wasn't going to participate, and Lin Feng had disappeared. So 2 people were missing from their group only consisted of 7. Amongst that group of 7, there were 2 of the 4th Xin Shi layer. One of them was a high official from Shuiyu, Yu Jian, the other was Yunfei Yang who had already fought. The others had broken through to the 5th or 6th Xin Shi layer. Therefore, many people were looking at Yu Jian, which made him frown. So many people of the 5th Xin Shi layer wanted to fight against him, he was surely upset. Of the many people walking towards the stage, none of them looked arrogant and proud like the first one. These challengers looked cold and glum. Someone arrived on the stage first, stopping all the others in their tracks. They all looked up at the one who had just stepped onto the stage. That young man looked sick and pale. He looked dispirited and not courageous at all. However, his smile was beautiful, like a sunshine. He looked simple and optimistic. One could see that from his eyes. Ha! Many people frowned as they were surprised. What was wrong with that person? They used their celestial eyes to look at him and discovered that his qi was extremely weak. He hadn't even broken through to the Xin Shi layer. Why was he going onto the stage? He wanted to fight against a cultivator of the 4th Xin Shi layer. Indeed, it wasn't an illusion, that young man had really walked onto the stage. The ones down the stage were dumbfounded and those on the stage were astonished when they saw that young man walk onto the stage. That young man looked extremely strange. He looked extremely weak and sick, but he still had that magnificent smile on his face. The strangest thing about the young man was he wasn't alone, there was a young girl with him who was wearing her hair in a ponytail. They glanced to left and right looking extremely naive and innocently curious. In short, he was so weird that he drew everybody's attention. "Are you lost?" asked Yu Jian indifferently. He also felt relieved because everybody was staring at that strange person and not at him anymore. Of course, Lin Feng was in the right place, he wasn't lost. Initially, he was supposed to be on that side of the stage with the group from Shuiyu, but things had changed. He smiled and shook his head. He looked at Yu Jian in a warm and friendly way. "My little sister wanted to go and watch the great competition of Shuiyu with me, but today it's even better, I have the opportunity to come onto the stage. I am so happy to be able to fight against someone who was going to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu," said Lin Feng indifferently. Everybody was astonished. What a naive guy. His little sister wanted him to bring her and watch the great competition of Shuiyu, so he had decided to go onto that stage. Didn't he know what it meant? "Okay," said Yu Jian while frowning. His eyebrows looked like swords and his eyes looked extremely sharp. Even though he was smiling, he still looked like he could stab people with his eyes. "So which one of us do you want to fight?" asked Yu Jian mockingly. He wanted to regain the prestige he had lost a moment ago when people were making fun of him. That strange and weird guy was precisely a good way to do that. "You, of course. Haven't you noticed that everybody wants you to fight?" said Lin Feng with the same resplendent smile on his face. Yu Jian was speechless, his eyes looked sharper and sharper. At that moment, Yu Jian considered that strange guy as an infinite moron, but that moron surprisingly wanted to fight against him? The Celestial Eye skill was very common in Dragon Mountain, even though Yu Jian had never seen it in Shuiyu, he had of course learnt it in Dragon Mountain. When he saw that the stranger's cultivation was so low that he was extremely far from the Xin-Chi layer, he took pity on him. However, that strange guy did want to fight against him. "Do you know that you may die? I can kill you here," expressed Yu Jian, whose voice was even sharper. He was staring at Lin Feng and continued, "If you die, what will happen to your adorable little sister? Who will take care of her? I really dislike people who dare humiliate my little sister. I will slap you 10 times today," said Lin Feng indifferently. He already knew the outcome of the battle. He was going to slap Yu Jian 10 times. "You little piece of trash, I don't feel like talking shit with you anymore," said Yu Jian. He had finally lost his temper. He made a step forward and then started running. His entire body was like a sword. He wanted to impale Lin Feng. Some sword energy moved towards Lin Feng as well, and it was whistling in the air. Lin Feng's clothes were ordinary clothes and in a flash got ragged. There were holes everywhere. Lin Feng was still smiling in a resplendent way. He looked so miserable, pitiful, yet remained confident. CRRR. CRRR. The terrifying sword chi was becoming sharper and sharper. Yu Jian wasn't running fast, but in a flash he had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. His sword energy was putting more and more pressure on Lin Feng's body. "After you die, if your sister agrees, I can take care of her for a few years," said Yu Jian coldly. Yu Jian raised his finger. It was as sharp as a sword and could surely stab Lin Feng to death. As expected, Yu Jian wants to kill him. Thought the crowd while looking at Yu Jian's finger. How cruel. That was normal though, anyone would have killed him. That strange guy wanted to die. When they saw Lin Feng raise his fist, they found him even more pitiful. His fist contained no energy, it wasn't diffusing any magnificent light, he looked too desperate. It was a simple and weak fist. Did Lin Feng want to use his fist to block Yu Jian's finger? He would surely die. How could a fist collide with a sword? They could already imagine Lin Feng's hand getting lacerated. Finally, they saw the finger and the fist collide. The finger didn't impale the fist though, no blood appeared either. They only heard a subtle sound, the sound of cracking bones. Yu Jian's phalanx had broken. Ah! Yu Jian emitted a long and painful shout of agony, making everyone's ears tremble. Yu Jian kept giving blood-curdling shrieks. His finger, which was like a sword, hadn't impaled Lin Feng's fist. Instead, it had broken when it collided with Lin Feng's fist. The fist had won, surprisingly. Was that really a simple fist? Slap. A new sound spread in the air which astonished everybody. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Humiliating Slaps. Chapter 578, Humiliating Slaps. That clear and bright sound was the sound of Lin Feng's hand on Yu Jian's face. He was slapping him. He wasn't slapping him violently, which was even more humiliating. And it wasn't over. Lin Feng had said he would slap him 10 times. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Feng was slapping him extremely fast. Nobody could see his hand because he was moving at the speed of light. Lin Feng was slapping Yu Jian's face, but for him, it felt as if his heart and pride were being slapped. Lin Feng stopped slapping him after the 10th time. Yu Jian looked like he couldn't believe it with his own eyes. Lin Feng was still smiling at him in a resplendent way, but in a way, that smile looked somewhat evil. Until that moment, nobody understood why Lin Feng's chi was so weak and why Yu Jian, who had broken through to the 4th Xin-Chi layer, was being slapped by him. They obviously didn't know that Lin Feng had the strength of the Harukas and that it could rotate 5,000 times in his body. Lin Feng's physical strength was the same as a cultivator of the 5th Xin-Chi layer. It meant that his punches were as strong as the attacks of cultivators of the 5th Xin-Chi layer. In front of Lin Feng, Yu Jian couldn't do anything, and especially not with a finger. Trying to resist Lin Feng was useless. At the beginning, I wanted to slap you 10 times, but after what you said, I will slap you 10 more times, said Lin Feng indifferently. Yu Jian was speechless and blankly stared at him, to the point that he had forgotten to resist. Lin Feng was saying that he was going to slap him 10 more times as if it were a normal thing. Lin Feng wanted to slap him and he could do as he wished. CRRR. CRRR, a terrifying sword energy appeared. Yu Jian suddenly turned into a sharp sword. Moron. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Feng's fist landed on Yu Jian's chest. It felt like a bomb had exploded in his chest. His sword energy immediately disappeared as well. People like you shouldn't be standing on that stage, you're a disgrace, said Lin Feng. Immediately after, he slapped Yu Jian 10 times again. He wasn't using much strength, but it sufficed to destroy Yu Jian's pride. Lin Feng was destroying his vitality, crushing his determination and his willpower on the path of cultivation. Everything Lin Feng said, every slap, all those things were profoundly wounding his heart. Words couldn't describe the way Yu Jian felt. Even though Lin Feng wasn't killing him or injuring him, he was crushing his vitality. Yu Jian was only the first one. Yu Qin, Wu Cheng and the two people in black clothes. Lin Feng remembered them deep in his heart. He had to get his revenge. Those people wanted Lin Feng to die. He wouldn't disappoint them, he would turn into a death god and annihilate them. Disgrace. Get lost. Lin Feng punched Yu Jian and made him fly away. He heavily landed onto the ground. Yu Jian, cultivator of the 4th Xianxi layer, hadn't withstood a single attack. How miserable. From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng had had a monstrous advantage over him. Everybody's eyes were wide open as if they were trying to see how strong Lin Feng was. However, they were disappointed because Lin Feng hadn't used any magical power or skill, he had just punched Yu Jian. It hadn't looked beautiful or magnificent, it had looked plain, he had simply slapped him. It was because Lin Feng hadn't used any skill, that made him even more outstanding and strong. Strength, it's a kind of physical strength. Thought some people. Lin Feng's qi was extremely weak, it seemed that he hadn't even broken through to the Xianxi layer. But he had defeated his opponent in one strike. Everybody had thought that it would be the opposite and that Yu Jian would kill him. But Lin Feng had astonished them and taught them a good lesson. Apart from qi, cultivators could use other things, such as physical strength, which everybody had. The problem was that some people hadn't seen cultivators use physical strength for a very long time, some of them had even never seen anyone use physical strength. Lin Feng was a special cultivator. Physical skills had slowly disappeared from the world of cultivation. Modern cultivators preferred learning magical skills, or practice sword and blade cultivation. They liked to learn how to master the elements, wind, fire, thunders. They liked technical skills. Very few people knew what physical skills were. However, today, they had seen a strong cultivator who didn't use magical skills but physical skills. In a flash, he had been able to crush an extremely strong cultivator with a plain and simple punch. He had broken Yu Jian's finger. He hadn't used pure qi or anything. Then, he had slapped Yu Jian, who had been absolutely unable to resist. That is a very rare skill, thought a young man on the stage at that moment. Lin Feng looked sick and his skin looked glossy, but his smile was magnificent. People could see that his smile was filled with confidence, he was extremely confident. Even though he looked sick, he didn't doubt himself. Everybody had despised him because of his smile and weak-looking appearance, but he hadn't paid attention to them. In his heart, he knew that he was extremely strong. He didn't care about people's expressions of surprise, actually, it proved everything. Interesting, thought Yun Fei Yang while looking at Lin Feng. Yun Fei Yang had surprised everybody, but Lin Feng had as well. People initially thought that the second battle would be uninteresting because the first one was so good, but in the end, people were astonished watching the second. They had discovered another sort of cultivator, a physical cultivator. Lin Feng stopped looking at Yu Jian. Yu Jian and Yu Qing weren't his main targets. He would crush them sooner or later, they were losers in Lin Feng's eyes. Maybe they were extremely happy about the fact that Lin Feng had disappeared, they thought that he was dead already, having been killed on that night. They didn't know that they would die sooner or later, they were beyond redemption. Lin Feng looked at all the people on the stage. He of course knew them all. The 7 envoys were all familiar to him. Even the people from Dragon Mountain were there and could be challenged. Lin Feng could even recognize a few people amongst them. There was Tang Yu, who belonged to the oldest and wealthiest family of Celestial Dragon. She looked just as cold as before. She looked like a crane amongst chicken, people didn't dare look at her in the eyes. On her right, there was another beautiful woman, she was stunning. It was Chang Meng Xin. She had a resplendent smile on her face. Her cleavage was as deep as usual. How many men were falling in love with her? How many would dare attack them? Lin Feng had also astonished a man who was standing between those two beauties. Between them he almost seemed invisible. When Lin Feng saw him, he realized that he was wrong to think that the man regarded so little attention between those two women. He indeed looked ordinary, but in fact his qi was incredible. With him between those two beauties, aesthetic criteria were respected, the scene looked harmonious. Besides, Lin Feng had already seen that person. In the palace of the Cosmic Market, he had seen Li Hen. That young man between Tang Yu and Chang Meng Xin was the one who was with Li Hen in the Cosmic Market. Lin Feng didn't believe that Li Hen was his sister. The old man with whom Lin Feng had exchanged the sanguine soulgrass had told him that some people could break some rules there, that young man was one of them. At that moment, Lin Feng obviously thought of a name. Dragon Mountain's Imperial City, June Emoshi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, 7 Winners. Chapter 579, 7 Winners. In Shuiyu, Duan Wudao was extremely aggressive and violent. If anyone offended him, he killed them. But he was good to those good to him. He was absolutely fearless. However, Jun Emoshi was different. He wasn't violent or aggressive. He was smiling, he looked ordinary, but his chi was proof that he was strong. Who was stronger between Duan Wudao and Jun Emoshi though? Lin Feng understood that with his current strength, he couldn't defeat those two people. He couldn't even defeat Tang Yuyu and Chang Meng Xin. Lin Feng walked on the side of the stage. The crowd calmed down. When they calmed down, they realized they now had another problem. Yunfei Yang and Yu Jian were two cultivators with the lowest cultivation level on stage. Yunfei Yang had proved how strong he was during the first battle. Yu Jian had appeared as a weak one, but no one was able to challenge Yu Jian because Lin Feng had been too quick. Now they couldn't challenge him again because he was injured. The only people left were cultivators of the 5th Shen Qi layer, and fighting against them might prove too difficult. There were 5 open spots for potential candidates, but they wouldn't be so easy to obtain. Putting one's life at stake in such conditions was too scary. "I'll give it a try," said someone at that moment. He looked cold and detached. With his finger, he pointed at a cultivator from Shuiyu, at one of the 2 cultivators in black clothes. Those 2 had broken through to the 5th Shen Qi layer. They had appeared from nowhere in Shuiyu, and Lin Feng didn't know who they were or what their social status was. The one who was pointing at them looked evil and cold. He slowly walked onto the stage and released a monstrously violent energy. His facial expression looked colder and colder. "What a cold energy," thought the crowd. That person gave them a very cold impression. He looked brutal and violent, as if he was going to implode or explode. But those on the stage weren't weak either. They all had a terrifying battle energy. "I know you and I are the same. We are blade cultivators. Take yours out," said the challenger coldly. He then slowly unsheathed the blade he was carrying on his back. It was a simple yet sharp blade. Some azure dragon lights were twinkling on that blade. "It's a good blade," said the one in black coldly with his hands on his waists. He then added, "When I unsheath my blade, blood always flows. So, just before killing you, I will unsheath my blade." "You're too self-confident," said the cold-looking young man with the azure blade. His blade energy became even more intense and strong winds appeared around it. He was surrounded by blade energy flowing around him. The one in black suddenly was surrounded by strong winds as well. His black clothes were fluttering in the wind. He was releasing deadly energy. "Let's fight," said the cold-looking young man. In a flash, he threw himself at his opponent without hesitation. Roar! A dragon roar spread in the atmosphere. It seemed like the azure dragon carven onto that blade was alive and transforming into a shadow. The one in black looked furious. He wanted to destroy the challenger. "Lacerate!" shouted the one in black clothes. His hands turned into twinkling blades and moved towards the azure dragon blade shadow and destroyed it. However, the cold-looking young man jumped towards the one in black clothes. His blade was high up in the air and he was moving it fiercely. This time, 5 azure dragons appeared and roared. They opened their mouths showing their teeth and threw themselves at the one in black. They wanted to devour him. The one in black trampled onto the ground and moved back at full speed while releasing some monstrous pure chi filled with blade energy. Boom boom boom. A terrifying pure chi blade emerged out of his body and moved towards the azure dragons at full speed. The 2 fighters were moving at full speed. Die! A cold voice emerged in the air. The one in black surprisingly stopped moving backwards. Instead, he started running forwards into the challenger again. He was getting closer to him. The challenger's blade was violent and brutal while the skills of the one in black was agile and light. Maybe the one in black wanted to unsheath his blade, which was why he was getting near the challenger. The azure dragon blade skill, as expected, didn't block the skill of the one in black. The one in black was extremely close to the challenger. Finally, a gloomy cold light appeared. Being fast and skillful, many people only saw a light and didn't see any blade. That blade was exceptionally fatal. The challenger's face drastically changed. He released some pure chi and some terrifying blade energy. His azure dragon blade moved back and then moved towards the one in black. Suddenly, a metallic sound emerged in the air, and some sparks appeared in the atmosphere. The 2 blades had collided. The challenger didn't look panic-struck anymore. He smiled evilly. "Lacerate!" he shouted furiously. In a flash, his azure blue blade broke into several smaller blades which moved towards the one in black clothes. They were extremely close to each other, and the small blades were moving to the neck of the one in the black clothes. If those blades reached his throat, he would certainly die. The one in black clothes had to make a decision in a flash. He was pulling a long face. He immediately lied down on the stage and the blades passed above his head, but at the same time he could sense that another blade was moving towards him. His blade was pushed away and suddenly the edge of a blade was pressing against his throat. He looked at the challenger who was smiling at him darkly. "You lost," said the challenger to the man in black. His voice was ice cold. The one in black said in an evil way, "Surprisingly, you did it that way. That's only a part of the battle. You were extremely confident and arrogant today. If it had been a battle to death, you would be dead already. Who would care about the way I did it?" said the challenger coldly with the same evil smile. The one in black was puzzled. "I lost," said the one in black, feeling ashamed. 3 people from Shuiyu had fought, 2 had lost, including him. The challenger moved his blade away and immediately walked towards Lin Feng. He was the second winner. If he managed to remain until the end, he would be able to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. 2 people, thought the crowd. Lin Feng and the cold-looking challenger had won. In a flash, the crowd was getting excited. There were many cultivators of the 5th Xin Shi layer. If Lin Feng had won his battle, why wouldn't they? There were still a few cultivators of the 5th Xin Shi layer amongst the people from Shuiyu, and Tian Feng had a few cultivators of the 5th Xin Shi layer. They were all potential targets for challengers. Those who had already fought couldn't be challenged again, they had to recover. Therefore, people were trying to find other targets. In many people's opinions, the cultivators on stage were actually prey for those in the crowd. Alternatively, the challengers were prey for those cultivators on the stage. At high noon, 8 people had died during battles and 6 had been injured. All of them were challengers. Of course, a few had won too. After Lin Feng and the cold-looking young man, another 5 challengers had won. Perhaps they were going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. They had proved that they deserved to be with those strong cultivators on the stage. After the 7 won, nobody else challenged the strong cultivators on the stage. Too many had been killed or severely injured, so no one dared challenge anymore. Amongst those 7 people, 5 had to be chosen. Those 5 people would also represent Dragon Mountain at the great competition of Shuiyu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, Lin Feng. Chapter 580, Lin Feng. Amongst those 7 people, 2 of them had to be excluded. This time, the manager of the event went towards these 7 and asked, "What do you think, who should be excluded?" When the 7 people heard that question, they were speechless, but they glanced at each other and 2 people were being stared at in the end. Lin Feng and the cold-looking young man. In their opinion, Lin Feng's physical strength was brutal, but the one he had fought against was also the weakest one. Yu Jian had only broken through to the 4th Xin Shi layer. That was just a free win for Lin Feng. If he had fought against someone else, he surely wouldn't have won that easily. Besides, they were convinced that they could easily dodge Lin Feng's punches and defeat him. His pure qi was extremely weak, he hadn't even broken through to the Xin Shi layer. They had a million ways to defeat him. As far as the cold-looking young man, even though he had defeated a cultivator of the 5th Xin Shi layer, his attack had been too sly. He had broken his own blade into several pieces and then attacked the one in black clothes by surprise. The others had defeated cultivators of the 5th Xin Shi layer directly, so they thought highly of themselves. Therefore, they thought that Lin Feng and the other young man were the ones that should be excluded. The manager looked at those 2 young men and smiled. "Well, I will not waste your time then. Since you think those 2 people should be eliminated, fight against them, and if you win, they will be eliminated. If you lose, you will be eliminated. It's as simple as that." Everybody was silent when they heard him. That rule was indeed extremely simple. One had to fight against Lin Feng and another one had to fight against the cold-looking young man. The losers would be eliminated. Based on that simple rule, the 5 extra candidates of the great competition of Shuiyu would be selected. Of course, there was one problem. The 3 who were not going to fight didn't need to do anything and they would immediately be selected. They didn't need to fight against anyone and take the risk of being eliminated. Thus, nobody really wanted to fight even if they thought that Lin Feng and the young man were the weakest ones. When the manager saw that they were all remaining silent, he smiled again and said, "Since you don't want to fight, I will let them choose one of you to fight. The other rules don't change." How cruel, thought the crowd. Lin Feng and the cold-looking young man would probably choose the weakest of the 5. If those chosen by Lin Feng and the other lost, they would lose face more than if they took the initiative to fight. After all, everyone had seen them fight a moment before, they knew perfectly well who the weakest and the strongest ones were. I will fight first then. I choose him, said one of those 5 people at that moment while pointing at the cold-looking young man. He didn't choose Lin Feng, even though his chi was extremely weak. He had no idea how strong Lin Feng really was. Maybe Lin Feng had been hiding something, it wasn't clear, therefore choosing the cold-looking young man was the safest choice. In fact, he was right to do so because in the end, he won. He knew the cold-looking young man's trick, so he had known what to expect. He did require a few minutes to win though. So he was going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. One person is left. The crowd looked at Lin Feng, he was the protagonist of that minute. Someone had to fight against him and the list of the 5 extra fighters who would participate at the great competition of Shuiyu would be fixed. Those 5 people would also go to Mi Chang. Would Lin Feng be one of them? A lot of people didn't have a favorable opinion about Lin Feng. He had powerful physical strength, but there were too many ways of defeating him. I will fight against him. As expected, one of the 4 others pointed at Lin Feng and challenged him. He was convinced that he would defeat Lin Feng and participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. He was thinking differently from the first one. That person thought that Lin Feng was the easiest to defeat. Lin Feng looked at that person point at him. It was a young man in cyan clothes. Lin Feng had seen that person fight a moment before. His strength was his speed. He is too fast, that's a pity for that sick-looking guy, thought the crowd when they saw how quick that person was. To them, Lin Feng had no hope. Even though he was strong, the other one was too quick. Lin Feng would never be able to get close to him. Lin Feng was certainly going to lose. Alright, you fight, said the others impatiently. They were impatient to see who would grab the open spot to participate at the great competition of Shuiyu. The young man in cyan clothes would likely win though. That young man was looking at Lin Feng with a smile revealing his confidence. He said, "You saw me fight, there is no hope for you. You have a mysterious physical strength but you will never defeat me. I don't want to hurt you, so you should just withdraw, alright? I will participate to the great competition of Shuiyu, there is no doubt about that. Even if you did, there would be no hope for you." When Lin Feng heard him, he had the feeling that guy was a joke. Lin Feng didn't care though, he was still smiling in the same way. Nobody could recognize him at that moment. He looked sick and was always smiling like a little sunshine. He didn't look handsome and outstanding like before, otherwise he would have coldly stared at that person. With his new face he had to smile. You're the weakest one amongst them, yet, you're saying that I would have no hope at the competition? Do you think you would? Said Lin Feng with a smile, yet not a smile on his face, which left the other one speechless. He immediately glared coldly at Lin Feng and said, I was giving you a chance to survive before but now you missed it. Do you think that you can win anything relying on your physical strength? Let me ask you something, are you sure that you can even reach me? After saying that, the person turned into an illusion and appeared on Lin Feng's left, then right, then behind. He was moving at the speed of light. He appeared in front of Lin Feng and then appeared at his initial position again. His speed was incredible. How fast, thought the crowd gasping with amazement. He had been really right to choose Lin Feng. He then coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, Did you see that? You didn't even have the opportunity to react. If I attack you, how could you block me? If you can't reach me, how can you fight? Lin Feng's eyes twinkled in an extremely strange way. Then he moved, taking a step forwards. The one in cyan clothes was coldly looking at him. Lin Feng really wanted to die. But at that moment, he was frozen. Lin Feng was still standing there, but between them, surprisingly, several Lin Fengs appeared. Shadows. Those were surplus shadows. Slap. A loud slapping sound spread in the air. The one in cyan clothes had just been slapped in a violent way and was immediately thrown down groaning with pain. His mouth was covered in blood. His face felt like it was burning. You think that you're fast? Asked Lin Feng while looking down at him. Lin Feng's words sounded like what a father scolding his son might say. It sounded strange. The one in cyan clothes raised his head and blankly stared at Lin Feng. He was fast? Can I reach you or not? Asked Lin Feng. The one in cyan clothes was still bleeding, he coughed some blood. His face felt even more painful while coughing. He had said that he was extremely fast and that Lin Feng couldn't reach him. That Lin Feng would have no time to react. But at that moment, Lin Feng had been faster than him and had even slapped him. He didn't have the time to reply, he was even knocked down. Everybody thought it looked like a funny spectacle. Everybody was laughing and giggling mockingly. He had chosen Lin Feng as an opponent? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, Struggling for the Winged Tiger. Chapter 581, Struggling for the Winged Tiger. 2 people had lost and only 5 were left. This time, the list was finally complete. Lin Feng was probably the most astonishing fighter the crowd had seen. Apart from him, the 4 others were also extremely strong. In Celestial Dragon, they were all famous, only Lin Feng was unknown, because of his mysterious physical strength. He had fought twice and twice he had slapped his opponents. That was incredible. Lin Feng was certainly the most mysterious person. People didn't understand him at all. They were trying to guess who he really was. He was extremely strong and had a mysterious physical strength, yet nobody had ever seen him before. The manager of the event walked towards those 5 people and nodded. You 5 are selected to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. You will also go to Michang. I hope that you will dazzle there. The 5 people nodded and Lin Feng smiled in a strange way. His status had changed, but he was still going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. The 4 others were excited. They had thought that they wouldn't be able to go to the great competition of Shuiyu, that they would only be able to go to Micheng to watch the battles and not as participants. But now they were also going to participate. In a short time, they would be like all the other geniuses. They would be standing on the stage of the great competition of Shuiyu and fight in front of everyone. May I know your names? Asked the manager to the 5 people. The 4 others introduced themselves and finally the manager looked at Lin Feng. His facial expression was different though, he was wondering who that mysterious person was. Lin Feng looked at him with a radiant smile and replied, My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. The crowd was left speechless when they heard that name, especially those from Shuiyu whose eyes narrowed. That person's name was Lin Feng. They looked at him, he was smiling in the same radiant way as before. They had no doubts though. That sick-looking man with a resplendent smile on his face was probably from the countryside and was lucky enough to have a monstrous physical strength as well as uncanny speed. However, the real Lin Feng was outstanding, handsome, indifferent, frivolous, natural. Those 2 just had the same name, it had to be a coincidence. They were completely different, even their smile was different. Besides, Lin Feng had a monstrous pure chi. Why would he have such a weak pure chi at that moment if he was still alive? That Lin Feng had to be a different one. Lin Feng is dead already. Fought those who had wanted Lin Feng to die. Those who had sent the group of Tianfeng's people to kill him didn't believe that Lin Feng could have survived. Many people from Tianfeng were looking at Lin Feng in a strange way, especially Nia Yun. His eyes were twinkling but in a flash, he calmed down again. He had already seen Lin Feng before, that person wasn't the Lin Feng he knew. Another Lin Feng, how funny. Thought Chang Meng Xian with a smile yet not a smile on her face. Lin Feng was monstrously strong and had suddenly disappeared. It had something to do with Tianfeng it seemed. Now there was a new Lin Feng who also seemed interesting. Hello Lin Feng. Said the manager while nodding and then smiled at everybody, don't forget to go to Michang. He then turned around and left. The list of participants to the competition was now complete, the selection battles were over. The crowd dispersed, some of them stayed to look at the selected participants with admiration and veneration. Those people were going to fight against cultivators from other countries. Lin Feng also left with Xiaoya. On the road, Xiaoya was just glancing around. As there was nobody, she asked Lin Feng, Bro, how come you used your real name? Even though Xiaoya was very young, she wasn't stupid. When Lin Feng had told his real name, she had noticed that everyone looked at him in a different way. Obviously, some people had recognized Lin Feng, maybe some of them were even his enemies. She hadn't thought that Lin Feng would use his real name. Do you think that anyone recognized me? Asked Lin Feng with an indifferent smile on his face. He gently stroked Xiaoya's hair. With his face and chi, even people who were extremely close to him couldn't recognize him. Lin Feng was walking slowly with Xiaoya. They were walking towards the residence where people from Shuiyu were staying. His winged tiger was still in the residence, was it okay? Roar! In the distance, roaring sounds spread in the atmosphere. It was a ferocious wild beast. Ha! When Lin Feng froze when he heard that beast. He raised his head and looked in the distance. He didn't need to go to the residence anymore. Roar! Another roar spread in the air. It was a ferocious, gigantic wild beast with flames on its body. It was absolutely terrifying. Its chi was very strong. Its wings were flapping extremely fast, and in a flash he arrived in front of Lin Feng. That was Lin Feng's winged tiger, an ancient ferocious animal. Bro, it looks like an ancient animal, said Xiaoya while grabbing Lin Feng's sleeve. She surprisingly knew what it was. Indeed, it is an ancient ferocious animal, said Lin Feng nodding. The winged tiger was halfway up in the air and staring at Lin Feng. It stopped there, surprisingly. Lin Feng was speechless. On the winged tiger's back, there was someone. Lin Feng recognized that person, Yunfei Yang. Yunfei Yang had seemingly gone back to the residence first and had brought the winged tiger back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved his hand and the winged tiger roared in moving forwards. Yunfei Yang, don't you think you've gone too far? Shouted someone at that moment. In the distance, many silhouettes were flickering and shouting. Lin Feng was astonished. Wu Qing was chasing after Yunfei Yang. I never doubted that you would attack me, but that winged tiger is not yours. I like it just as much as you, but I was never allowed to play with it, said Yunfei Yang, which made Lin Feng frown. Wu Qing had tried to steal the winged tiger? Yunfei Yang stopped high up in the air. He was standing on the winged tiger looking majestic. Play? You want to play with that winged tiger? Say that again. Even though it wasn't mine before, from now on, it is mine and it will only remain mine, declared Wu Qing coldly. He was a member of the Wanshou sect. Of course he wished he had an ancient ferocious animal. Coldness invaded Lin Feng's heart when he heard them. That Wu Qing wanted to steal his winged tiger. Lin Feng hadn't died and Wu Qing wanted to steal his Zhongqi. Wu Qing was also one of those who had sent Tianfeng people to kill him. Now that Lin Feng had disappeared, he wanted to steal his ancient ferocious animal. He wants to kill me, and on top of that he wants to steal my animal, thought Lin Feng. His heart was filled with coldness, but his face was still ornamented with a smile. He was fixedly staring at those silhouettes in the sky. A majority of those people were from Shuiyu. The great competition of Shuiyu hadn't started yet, but they were still gathering. Wu Qing sensed that Lin Feng was looking at him, so he lowered his head and immediately looked somewhere else. Even though Lin Feng had astonished everybody, that was only once, nothing more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Increased Respect for Him. Chapter 582, Increased Respect for Him. You're wrong. The winged tiger belongs to Lin Feng. Everybody knows that in Shuiyu. You never called it yours when Lin Feng was still here. And now that he has disappeared, you think it's yours. Could it be that you're responsible for Lin Feng's disappearance? Could you tell me where he is now? Asked Yunfei Yang while looking at Wu Qing. Wu Qing was becoming increasingly furious. Yunfei Yang wanted to cause him trouble. Yunfei Yang, you've only broken through to the 4th Xin Qi layer. You can easily defeat cultivators of the 5th Xin Qi layer, and you say that you are from the countryside of Shuiyu. I don't want to harm you, so mind your own business. I, Wu Qing, could easily kill a cultivator of the 4th Xin Qi layer, threatened Wu Qing while staring at Yunfei Yang. I am giving you one last chance. Give me the winged tiger. I never said that you couldn't kill me. Alright, the Wanshou sect likes ferocious wild beasts the most. So if you want it, just take it. When Lin Feng comes back, explain everything to him, said Yunfei Yang while smiling and jumping off the back of the winged tiger and landing on the ground. You know how to behave in difficult situations. Said Wu Qing while smiling coldly and staring at the winged tiger. Come here. Roar. The winged tiger was flapping his wings in the sky and staring at Wu Qing, but he didn't move of an iota. He didn't want to stay with Wu Qing, apparently. Stupid animal! Shouted Wu Qing coldly. He then moved at full speed and a gigantic animal head knocker appeared in his arm. If you don't come here, I will get very angry, stupid animal! Shouted Wu Qing. His silhouette flickered and he threw himself at the winged tiger. His eyes looked ice cold. Everybody liked the winged tiger. Wu Qing was a member of the Wanshou sect and had seen many ancient ferocious animals. However, he never thought he would obtain one. If he trained him properly, the winged tiger would help him during battles and become extremely strong. Who would dare fight against him then? Roar, the winged tiger looked extremely ferocious and cruel. It didn't want to submit. Animal, I won't be mean to you, just be a good boy and come to me, said Wu Qing while smiling coldly. He then made a step forwards and started moving his gigantic animal head knocker. He was about to attack the winged tiger. This time, the winged tiger gave in. It couldn't do anything and Wu Qing would be cruel to him. It really didn't want to submit to a human being though. It suddenly roared in a low voice. It was lowering its huge head looking sad. He was going to submit itself. So you're scared, said Wu Qing smiling coldly. In a flash, he threw an object at the beast and it calmed down. He was going to ride the winged tiger. "Come with me!" shouted Wu Qing furiously. He made a step forwards and jumped on the winged tiger's back. The winged tiger roared as it left very quickly. While leaving, it looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. Wu Qing was riding the winged tiger, all the others from Shuiyu left too. Only Yun Fei Yang stayed there. After everybody left, Yun Fei Yang walked towards Lin Feng, surprising him. He just smiled back. "Lin Feng," said Yun Fei Yang smiling. Lin Feng smiled and nodded but didn't say anything. He couldn't call him Yun Fei Yang, he wasn't supposed to know his name. "Lin Feng, you're really good at controlling yourself. He stole your beast but you didn't react at all, impressive," said Yun Fei Yan while smiling. Lin Feng was astonished, he lowered his head and smiled in a sharp way. "My beast?" said Lin Feng while raising his head, he looked surprised. "You don't need to hide the truth from me. If I had wanted to say anything, I would have done it a moment ago," said Yun Fei Yang still smiling. "During the selection battles, I had doubts. But when they stole the winged tiger, I saw something. People can fool people, but beasts can't. The winged tiger looked at you in a strange way. It was acting differently next to you. When the problems arose, it tried to avoid looking friendly at you." "You're smart," said Lin Feng surprised. Yun Fei Yang was indeed very smart. Then Lin Feng looked normal again with his radiant smile, like the sun. "No need to say anything. I understand," said Yun Fei Yan when he saw that Lin Feng wanted to say something. He then added, "Lin Feng, let's go, I will bring you to a place." "What place?" asked Lin Feng curiously. "A place where Wu Qing cannot go," said Yun Fei Yan while smiling. They walked together with Xiaoya as well. They were walking very quickly, Lin Feng was too curious. A place where Wu Qing couldn't go. The three of them were moving neither too slow nor too fast. "I'm so curious. How come you recognized me before during the selection battles? Did I do anything? If you say that you just guessed, I won't believe you," inquired Lin Feng. He didn't understand how Yun Fei Yang had guessed that he was Lin Feng. "Very easily, even though your qi and your face changed, you have some habits which haven't left you. For example, when you frown, your eyebrows have the shape of an arch. I already had doubts when I saw your facial expressions." Yun Fei Yang continued, "Then you said your name was Lin Feng in a very calm way. You're good, nobody thought that you were the real Lin Feng. If they did, they couldn't believe it. However, I already had doubts and at that moment they grew even more intense. With the winged tiger, I had no doubts, I was sure. He was waiting for you, his behavior could not fool me. When it saw you, it looked at you differently than it looks at others. Lin Feng calmly listened to Yun Fei Yang, he was looking at him with increased respect, he was smart and talented. He was the only one who had discovered Lin Feng's secret. "Since you are different now, you must be wearing a skin mask and you probably learned a skill to hide your qi. But your weak qi doesn't look fake, I really don't know how you changed it," said Yun Fei Yang while frowning. Finally there was something he didn't know. "You will understand soon," said Lin Feng smiling. They continued moving forwards. Lin Feng had already been to the place where Yun Fei Yang brought him. It was the Celestial Palace restaurant which belonged to the Tang clan, they could drink alcohol there. Lin Feng was surprised, why had Yun Fei Yang brought him there? "Today, after the battles, I was invited by Tang Yu to come. She invited us to come here, I mean the geniuses. A piece of trash like myself was surprisingly invited by Tang Yu to come, so I decided to bring you here too," explained Yun Fei Yang. Originally, Tang Yu had invited him and the geniuses. Yun Fei Yang said that Wu Qing shouldn't go there, which meant he hadn't been invited by Tang Yu. She hadn't found him interesting. Lin Feng was curious to see why she had invited people over this time. Yun Fei Yang's cultivation level was lower than that of Wu Qing by 2 cultivation layers, and yet, he had been invited. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Drinking a Few Bottles of Alcohol. Chapter 583, Drinking a Few Bottles of Alcohol. On the 8th floor of the Celestial Palace restaurant, there were only 10 people. 7 were from Dragon Mountain, Jun Emoshi, Tang Yu, Changmeng Xayan, Jian Shen, Cui Wuming. The 2 remaining were also quite prestigious in the empire, the sanguinary Prince Leng Shui and the warlord Liang Dilong. Leng Shui was the same as his name, translator's note, Leng Shui means cold blood, he was cold and emotionless. Each time he used his sword blood would flow. He had killed a myriad of people in his life, which was why he was called the Sanguinary Prince. He was ranked 6th in Dragon Mountain. De Long had a spear which had made rivers of blood flow as well. He was a warlord that was extremely brutal and aggressive. The 3 others were from Tianfeng and Shuiyu, 2 were from Tianfeng and only 1 was from Shuiyu. There was Nie Yun and the new second envoy called Young Fan. The only person from Shuiyu was Yu Tianming. Since Yun Fei Yang had arrived, there were now 2 from Shuiyu. The fact that Yu Tianming had been invited was in most people's opinion due to the fact that Duan Wudao wasn't in Dragon Mountain. So, the second strongest person after Duan Wudao was Yu Tianming. However, Yun Fei Yang had been invited and everybody was surprised after all. He was unknown and had appeared from nowhere. He had very little fame. He was strong enough to be one of the high officials of Shuiyu though. A battle which had made him famous was against the cultivator of the 5th Xin Shi layer. He made that cultivator fly away. That had been an incredible fight. However, Yun Fei Yang was still too weak compared to all those people on the 8th floor who had broken through to the 6th Xin Shi layer or higher. Only Yun Fei Yang was of the 4th Xin Shi layer. What made people speechless was Yun Fei Yang making them wait. And on top of that, he had brought some people with him. Lin Feng and Lin Feng's little sister. Wasn't that a humiliation for the Celestial Palace restaurant? I'm sorry, I'm late, said Yun Fei Yang while smiling in an apologetic way yet still looking natural and unrestrained. Everybody knows Lin Feng already. We've already become extremely good friends, so I invited him to come. I hope that Miss Tang doesn't mind. Tang Yu nodded and said nothing. Since Lin Feng was there already, she couldn't ask him to leave. Besides, she was also curious and wanted to know more about him. In the entire empire, very few people practiced physical skills. Those skills existed in antiquity and had then disappeared. Now, those who practiced such skills couldn't break through to high cultivation layers because after having mastered a skill, they couldn't find other physical skills because of their rarity. For those reasons, people like Lin Feng were rare prodigies. But Tang Yu had no choice but to admit that Lin Feng was extremely strong. If everybody only relied on physical strength, none of them could defeat Lin Feng. However, who would stupidly give up pure chi when fighting against him? In that room, everyone had broken through to the 6th Xin Shi layer or more. If they used some of their most particular skills, they would easily destroy physical cultivators of the 5th and 6th Xin Shi layers. However, even with their strongest skills, they couldn't defeat physical cultivators of the 7th or 8th Xin Shi layer. Lin Feng's physical cultivation was the same as a cultivator of the 5th Xin Shi layer, nothing more, so he was easy to defeat. Therefore, even though Lin Feng had astonished everyone during the battle, nobody paid attention to him. Skills and the cultivation level were the most important things for most cultivators. Please sit down, said Tang Yu, and then the 3 of them sat down. Miss Tang, you are such a wonderful and generous person. I, De Long, can't bear the sight of how some behave here, said De Long at that moment while glancing at Yun Fei Yang. He then continued while looking at Yun Fei Yang, Miss Tang invited you to come here even though you are extremely weak. She gave you face. You should feel honored. But in the end, you arrived late, and on top of that you brought 2 people who were not invited. Do you think that the 2 people you brought with you are qualified to be here? Especially on the 8th floor. When Yun Fei Yang heard him, he didn't look furious at all. He just smiled and said, "Are you the host of this place or is it Miss Tang?" De Long was speechless when he heard him. He then glared at Yun Fei Yang. Yun Fei Yang was really audacious. Did he think that because he had won one battle he could act that way? I think that you are the only person who thinks that my good friend Lin Feng isn't qualified to be here on the 8th floor. I've been invited by Miss Tang, of course, I feel honored. If she thinks that bringing Lin Feng was inappropriate and lets me know about it, we will immediately leave. I, Yun Fei Yang, am not that poor that I need to come here to beg for a drink, even if it is a glass of great liquor. However, you shouldn't forget that you are a guest too, just like me. Or am I mistaken? Said Yun Fei Yang indifferently while smiling from the beginning to the end. He looked very friendly. He had been invited, indeed, but if he hadn't he wouldn't have cared. He was desperate to get a drink of the alcohol served here. Lin Feng could already kill cultivators of the 6th Xin Shi layer when he was in Shuiyu, and now he had broken through to the next cultivation level. With his cultivation stable, he was perfectly qualified to be with all those people. Humph! De Long was furious at Yun Fei Yang. In the world of cultivation, strength was the most important thing to earn respect, but Yun Fei Yang wasn't respecting him. How audacious. I ask you, why should he be sitting here with us with such a weak chi? He only has a good physical strength and good speed, that's all, said De Long coldly. He sounded like a judge as he stared at Yun Fei Yang sharply. It seemed like swords were going to come out of his eyes. Do I have to justify myself to you? What do you want? Asked Yunfei Yang, who wasn't smiling anymore. He was a patient man, but if Dilong didn't stop, he would lose his temper. What do you want? That sentence was resonating in the room, which became particularly calm. The others were calmly looking at them. Dilong was a bit surprised. Yunfei Yang was acting so courageously without flinching at all. He was brave. What do I want? Do you want to try and fight against my spear? Or do you want to try together, you two against me alone? Asked Dilong coldly while standing up. He was not one of the best cultivators of Dragon Mountain. Being provoked by Yunfei Yang caused him even more anger. He was losing face. Together? Yunfei Yang smiled and glanced at Lin Feng, who was pouring some alcohol into glasses. Lin Feng looked at Tang Yuyu. He still looked sick but still had a magnificent smile on his face. He looked extremely friendly. Miss Tang, I am not used to drinking. Could you bring some bottles of hot unit so that I can try them? Asked Lin Feng slowly, which confused Tang Yuyu. Lin Feng knew about hot unit? How? Besides, the alcohol that he was drinking at that moment was better than hot unit. And yet Lin Feng was saying that he wasn't used to drinking alcohol. Tang Yuyu was speechless. She couldn't believe it. Lin Feng, my friend, you're so smart. I also wanted to ask Miss Tang for some hot unit, said Yunfei Yang boldly without restraint. Lin Feng with his new appearance had also become much nicer. In the past, he would have gotten furious at Dilong and would have attacked already. But at that moment, Lin Feng surprisingly wanted to drink some alcohol. Bro, I also want a bottle, said Xiaoya. Lin Feng pinched her cheeks and said, you drink your glass and that's enough. Oh. Xiaoya stuck her tongue out at Lin Feng. Tang Yuyu looked at those people with interest. She didn't lack alcohol. Bring a few bottles of hot unit, said Tang Yuyu, seemingly talking to the air. In a flash, 2 fire red bottles appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Alcohol as a Gift. Chapter 584, Alcohol as a Gift. Those fire red bottles contained hot unit. 2 people, said Tang Yu while pointing at Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang with her beautiful white hand, and those bottles immediately moved towards them. Those bottles moved towards them at full speed, and yet, not a single drop of alcohol splashed. It was very intriguing. The crowd questioned how those bottles got there and how they were able to fly on their own. Tang Yuyu had just called them? Thank you, Miss Tang, said Yunfei Yan while watching the bottle spin in front of him. However, it wasn't spinning as fast as before. They were spinning slower and slower until they stopped. Yunfei Yang then grabbed it and put it in front of him skillfully. Lin Feng didn't do it in such a complex way. He just grabbed the bottle while it was still spinning at full speed in the air. Everybody was surprised at how strong he was. Lin Feng then opened his mouth widely and the alcohol started flowing into his mouth. It kept flowing like a waterfall. Lin Feng's stomach was emitting gurgling sounds because he was drinking too quickly. It was burning in his stomach. Ah, so good. Lin Feng licked his lips. He had downed his glass. Lin Feng's hidden pure qi was rolling in his body. It felt like it was burning, but Lin Feng could clearly sense the pure qi in his body and it was extremely comfortable. That's why Lin Feng hadn't chosen the alcohol from the 8th floor and had preferred to drink hot unit. Hot unit could boil his pure qi. It was a good way to make his pure qi move a little, having been constricted by the potions he had drunk. They would accelerate the recovery process. Miss Tang, can you bring more? 1 bottle isn't enough, said Lin Feng, looking as sick as before, but this time his cheeks were a little bit red. That guy is so strange. Everybody blankly stared at Lin Feng. Hot unit was really strong. It burned pure qi in the stomach. Normal people had to drink it slowly, but Lin Feng downed it in 1 gulp. Those who could do that were rare. Those who hadn't broken through to the Xian Qi layer could burn to death if they tried that. Lin Feng surprisingly could drink several bottles. They couldn't know that Lin Feng had actually ordered the hot unit to stimulate his pure qi. At that moment Dilong was still standing, but he was frozen. How could Lin Feng waste alcohol like that? He was acting like a spoilt brat, wasting good things. On top of that, Lin Feng was ignoring him, making Dilong feel even more furious. Tang Yu looked at Lin Feng, smiled and said, "We don't lack alcohol here." Tang Yu then knocked on the table and said, 10 bottles of hot unit. Immediately, the doors opened themselves magically and bottles appeared on her table. Then Tang Yu moved her hand and bottles started flying towards Lin Feng in rapid succession. Lin Feng stretched his hand and grabbed a bottle, which immediately disintegrated into pieces. He then sucked in all the alcohol, which was suspended in the air. all of which penetrated into his stomach in a flash. The 9 other bottles were in a perfect light, still suspended in the air. Kacha, kacha. People only saw those bottles break one after the other as the alcohol penetrated into the seemingly human organism. Lin Feng downed all the bottles in a flash. He downed each bottle in one gulp. Afterwards, Lin Feng's face looked like it was on fire. He looked like he was going to burn. His throat kept undulating. A scorching hot qi was emerging out of his stomach. It was extremely hot. It seemed like a fire was burning in his blood and all his visceral organs. That hot unit was extremely strong. Even Lin Feng with his extremely powerful corporeal body found it difficult to digest. The others were blankly staring at him. Even a cultivator of the 4th Xian Qi layer would have never survived. How was it possible? Lin Feng was insane. He's probably going to die now, thought the crowd when they saw his face gradually change. He looked like he was burning. He overestimated his own abilities, said Di Long mockingly. He had already tried hot unit in the past and he would have never dared drink 10 bottles at once. Lin Feng wanted to die. When Lin Feng heard him, he raised his head. Flames were twinkling in his eyes. What a great alcohol, said Lin Feng. Flames were emerging out of his mouth, huge flames. That mouthful of flames immediately moved towards Di Long. When he sensed Lin Feng's flames move towards him, he immediately tried to move aside, but the flames were too fast. In a flash, they crashed onto his body, making him move back. His face was black and some of his clothes were even burnt. Di Long was furious. Those flames smelt like alcohol. He blankly stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't said anything to him and now was spitting fire at him? Yunfei Yang, against all expectations, was smiling. He wasn't surprised at all that Lin Feng had provoked Di Long, as if he had expected Lin Feng to do it. Di Long had only broken through to the 6th Xian Qi layer and was at the bottom of the ranking list of Dragon Mountain. He had wanted to humiliate Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang as stepping stones. How could Lin Feng react like that? Miss Tang, that alcohol is amazing. Do you have anything left? Asked Lin Feng with twinkling eyes and a beautiful smile. He looked a little shy and embarrassed, which passed with his red face. He also looked quite drunk. It was funny. Tang Yuyu was stupefied. That guy was really funny. Even though that alcohol wasn't as good as the one on the 8th floor, it really was a rare and precious liquor. Besides, it was very good for fire cultivators by allowing their blood vessels to widen, so their blood and energies could circulate with less resistance. That alcohol was precious, and yet, Lin Feng had drunk 10 bottles in a flash. That was already a lot, so him being drunk and talking in a funny way was understandable. His face looked like it was burnt, though. He didn't look like he was going to be an annoying drunk. He actually looked funny. You still want to drink? Asked Di Long coldly. Lin Feng had spat fire at him. He was furious, and still Lin Feng wanted to drink? Lin Feng glanced at him but ignored him. He turned to Tang Yuyu. Tang Yuyu was smiling in a radiant way and said, that alcohol is extremely expensive, but since you like it, have another round, 10 bottles of hot unit. 10 bottles. Whispered Lin Feng. People were astonished. Lin Feng could still drink? I can exchange it against items? Asked Lin Feng to Tang Yuyu. But Tang Yuyu shook her head and said, no need, the Tang clan doesn't make an infinite quantity of bottles, but 20 bottles is enough. Give him 100 bottles, I will compensate the Tang clan, said someone at that moment. Everybody was astonished. It was Jun Emoshi. He wanted to offer a present to Lin Feng? Besides, 100. Tang Yuyu and Lin Feng were speechless, looking at Jun Emoshi. Tang Yuyu nodded and said, all right. No problem. Prepare 100 bottles of hot unit, said Tang Yuyu while knocking on the table. Lin Feng was stupefied. He was able to obtain 100 bottles. That was great. Thank you, said Lin Feng to Jun Emoshi. Lin Feng was happy to get them for free. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, The Gift. Chapter 585, The Gift. Jun Emoshi nodded at Lin Feng and said, Miss Tang, prepare those 100 bottles, but first put 10 bottles on the table please. I also wanted to taste some. All right, said Tang Yuyu, nodding. She knocked on the table and said, 10 more. Immediately after, 10 bottles appeared. Tang Yuyu gave the first 5 to Lin Feng and the rest to Jun Emoshi. She was surprised. She didn't understand why Jun Emoshi was so excited at that moment. I will also try some, thought Jun Emoshi, smiling. He raised one bottle while looking at Lin Feng and then downed it, just like Lin Feng. Such a good drink makes you feel good. said Lin Feng laughing. He then offered 2 bottles to Yun Fei Yang and downed a bottle too. The fire in his body kept burning and flowing at full speed. Since you all feel that good, I will also have some fun, said Yun Fei Yang smiling. He then took what Lin Feng had given to him. All the men were becoming rude, they were getting drunk together. Only Di Long looked glum. What was wrong with Tang Yu and Jun Emoshi? Why were they as rude as those pieces of trash? I hope you won't get dead drunk to the point where you cannot even stand up, said Di Long coldly while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at him, his eyes were filled with flames. Today, Miss Tang didn't invite you to fight, said Jun Emoshi to Di Long in a firm and calm way. Di Long shut his mouth and turned red when he saw how discontent Jun Emoshi was. Jun Emoshi was the first person in Dragon Mountain, without getting angry, he could scare anyone to death. His calmness and indifference were extremely scary and would oppress anyone. Today, I invited all of you because you are the most outstanding disciples of our 3 countries. I want you to enjoy the alcohol and become stronger with it. Then, at the great competition of Shuiyu, you will all dazzle, said Tang Yu. She added, have some great alcohol. In a flash, the tables moved and 9 bottles appeared, 9 bottles of the alcohol appeared in front of each person. Everybody was astonished, 9 bottles were there. A set of 9 bottles of liquor. Was Tang Yu crazy? Or the Tang clan? People were staring at the alcohol with twinkling eyes, it seemed like the Tang clan wanted everybody to be friends with them. After all, Tang Yu wanted those outstanding cultivators to drink. Even though she didn't have them buy the drinks, if they remembered her in the Tang clan, they would feel grateful and wouldn't forget the role the Tang clan played in their success. Lin Feng smiled slightly. The Tang clan really knew how to do things, in his previous world, he would have never been able to afford such expenses. Almost everybody has tried those liquors, but an entire set of 9 bottles will make your cultivation level drastically increase in favorable circumstances. I knew that those 9 liquors, if used together, could make someone break through to the next cultivation layer. I hope that I, Chui Wu Ming, will be as lucky, said Chui Wu Ming while putting the bottles away. Those 9 bottles had to be drunk in favorable circumstances to make a cultivator break through to the next cultivation layer, so they were, of course, not going to drink them there. In such a place, they would never break through to the next cultivation layer. They all looked impatient. Tang Yu had invited them to offer them a gift. What a wonderful thing! Everybody put their set of bottles away, even Di Long. He stopped causing trouble and stopped looking furious. Those liquors would improve his cultivation, and cultivation was the most important thing for him in life. He just needed to become stronger. Fighting Lin Feng would happen sooner or later anyway. For example, at the great competition of Shuiyu, fighting against him wouldn't be a problem. He would even be able to kill him and make him pay for the humiliations from a moment before. Lin Feng was smiling wryly while looking at those bottles. Those 9 bottles were indeed extremely useful, they could make cultivators break through to the next cultivation layer. Unfortunately, he already used those 9 bottles once, so now the effects wouldn't have much effect on him. Therefore, he wouldn't use them, but for the others they would be extremely useful. Of course, he had obtained all those bottles, and even if he didn't need them, it was a great thing. He would be able to give them to someone else and help them increase their cultivation level. I already used those bottles and those liquors are priceless. I can give them to my new little sister though, thus, everybody who is here will have obtained a set of liquors. Jun Emoshi moved his hands and in a flash, all the bottles which were in front of him appeared in front of Xiaoya. Everybody was astonished. Nobody had expected that he would do such a thing. He was giving such a wonderful treasure to someone whom he had seen for the first time, he was such an incredible person. Lin Feng was astonished too. Why was Jun Emoshi so nice? He hadn't only given him 100 bottles, but he was now giving Xiaoya those 9 bottles. Thank you, big brother, said Xiaoya sweet and innocently while smiling. Immediately after, she glanced at Lin Feng and started drinking a bottle. Everybody was astonished. What a naive and cute girl. Surprisingly, she started to drink there. Brother? Since you're calling me brother, I will give you another present, said Jun Emoshi while smiling. His eyes twinkled, his sleeve trembled as a jade appeared. It's a small thing, said Jun Emoshi. That jade then landed in front of Xiaoya. She was smiling in an innocent and naive way. She was so happy, she loved that world. Xiaoya looked at the jade and she was astonished again. It was a bit cold. A pure saving jade. Some people were astonished. That was a treasure, a real treasure. Jun Emoshi had offered her a pure saving jade. Everybody wished they had such a treasure. A pure saving jade, as the name indicated, enabled a cultivator to save some pure chi in a stone. And then during a battle, if they had no more pure qi, they could use the pure qi of that jade immediately. It was similar to a pure healing pill. However, pure healing pills, after having been taken, were gone. Whereas pure saving jades could be used over and over again. In order to know how much pure qi could be stocked in the jade, one had to look at its shape and characteristics. He. I'm so happy, thank you, said Xiaoya while smiling. She immediately took the jade of a lace and put it around her neck as a necklace. It looked good on her. Junemoshi smiled and said, "Good, now it's yours, I hope you will never lose it." Then he looked at the crowd, which made them shake. Those who had bad thoughts immediately tried to think about something else. Junemoshi, even though he wasn't talking, was saying, using his eyes, that they better not touch the jade. "Bro, how do I look?" asked Xiaoya while looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled in a warm and gentle way while caressing her head and said, "You look beautiful, it's perfect for you, but now I want you to finish drinking the 8 other bottles of alcohol." Lin Feng was talking and pointing at the 8 other bottles. Xiaoya opened her mouth, she stared blankly. She just wanted to try, could she drink 8 bottles? What? Hurry up and drink everything, said Lin Feng. She had to use those liquors properly. Oh. All right, said Xiaoya while nodding and immediately drank the 8 other bottles. Everybody was speechless. Xiaoya was very lucky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Unexpectedly Nice. Chapter 586, Unexpectedly Nice. Xiaoya's eyes began to narrow once she finished the 8 other bottles. Her face reddened, she looked like she was falling asleep. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Bro, I'm so tired." Lin Feng said nothing, just like everybody else. She was sleeping? She had just drank 9 bottles of liquor that were supposed to help her break through to the next cultivation layer, and she wanted to sleep. What a waste. Lin Feng knew the effects of that alcohol. She shouldn't be sleepy though. They felt painful and comfortable at the same time. That was the best way to break through to the next cultivation layer. However, Xiaoya wanted to sleep. Lin Feng shook his head and smiled wryly. He looked at Xiaoya, who was about to fall asleep, and said, "If you're tired, just hop on my back and sleep. I will carry you." "All right, said Xiaoya. She was happy and smiling. Immediately after, she jumped onto Lin Feng's back and closed her eyes. The crowd didn't know what to say. Was it what happened when drinking the 9 bottles of alcohol at the same time? "Lin Feng, your little sister is so strange. I remember the first time I drank those 9 bottles, I suffered like crazy. I was gnashing my teeth and struggling to practice cultivation, but then I managed to break through to the next cultivation layer," said Junemoshi while shaking his head and smiling. The opposite was happening for Xiaoya. "It's probably because of her body," said Lin Feng, who obviously knew the effects of that alcohol, so he knew what Junemoshi meant, but he couldn't tell anyone he knew the effects. Otherwise everybody would know he had already had 9 bottles at once. Nobody would guess who he was actually except for Tang Yuyu. She would of course know because she had given them to Lin Feng herself last time. When people heard Junemoshi, they felt relieved. It didn't mean that the alcohol had no effect, it was due to that little girl. Junemoshi could even assure them that he had broken through to the next cultivation layer the last time he had drank those bottles, so they were convinced the same would happen for them. Then, at the great competition of Shuiyu, these drinks may make the difference. Sometimes being slightly stronger or weaker could play an essential role in one's life. Being a slightly weaker might lead them to their death. But being a little bit stronger could lead them to success. At that moment, Xiaoya had fallen asleep, but a certain qi kept emerging out of her body. Everybody was astonished. "Does it work like this too?" Everybody was surprised. At that moment, Xiaoya's pure qi was flowing in her body. It was clearly the effect of the alcohol. But while it was flowing, she was sleeping like a log, and even in such circumstances, it seemed to have great effects on her body. Junemoshi, Lin Feng, and Tang Yuyu were also astonished. What was happening? That alcohol had been fabricated by the Tang clan, but Tang Yuyu had never heard that it had effects on someone while they were sleeping. She didn't know that pure qi could flow in sleeping people's bodies. That was extremely strange. Perhaps she's taken something in the past which enables her to benefit from the alcohol even while sleeping? Maybe she took some medicine which slowly dispersed in her body, said Junemoshi. Lin Feng was unsure. Had she ever used such a thing? Her grandfather was an incredible doctor and could create potions which he might have used on her. His remedies enabled people to recover very slowly. Lin Feng didn't doubt that Xiaoya had taken something, and that potion had been created by the old man. Maybe his potions had modified her body though. Something was enabling her to benefit from the alcohol even while sleeping, which was usually impossible. If the old man had really given her such a thing, it should actually be great and maybe even more precious than those liquors. Who was the old man concretely? Thought Lin Feng at that moment. He knew all sorts of herbs, could save people, and had even incredible pure healing pills. Then he had suddenly left without explaining why. The old man had always been singing a sad song, but it sounded like a song for a fallen hero. From that song, Lin Feng could guess that Xiaoya's real brother was probably an incredible person as well. Jun Mo, she is right. She took some potions which helped suppress the effects of the liquor and enabled it to spread slowly in her body. Said Tang Yu while nodding. She had immediately understood, as it was the only possibility. Lin Feng and the girl weren't ordinary people. They also had treasures in their bodies which enabled them to control effects of external stimulants. When Lin Feng saw Tang Yu and Jun Mo smile, he said, "Our grandfather knows all sorts of herbs and grass. So that's how it is, your grandfather is indubitably an incredible person." Said Jun Mo while nodding. If he had given such herbs and potions to the girl, he was definitely extremely skilled. Tang Yu nodded, only Yun Fei Yang's eyes were twinkling. An old man who knew all sorts of grass. Yun Fei Yang was surprised. Maybe Lin Feng wasn't lying, but Yun Fei Yang knew that there wasn't that girl on his side before. After he had disappeared, that girl had appeared on his side. Lin Feng had changed and his chi had changed. A young girl, Xiaoya, had appeared on his side. Was Lin Feng possessed? Had he really turned into someone else? Xiaoya's chi was still flowing in a tranquil way. It wasn't flowing too fast nor too slowly, just perfectly. She wasn't going to feel any pain during the process, so there were only advantages for her. "Miss Tang, my sister already fell asleep, so I shouldn't stay. I would like to thank you for everything though. It was a great time," said Lin Feng while smiling at Tang Yu. She nodded and replied, "Wait for a moment. 100 bottles," she said in the air. A moment after, someone brought 100 bottles of hot unit and gave them to Lin Feng. "Thank you so much," said Lin Feng while smiling and putting them in his ring. Lin Feng nodded at Jun Mo once again. He had a good impression. He was the first person of Dragon Mountain and seemed to be generous and tenacious. Lin Feng had seen him twice, and both times, he had been very polite to Lin Feng. The first time was when Lin Feng was exchanging some sanguine soul grass and Lin Feng had a conflict with Li Hen. "I'm off too. Thanks for the bottles," said Yun Fei Yan while standing up and nodding at Tang Yu. Tang Yu wasn't going to prevent them from leaving. She had invited those people with a simple goal. The Tang clan used to do this every 10 years, right before the competition. No clan could remain prosperous and safe forever. Nobody had such a good karma, especially when they had power and influence. Therefore, obtaining other people's gratitude was a good way to secure one's prosperity for a few years and maybe even a few thousand years. In case of danger, one sentence could save a clan. The Tang clan was used to doing that. They had started doing that a few hundred years ago before something terrible had happened to them in the past. At that time, some people wanted to destroy the Tang clan, but because a few dozen years before they had invited a talented young man who had become a monstrously strong cultivator. The Tang clan had told those people about him, and in a flash, the danger had disappeared. They had always been prosperous. Words were extremely important, and not infuriating those young men was thus extremely important. Nobody knew if, a few dozen years later, they wouldn't become extremely strong. Maybe in a few dozen years, they would leave Dragon Mountain and become the strongest cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Then they would be able to destroy Dragon Mountain easily. On the path of cultivation, there were millions of possibilities. Nobody could predict the future. Lin Feng was carrying Xiaoya on his back. Her face was so hot, she didn't look like she was going to wake up. Her cheeks were very red. Yun Fei Yang left with Lin Feng. They could sense that someone was coldly glaring at them at that moment. It was Di Long. But Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang ignored him. They were walking on a big road and the wind was gently blowing on their faces. It felt very pleasant as they were sobering up. Yun Fei Yang smiled and said, "Lin Feng, what do you think of those people?" "They were unexpectedly nice," said Lin Feng. "Ha ha." Yun Fei Yang laughed and said, "You're thinking the same as me. You're surprised too. Those geniuses from Dragon Mountain are surprisingly very nice. The Tang clan is thinking on the long term. Surely anything could happen at the competition. So many people want to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu in Dragon Mountain, not only for glory, but also to experience dangerous situations. It is a rare opportunity to become stronger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, Strange Cultivation. Chapter 587, Strange Cultivation. It was night, silence reigned supreme. In a pavilion courtyard, there was a silhouette sitting cross-legged around whom a dazzling light was illuminating the atmosphere. It seemed as if a fire was burning. That young man looked outstanding, handsome, and smart. While practicing, his face was illuminated by the fire and it made him look particularly handsome. That person was obviously Lin Feng, but at that moment he had taken off his mask. Even though his pure chi was still restrained, it didn't prevent him from practicing cultivation. His cosmos burning sun skill was still rotating around him. Having drunk 10 bottles of hot unit had particularly helped him retrieve some pure chi. It kept attacking the dust the medicine had left on his energy, making it gradually come back to normal. At that moment, his pure chi was already about to regain its strength of the Xian Qi layer. Very quickly, Lin Feng would return to his normal cultivation level. Of course, his corporeal body, in terms of physical strength, was something else. It wasn't like normal cultivation. The flames were becoming denser and denser. On Lin Feng's body, there was a sun pattern and it seemed like all the flames were condensing on that sun pattern. In the middle of the night, there was even a light beam coming from the sky and crashing onto the sun pattern. Lin Feng could attract sunlight whether it was day or night, it didn't matter. At that moment, Lin Feng was doing just that, attracting sunlight. His cosmos burning sun skill was very mysterious. It wasn't as easy to understand as its name sounded. When that skill reached its highest level, it could really destroy an entire planet and even more. The sun on Lin Feng's body was becoming more and more real each day. It became more real as his cultivation level increased. Outside of the courtyard, many people were raising their heads and looking at that strange light in the middle of the night. They were very surprised. It seemed like someone was practicing a skill in there. However, even though people could see it, they preferred ignoring it and got back to their own personal business, even if they were extremely curious and were wondering what it was. Sometimes, curiosity could be fatal and deadly. With such a light beam coming from the sky, the one practicing that skill was probably extremely strong. If they bothered him while he was practicing cultivation, they would probably regret it later or maybe even die, so of course, people preferred controlling their curiosity. In Celestial Dragon, they had already seen cultivators borrow the strength of the earth and the sky. Nobody dared to bother such people or despise them, unless they wanted to die. However, at that moment, it seemed like there was actually someone who didn't care about living anymore. Outside of the courtyard, there was a thin and short silhouette looking at the light beam. That silhouette kept flickering and moving towards the courtyard. "What's that?" "It must be here," whispered that silhouette. It actually was Lan Jiao and she was surprised. After looking pensive for a while, she gnashed her teeth and her silhouette started flickering again. She then arrived at the height of the courtyard and jumped onto the ground. Then she continued running towards the light beam. After a short moment, she stopped outside of a pavilion and saw a person's back. That person was covered in dazzling flames and there was a sun pattern on his body. Besides, the light beam coming down from the sky was falling straight onto his body. That person was, indeed, practicing cultivation and attracting sunlight. What a strong and powerful fire, thought Lan Jiao surprised, when she saw that fire skill. That person could surprisingly attract sunlight. Who was that cultivator? Who is it? Said a cold and detached voice. Lin Feng sensed that someone was observing him. He immediately stopped practicing cultivation. He stretched his hand in and put his mask back on. Immediately, his silhouette flickered in the darkness of the night. He was as fast as the wind. In a flash, he arrived next to Lan Jiao and his fist bombarded the atmosphere. Lan Jiao suddenly felt extremely tense. She wanted to move back but she had no time. That person's speed was incredible. At the moment when the fist was about to reach her face, she closed her eyes and waited to get punched. A strong wind was brushing away on her face and her heart was pounding violently. Was she going to die? But a short moment after, nobody had punched her, so she opened her eyes and immediately looked the person in front of her. Just like Chang Meng Xin had said, that person looked sick but also looked angry because she had disturbed him. Is it him? Thought Lan Jiao. From what Chang Meng Xin had told her, that person's name was Lin Feng as well, and she had hoped that that person would be the real Lin Feng. Chang Meng Xin had told her that it was a completely different, but Lan Jiao had refused to believe such a thing. However, at that moment, she still had doubts. Was he Lin Feng or not? I spied on you and disturbed you. Why don't you kill me? Asked Lan Jiao, while fixedly staring at Lin Feng, which made him frown. He had almost punched her but had suddenly stopped. I don't kill people. Let's forget about what just happened. You can leave now, said Feng while moving his fist back down. He was talking in a cold way. If you don't kill me, it means that you know me, otherwise, you would have killed me, said Lan Jiao, while fixedly staring at him, like before. Do you think that I could possibly know you? Where could we have met? Asked Lin Feng coldly and then continued, before I change my mind, you should hurry up and leave. Lin Feng, you don't need to lie to me. You released deadly energy, you wanted to kill me, but then, when you saw my face, you immediately stopped. You perfectly know me, you are Lin Feng, said Lan Jiao, while smiling, which made Lin Feng frown even more. He hadn't thought he would come across her. Could it be that you don't trust me? I know that you changed your face and that it has something to do with your disappearance, but do you think I could ever betray you? Said Lan Jiao, whose feelings were hurt. Lin Feng didn't trust her. Lin Feng stopped frowning and turned around while saying, hurry up and leave, otherwise, people will really guess who I am even if you don't tell them anything. When Lan Jiao heard Lin Feng, she smiled and said, I knew that nothing would happen to you. Next time, don't practice cultivation outside, everybody can see the light beam of your cosmos burning sun. It looks too suspicious. Lan Jiao had actually guessed that he was Lin Feng because of his sun skill. Besides, at the Celestial Academy, she had already seen Lin Feng surrounded by fire and she had also seen his magnificent sun pattern, therefore, she had almost immediately been convinced that it was Lin Feng. When Lin Feng heard her, he stopped walking, a light beam. Lin Feng knew nothing about it. Each time he was practicing, he couldn't see what was happening outside of his body, he couldn't see the oddities around his body. However, he could feel that, even though his pure chi was restrained, his cosmos burning sun skill was much stronger than before. Thanks, said Lin Feng, while nodding, and then immediately moved into a room. Tomorrow, he was going to leave for Michang. He had to stop practicing cultivation and go to sleep. He had to get ready to leave for that place which would be filled with godlike cultivators. In Michang, he would meet some extremely strong cultivators from the entire region of Shuiyu, from the 13 countries composing that region. That was Lin Feng's first real step outside of Shuiyu. Lan Jiao looked at Lin Feng enter the room and smiled. She knew that Lin Feng was alive, so she was happy. She turned around and her silhouette flickered as she left, disappearing in the darkness of the night. But after Lan Jiao left, under the moon in the courtyard, a silhouette appeared. It looked like a shadow. That person looked at Lan Jiao leave and then hid in the darkness again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, En route for Michang. Chapter 588, En route for Michang. Early morning, a gentle breeze swept through the streets. That day was a peaceful day in Celestial Dragon. There were few people on the streets. The reason was that there was a crowd already outside. Many strong cultivators had come with their own beasts. Some beasts were flapping their wings in the sky. Apart from that, there was also a cloud of dust around a myriad of horses. It seemed like there was an infinity of horses and ferocious wild beasts. Actually, that wasn't the first day. They had been there for a few days already. Most people were going to leave and go to Michang. The great competition of Shuiyu only happened every 10 years. Missing it was horrible for most people. They all wanted to watch it or even participate in it. Of course, that group of people was only composed of people who were extremely strong. Weaklings couldn't go to Michang. It was too dangerous. Fish and dragons couldn't mix together, otherwise the situation would be chaotic. There were all kinds of people, but it was recommended for those who were not able to protect themselves not to go there. Apart from people from Dragon Mountain, there would be people from the other empires in Michang. Everybody had started leaving for Michang, which was an extremely fast and mysterious city. Outside of Celestial Dragon, there were many ferocious wild beasts lining up. Those ferocious wild beasts could fly. They were black-winged hawks, but there were also some thunderhawks and some lion vultures. All of them were Xian-level beasts and could travel huge distances. Those who had been selected to participate to the competition would all represent the power of their empire, Dragon Mountain. They almost all looked proud. They were about to leave. They couldn't wait to start fighting at the great competition of Shuiyu. They were finally leaving. The great competition of Shuiyu had always been their dream, and finally, it was happening. They were supposed to be 36 geniuses, but at that moment, there were only 35, one was missing, Duan Wu Dao. Everybody is here and ready, said someone at that moment. It was Ruolan Shan who had, in the past, brought people from Tianfeng and Dragon Mountain to Shuiyu. Everybody had already seen Ruolan Shan at least once. Ruolan Shan was the one who had chosen most of them. Of course, many people had secretly helped him choose the fighters. This time, they were going to Michang. The great competition of Shuiyu was a way for geniuses to fight against each other, but it was also a way for the different empires to measure their strength. At first glance, one could see how powerful an entire empire was. Everyone seems to be here except for some Shuiyu people, said someone at that moment. That person sounded discontent. It was someone from Tianfeng. Last time, Feng Chen from Tianfeng had gone to Shuiyu with some envoys and they had never come back, so now they were furious. Tianfeng and Shuiyu were both countries under the jurisdiction of Dragon Mountain, but their relations were independent. On the fighting stage of the great competition of Shuiyu, maybe they wouldn't even hesitate to kill each other if they had the opportunity. They would probably be merciless. When people from Shuiyu heard that person, they coldly glared at those people from Tianfeng. Because there weren't enough people, Dragon Mountain had to organize another round of selection to recruit 5 more people, but at that moment, nobody was missing. It was just that Duan Wu Dao wasn't there because he was going to meet Cheng alone. Indeed, Duan Wu Dao is arrogant and unfriendly. Everybody is here, we are traveling together and he is an exception. I guess people from Shuiyu are unfriendly and aggressive, said someone else in a cold way. The 2 people in black from Shuiyu coldly glanced at him and said, "We will see if you dare talk that way in front of him. If you don't, it means that people from Tianfeng are all cowards and weaklings." When those people from Tianfeng heard him, they just groaned coldly. They knew how Duan Wu Dao was. It was said that he was unruly, aggressive, brutal, and violently. If anyone dared provoke him, he would immediately kill them. He was extremely impulsive. If they had said that in front of Duan Wu Dao, they would have already been dead. All right. No need to fight. You need to concentrate on the great competition of Shuiyu now. If anything happened to you, then it would be such a pity, said Ruo Lan Shan. He then continued, "You are extremely strong, which is why you've been selected to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu, so now don't fight against each other. You need to think about what you're going to do after the great competition of Shuiyu." When the crowd heard Ruo Lan Shan, they remained silent. They all looked impatient. The great competition of Shuiyu was going to be a great opportunity for them. "All right, is everybody ready?" asked Ruo Lan Shan. Everybody nodded. They had been waiting for that day for such a long time and it was finally happening. A gigantic crowd was surrounding those geniuses. They were people with different backgrounds. Some of them belonged to the oldest and wealthiest family of the imperial city of Dragon Mountain, the Tang clan, others were from the Cosmic Pavilion, and some belonged to smaller spheres of influence. There were also many people from Tianfeng, imperial tutors, and people from the Wanxiang sect. But they were just following the crowd. The real heroes were the 36 young men who were going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. Besides, the crowd also knew that people from the entire region of Shuiyu was going to meet Chang. Everybody would be there and all those young men would be observed by everybody. "If you're ready, let's go. 2 people can ride those beasts," said Ruo Lan Shan. Those people then slowly started getting onto the beasts. "Xiaoya, let's go," said Lin Feng. Both of them rode a black hawk together. Yunfei Yang glanced left and right and finally jumped onto the same beast as Jun Emoshi. He was alone. With such a social status, Jun Emoshi was maybe very lonely. Yunfei Yang smiled and stayed with him. Apart from Jun Emoshi, people were also looking at 2 other people riding the same beast, a thunder hawk. Those 2 people were Tang Yu and Cheng Meng Xin. Lin Feng glanced around and saw Wu Qing, who wasn't riding a black hawk, because he was riding the bestial occultist. Lin Feng was stupefied to see that Di Long was alone on a beast. He didn't need to borrow anyone else's beast. Di Long glared at Lin Feng. He hadn't forgotten the humiliations from the day before. Besides, he had drunk all the 9 bottles of liquor and his cultivation seemed much better than the day before. However, he hadn't broken through to the 7th Xianxi layer. He had reached the peak of the 6th Xianxi layer. He would probably break through to the next Xianxi layer during the great competition of Shuiyu though. He would thus be at the top of the Xianxi layer. He wouldn't need a long time to break through to the Tianxi layer. Lin Feng glanced at Di Long and thought, "It's best for him to not provoke me." Lin Feng obviously knew that Di Long's cultivation level had progressed and he wasn't the only one. Those who had been invited by Tang Yu to the Celestial Palace restaurant had all become stronger, but oddly enough, the only one who had broken through to the next cultivation layer was Yunfei Yang. Even though the liquors were precious, it seemed like they didn't suffice to make a cultivator break through to the next cultivation layer. A cultivator's heart and state of mind was also very important to become stronger. Ruo Lan Shan then jumped on his own black windhawk and he shouted, "Let's go!" All the beasts then rose up in the air and started flying towards Mi Chang. A short moment after, everybody was above the clouds, blotting out the sky and covering up the earth. The sky was filled with ferocious wild beasts. They were releasing a monstrously strong qi. The people on the ground were looking at those beasts in the sky with admiration. They had left. They were going to Mi Chang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, The Humiliation. Chapter 589, The Humiliation. In the sky, the clouds were rolling because of the wind provoked by the flapping wings of the beasts. From Dragon Mountain to Mi Chang was a total of 224,000 kilometers. Even on those beasts, they needed 7 days to arrive. Many people were sitting on the ferocious wild beasts, or standing and using pure qi to protect themselves from the wind, while some didn't need to do anything because their corporeal body was strong enough to resist the wind. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoya and then put her behind him, so that the wind wouldn't affect her. But nobody was feeling too bad. After all, they were all extremely strong and powerful. Even though there was a strong wind in the sky, it couldn't hurt them. Besides, they also knew that Lin Feng's body was extremely strong. He had drunk 10 bottles of hot unit without any problem, so that violent wind couldn't do anything to him. Flap flap. The sounds of wings flapping and the wind were mixing. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at a ferocious wild beast which was near him. He could recognize that person, the warlord Di Long. Di Long was looking at him in an evil way, with an evil smile. Lin Feng looked at Di Long and smiled in a deep and meaningful way. Di Long couldn't guess what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng, you have an extremely strong corporeal body, but your pure qi doesn't even have the strength of the Xin Qi layer. If you didn't have a ferocious wild beast, you wouldn't be able to walk in the sky and would fall down and die, right? Said Di Long with a smile, yet not a smile on his face. It sounded like he was threatening him. Lin Feng looked at him with a resplendent smile and said, "Try and see." "Try?" Di Long smiled in a cold way. Lin Feng was extremely brave. He was surprisingly telling him to try. "We're in the middle of the crowd and we're all going to meet Cheng together. I cannot kill him, but I can try and scare him a little," thought Di Long while glancing around. He felt like bursting into laughter. He thought Lin Feng was ridiculous. When Lin Feng saw Di Long smile, he remained vigilant. Flap flap. A gigantic wind brushed away on Lin Feng's body. The beast which Di Long was riding was streaking through the sky and moving towards Lin Feng at full speed. Its claws were twinkling. If that beast got too close to Lin Feng and Xiaoya, they would fall down and die. "Get down!" shouted Lin Feng at the black wind hawk, which immediately moved down. Di Long's beast just passed above their heads. It had nearly made them fall down. "Ha! Some people are still fighting?" thought the crowd, surprised. They were getting excited to see a battle. Traveling in the air was so boring. A battle would entertain them. Even if Roland Shan had told them not to fight, it was only between two people, and those watching weren't doing anything wrong. "Let's play together," said Di Long. Then his beast moved back and moved towards Lin Feng again. Even though the beast was flying in an acrobatic way, Di Long wasn't moving at all on its back. "I have no time to play with you," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His resplendent smile had disappeared at that moment. His face was filled with coldness. "Ia. The beast was about to arrive above Lin Feng's hand. If Lin Feng dodged, he would fall down, which was Di Long's goal. Even an animal dares cause troubles. Lin Feng looked ice cold and shouted, "Asshole." Then, he used the strength of his soul to attack the beast, which then emitted a sharp sound. Lin Feng had swallowed the Wuzhen shaman spirit in the past. If he had taken it out, he would have been able to control the beast, but he instead used it to scare it. Lin Feng's soul was so strong that when facing Xin beasts of lower levels, he had no problem influencing them. "Get lost." Lin Feng bombarded the atmosphere towards that beast, which had no more determination to attack. Boom! Under that monstrous physical strength, the beast emitted a shout of agony and moved away. "Stupid animals dare provoke me?" said Lin Feng coldly. Then Lin Feng's black hawk moved backwards and grabbed that beast with its claws and threw it away. Di Long pulled a long face, his feet shook and he jumped off the back of the beast. Then he started running in the sky. He looked extremely glum. He had wanted to humiliate Lin Feng and kill his beast, and in the end that's what was happening to him. He had no beast to sit on anymore. "Bastard!" shouted Di Long furiously. He then stepped on his spear and used it to surf in the sky, but he started moving towards Lin Feng again. "Xiaoya, can you stand the wind or not?" asked Lin Feng. "Bro, no problem," replied Xiaoya. Lin Feng nodded and made a step forwards. He walked on the tail of the black hawk and stared at Di Long coming towards him. "Stop!" shouted Lin Feng suddenly. The black hawk suddenly stopped in the air, and Di Long was arriving at full speed. In a flash he was in front of Lin Feng. He only saw Lin Feng make a step forwards, walk in the sky, and his fist bombard the atmosphere. Fist shadows suddenly appeared in the air. Di Long's face changed drastically. He was moving too fast and he hadn't thought Lin Feng could walk in the sky. In a flash, he would collide with Lin Feng. He condensed some pure qi and his spear moved towards Lin Feng. "Get lost!" shouted Lin Feng in an ice-cold way, and his fist collided with the pure qi spear, which immediately broke apart and disappeared. Lin Feng's fist was still moving forward. It was bombarding the atmosphere and it then crashed onto Di Long's fist. A terrifying physical strength rushed forth, making Di Long shake from head to toe. He had the feeling that his arm was broken. In a flash his body flew away like an unstrung kite. Lin Feng's beast was moved back and caught him in the air, so Lin Feng landed back on its back and it then clapped its wings, moving towards Di Long. Boom boom boom. The black hawk immediately hit Di Long with its claws and made him fall down. Then, the black hawk stopped following him, turned around and moved forwards. "Ah!" De Long shouted furiously while falling down. He initially wanted to show how strong he was, and in the end, he had ended up humiliated by Lin Feng and a beast. He had shown nobody how strong he was. He then tried to stabilize in the air, created a pure chi spear and stepped on it. However, all the silhouettes had become small black dots in the air. He hurried up and finished condensing his pure chi spear, then he tried to catch up with them. If he didn't manage to catch up with them, when would he arrive in Mi Chang? At that moment, Lin Feng was standing steadily on the Black Hawk and he looked amused. He then sat down and smiled in a resplendent way as if nothing had happened. The crowd was also looking at Lin Feng. They were amused. Lin Feng had managed to defeat De Long, who was extremely strong. Amusing. In the distance, De Long was surfing in the sky. This time, he didn't go and provoke Lin Feng. Instead, he jumped on a ferocious wild beast on which there was someone from Dragon Mountain. He then looked at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way and said, "You will pay for that at the great competition of Shuiyu." "You can only blame yourself," said Lin Feng in a despising way. De Long pulled a long face. He could indeed only blame himself. He had wanted to humiliate Lin Feng, but it hadn't worked. "Don't worry, at the competition, I will give you an occasion, but I can tell you that your trip to Mi Chang is a one-way trip. You will stay there forever," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way while releasing some deadly energy. Everybody was stupefied. Lin Feng wanted to kill De Long? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, The Genius. Chapter 590, The Genius. Mi Chang was a vast and ancient city. It was also extremely mysterious. It was said that that city was even older than Shuiyu. Before the name Shuiyu existed in the continent of the Nine Clouds, the name Mi Chang already existed. But for most Shuiyu people, Mi Chang was considered as a shadow city. It was mysterious and unknown. All they knew that every 10 years, for the great competition of Shuiyu, people gathered there. Actually, in normal times, people were not allowed to go there. They were allowed to go there only for the great competition of Shuiyu. Nobody could visit that city at any other time. Rumors said that the city was usually enveloped by a dense fog, as if it hadn't been a part of Shuiyu at all. Many people had tried to find the city in the past but had never found it. It was extremely mysterious. They kept getting lost over and over. Now, the great competition of Shuiyu was about to start, like every 10 years, and Mi Chang was visible again. The dense fog enveloping it had disappeared. That gigantic city was visible again in the middle of Shuiyu. People were heading to Mi Chang from all corners of the map and in huge quantities. Some people were coming because of the great competition of Shuiyu, while some others were actually just coming to visit that mysterious city. In other words, that holy land was being surrounded by people coming from all places of the region. Of course, Mi Chang was so vast that there was no problem. It could accommodate all those people. Mi Chang was much vaster than any imperial city in the empires of Shuiyu. Some people even conjectured that Mi Chang was bigger than the imperial cities of the four empires together. That sounded boundless. At that moment, in an area at the corner of Mi Chang, there were some dark dots. People were stupefied and saw many ferocious wild beasts flapping their wings in the sky. They were blotting out the sky and covering up the earth, looking like asteroids. "It seems like one of the empires has arrived," thought some people. They looked so majestic, so dignified, so incredible. They were obviously there for the great competition of Shuiyu. Many people's silhouettes flickered. They were moving in the distance. They wanted to see which empire had arrived, and also wanted to see how strong those people were. During the competition, the atmosphere was going to be bustling and lively. At the same time, in another corner of Mi Chang, the same thing was happening. Ferocious wild beasts were flying in the sky. Another empire had arrived. Lin Feng was on a Black Hawk looking down at the ground. That city was really extremely vast and there was no fog around it. Everything appeared clearly in his field of vision. The architecture of Mi Chang was absolutely different from that of the other cities he had been in. It didn't look imposing and grand at all. There weren't huge open spaces between the buildings. On the contrary, everything was as closely linked as flesh and blood. Buildings were not far from each other, and on top of that, there was a dense and thick ancient qi emerging out of that city. Mi Chang. "We're here," thought Lin Feng. He felt exhausted. They had been traveling for 7 days. Even though the wind hadn't affected him much, 7 consecutive days of flying in the sky wasn't pleasant. At that moment, the oppressive sensation he had had in the air had disappeared. The ferocious wild beasts were all slowing down and Lin Feng felt much better. Apart from that, he was also excited. He had finally arrived in Mi Chang. He had been craving to go there for a while. Everybody was excited about it and the competition. They could all be proud of themselves. They were going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. They were looking forward to becoming incredibly strong cultivators. The beasts were still flying. They didn't stop. Ruolan Shan was in the front and he was staring at the crowd on the ground. They flew above me Chang for a few hours, and at some point, a gigantic field appeared. There was a fighting stage on it. It was a gigantic and boundless-looking fighting stage. Some people were around the stage and looking at them. Is that where the great competition of Shuiyu is going to take place? Asked some people at that moment. It was gigantic. They were going to be on that stage? Billions and billions of people were going to watch them. Yeah. In the distance, a beast emitted a sound. Everybody raised their head and gazed into the distance. Immediately after, they saw another vast and boundless group of people, just like them. They were precisely the people who had come from the other direction. That group of people was composed of about 100 people, just like them. All of them was releasing a monstrously strong chi. They were obviously from another empire. The other empire and the countries under its jurisdiction had also brought a few influential people, just like Dragon Mountain with the Cosmic Pavilion, or even some people from the Wan Xiang sect and so on. After a short time, those people stopped in the air and faced each other. They didn't land. Dragon Mountain Empire, said the leader of the other group while looking at them. Ruolan Shan also looked at them, remained silent for a moment and said, Magnolia Empire, but... When the other heard Ruolan Shan, he smiled and said, it seems like you were right. I had thought that we would be the first ones to arrive, but in the end you arrived first. You're very fast. No, we arrived at the same time, said Ruolan Shan while smiling. He kept glancing at all the young men from Magnolia. They were the protagonists this time. They were going to join the great competition of Shuiyu, so they were going to threaten the outstanding young men from Dragon Mountain. The people whom Ruolan Shan was watching were also glancing at the people from Dragon Mountain, especially Jun Emoshi, Tang Yu and Cheng Meng Xian, which made them smile. There are some really impressive geniuses in Dragon Mountain, said their leader while smiling. Even though he was making a compliment, he still looked relaxed. I heard that on your side there were two incredible geniuses who were going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu, Jun Emoshi, whom I just saw, and Duan Wu Dao. Where is he? Said that person, which stupefied everybody. He knew them very well. Besides, he knew what Jun Emoshi and Duan Wu Dao looked like, and he knew their names. They were famous even in the Magnolia Empire. That simple sentence was full of meaning though. Jun Emoshi and Duan Wu Dao were the most dazzling cultivators of the Dragon Mountain Empire and the countries under its jurisdiction. Jun Emoshi, Duan Wu Dao. The crowd knew that Jun Emoshi was the best cultivator of Dragon Mountain, but how come Duan Wu Dao was so famous? He wasn't talking about Tang Yu or Cheng Meng Xin, but about Duan Wu Dao. People from Dragon Mountain were astonished and a bit upset. Why was a person like Duan Wu Dao considered the same as Jun Emoshi? Duan Wu Dao will arrive soon, said Ruolan Shan. He then looked at two silhouettes on the other side and said, Qi Cheng Jianling Xiao and Liu Qin Yu Xiao Xiao are also here. Qi Cheng Jianling Xiao and Liu Qin Yu Xiao Xiao. On the side of the Dragon Mountain Empire, everybody was stupefied. They looked at those two people, a young woman and a young man. The young man looked like a hero, the girl was incredible beautiful, they looked extraordinary. How extraordinary, people were astonished, those two people looked frightening, and their names were really special. They're here. Jun Emoshi is there too. So now let's get down. Let's hope that Duan Wu Dao, Shuisha, Kuyatong Kumu, Shuedi Ling and Baghuayan Yuemo will not disappoint us. Shuisha, Kuyatong the Dead Tree, Shuedi Ling and Baghuayan Yuemo. The crowd remembered those names, with Duan Wu Dao, Qi Qing Jian Ling Xiao, Liu Qin Yu Xiao Xiao and Jun Emoshi. Those 8 people were the most outstanding of the entire region. Everybody looked forward to seeing them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, Altogether. Chapter 591, Altogether. 8 people, 4 empires, including the countries under their jurisdiction. But in the end, there were 8 people who were absolutely incredible, real geniuses. Each empire almost always relied on 2 people. It seems like fighting against those 8 people will be difficult. Very difficult, thought the other young people. 7 people were as famous as Jun Emoshi in the region of Shuiyu. Those 8 people could monopolize everybody's attention. Actually, finishing in the top 9 was extremely difficult. Of course, some people were not feeling discouraged. It made their willpower and determination even more solid. Even though those 8 people were strong, there were probably some ways to defeat them, especially that some people had never shown their true powers. Nobody knew how strong some people really were there. Some people had only shown a part of their strength. Let's land, said the Magnolia person, and then the ferocious wild beasts immediately landed. Ruolan Shan glanced at the people behind him and said, let's get down too. The people from Dragon Mountain also started nose diving down to the ground and landed on the gigantic field. Initially, there were many people around that field, but when they saw those people land, they started crying out in alarm. Tianming! Shouted someone at that moment. Yu Tianming was stupefied and turned his head. Lin Feng also looked in that direction. There was Yu Qingshan and he was waving at Yu Tianming. Of course, Yu Qingshan had also come as an observer. The great competition only happened once every 10 years after all. Wu Qing, I am here, said a voice at the same time. Wu Qing turned his head and saw a silhouette. It was someone from the Wanshou sect. He then recognized the patriarch of the sect, Tang Wuyao. He had also come in person. Wu Qing had been selected to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu. It was a great honor for them, so those people from the Wanshou sect had traveled over a huge distance to see him on the fighting stage. Yu Qin, Yu Jian. The patriarch of the Yu clan, Yu Lu Shui, was there as well and called out the two brothers. The Yu clan was extremely proud. 2 of their people were participating to the great competition of Shuiyu, therefore they had also happily come to meet Chang. So many people have come, said many people around Lin Feng. Those people had used up so much energy to come to meet Chang from Shuiyu. Apart from people from Shuiyu, people from Dragon Mountain had come too. All those people had left much earlier to arrive. Alright, people who want to go and have a walk by themselves, you're free to go. Here is the place where the great competition of Shuiyu will take place, so don't go too far. When the Black Wings Empire and the Firmament Empire arrive, it will be the beginning of the competition, said Ruolan Shan while looking at the entire crowd. He then added, we are in Nicheng, so be careful, here nobody can protect you apart from yourself. Alright. Understood. Everybody nodded and immediately after, their silhouettes flickered. Most people were going towards their family members and friends. Yu Tianming arrived next to Yu Qingshan, who looked surprised and asked, Tianming, how come I haven't seen him? Yu Tianming obviously knew whom Yu Qingshan was talking about, Lin Feng, Yu Qingshan's other grandson, even if they weren't talking to each other. Yu Qingshan had hoped that Yu Tianming could defeat Lin Feng at the great competition of Shuiyu. That would have been a majestic and official way of defeating him. Thus, Yu Tianming would have been able to prove that Lin Feng wasn't qualified to marry Duan Xanyi. Grandfather, he disappeared, said Yu Tianming indifferently. Yu Qingshan was astonished. He disappeared? Yu Qingshan couldn't believe it. Lin Feng had disappeared? Yes, indeed, I think he had offended too many people and then he disappeared without leaving trace. It happened during one night in Celestial Dragon. Yu Tianming then continued, speaking very slowly, that's quite inauspicious as far as he's concerned. I guess he must be dead. Inauspicious? Yu Qingshan was stupefied. He had mixed feelings. He didn't know to think, but it wasn't such a good feeling to learn about Lin Feng's death. Lin Feng had disappeared and died. Wouldn't Yu Mengyi be crushed if she learnt about it? She would be inconsolable. Her heart would be shattered into 1,000 pieces. Yu Qingshan was feeling extremely sad at that moment. He died. If he had really died, then that would be so great. At that moment, while Yu Qingshan was lost in thought, someone started laughing not so far from him. It was Tang Wuyao. He was laughing wholeheartedly. He was so happy about Lin Feng's death. Lin Feng had offended so many people from the Wanshou sect. He would have even destroyed their sect if he had been alive. He was dead. That was perfect. Such happy news. That's the result for having offended so many people and for having been so aggressive. Yu Lu Shui was laughing coldly too. He knew that Yu Qin and Yu Jian had actually played an important role in his death. They had told him. They had meticulously established such a great stratagem and it had worked. For them, Lin Feng was like a tumor and finally they had destroyed it. They were so happy. If Lin Feng had still been alive, he would have been a huge threat for the Yu clan. It was better for them if Lin Feng was dead. How could they know that the one they thought was dead was, at that moment, holding the hand of a young girl? They had thought about 1,000 ways to kill him, but he was still there. He was there in the middle of that group, and he was smiling in a resplendent way, but looked sick. Lin Feng was paying attention to those people's reactions. They thought he was dead and were so happy about it. But he was there, next to them. Unfortunately, they would be disappointed. Lin Feng was still alive, he was perfectly fine, and they would be surprised to see that he was fine. Where are the people of the Imperial City? Thought Lin Feng while smiling and glancing around at the crowd. It seemed like the people from the Imperial City hadn't arrived yet. Duan Wu Dao wasn't there yet. Duan Wuya hadn't arrived either. Lin Feng didn't believe that Duan Wuya wouldn't come to at least to watch the competition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Heroism. Chapter 592, Heroism. Phew. While Lin Feng was glancing around, some whistling sounds spread outwards in the air. Lin Feng raised his head and saw some jet-black lights in the sky. He was stupefied. That was a terrifying chi, a terrifying killer chi. When Lin Feng saw those black lights, he had the feeling that the chi could influence people's determination. Many people looked there, they were stupefied, that chi was way too strong. Coffins, those things are coffins. Those pitch-black things in the sky were becoming distinct in the field of vision of the crowd. People started shaking. That black cloud was actually composed of gigantic coffins. The Tiansha sect from the Black Wings Empire. Many people narrowed their eyes and realized that those coffins looked like those of the Tiansha sect from Black Wings. Coffins were the symbols of their sect. The Tiansha sect had arrived and other people from Black Wings would probably arrive sooner or later as well. People from the Tiansha sect. Here you are again, thought Lin Feng. Back then, in Celestial River, he had seen some. They wanted to steal the heavenly green dragon cauldron. They had traveled across a huge distance to go to Celestial River in Xueyu. Those people traveled in coffins and their chi was extremely evil. Those coffins were flying in the sky, abruptly stopped and then started landing. Boom boom boom. Those coffins then brutally crashed onto the ground emitting loud sounds. The crowd looked in their direction. It seemed like death had fallen. Shui Sha, why are you still hiding in there? Are you dead or alive? A voice spread in the distance. People raised their heads and saw a livid silhouette approach. That person moved over a kilometer with each step. In a flash, he arrived in the sky above the crowd. What a strange person, thought the crowd. That person seemed dead. The chi of a dead tree was emanating out of him. Besides, he had just pronounced a name. Shui Sha. It was the best disciple from Black Wings, Shui Sha. So that person was Ku Yaotong, the dead tree. When people realized that, they looked at him and realized that they were right. He had black eyes and seemed dead. Kacha. A sound startled everybody. Kacha, kacha. Some coffins started opening themselves. The crowd gulped down while staring at those coffins. They were wondering what kind of person Shui Sha of the Tiansha sect was. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, the sound of a loud spread in the air and startling people to death. Their hearts started pounding violently. A terrifying chi rose up in the air. It was black. Finally, the chi slowly dispersed and a young man appeared. He looked quite handsome, but in that handsomeness, there was something scarily animal, wild, murderous. His pupils looked terrifying, bloodshot. Shui Sha from the Tiansha sect, Ku Yaotong the dead tree. Two people came out of the crowd made of magnolia people. A young man and a young woman. That young man was carrying 7 ancient swords. It was Qi Qing Jin Ling Xiao, and the girl was carrying an ancient zither, Liu Qing Yu Xiao Xiao. They were outstanding and dazzling cultivators. When they saw Shui Sha and the dead true, they couldn't help but move forwards. However, Jun Mo she remained indifferent and remained aside. He didn't go and face those people. Whistling sounds kept spreading in the air and piercing through people's eardrums. The sun was blotted out and there were only coffins in the sky, a sea of coffins. They were all emitting whistling sounds. Other people from the Tiansha sect were following Shui Sha. Besides, behind those coffins, there was a huge crowd and an army of ferocious wild beasts. The Black Wings Empire had arrived in Nichang. There was Dragon Mountain, Magnolia, and Black Wings. 3 empires had arrived and one was still absent, the Firmament Empire. I heard that Di Ling has the Firmament blood. He is extremely strong, nobody can stop him. This time, everybody expects him to be the winner. I wonder what he looks like. Thought some people. Di Ling had the strength of the Firmament blood. He had amazed everybody in the Firmament Empire. In other regions, everybody knew his name. He was extremely strong and powerful. There's Ba Jia Yin Umo as well. It is said that he is monstrously powerful, that he is the strongest one and probably will be the winner. We're just waiting for those two. Even though the great competition of Shui hadn't even started, everybody was already terribly excited. They would finally have the opportunity to see the strongest people from the 4 great empires, especially those 8 people who were authentic geniuses. Their names were famous in every corner of the Xueyu region. Those 8 people were going to be those in control of the region in the future, and would maybe even reign over the continent of the 9 clouds. Maybe their cultivation levels were going to increase drastically to become Zun cultivators. They would find out who would have such a future. Lin Feng was still there. He was glancing at the people on the stage and his eyes were twinkling. Those people were real geniuses. Lin Feng felt heroic, high-spirited. He was going to battle against those people. Why couldn't he be there with them? Admired by everyone, applauded, he was down the fighting stage and nobody admired him. He was quiet, nobody knew him, and nobody wanted to kill him anymore at that moment. Lin Feng had to become stronger and walked further on the path of cultivation. However, Duan Wu Dao's name was famous everywhere. He was one of those 8 dazzling cultivators in the region of Xueyu. When Lin Feng was still in Xueyu, he had never realized that Duan Wu Dao had such an influence abroad. He had had to go out to realize that. Besides, at that moment, 2 horses ran into Mi Cheng through its gate. Those 2 horses were red like blood. On those horses, there were people in armors, they were wearing ancient bronze masks, they looked fierce and tough. We arrived in Mi Cheng. I don't know if Lin Feng came with the people from Dragon Mountain or not, said one of that person while looking at the crowd. They looked excited. They had needed 1 month to come to Mi Cheng by horse. They had been traveling days and nights, from Shuiyu to Mi Cheng. They had arrived at the perfect moment. The competition could start any time. He must be there already, said the other after a while glancing at the crowd from under the mask. Here, at the moment, no matter if people are foreigners or local, they are all extremely strong. For us, in Shuiyu, people of the Ling Qi layer are very strong and those of the Xian Qi layer are monstrously strong, but here the Ling Qi layer is considered as miserable, and there are tons of cultivators of the Xian Qi layer. Yes, Han Man, even though we've broken through to the Xian Qi layer, we're less than nothing here. Ha, Pajun, that's what I want to see. We will feel spirited next to those incredibly strong cultivator. I don't know how strong Lin Feng is now. He's going to participate to the great competition of Shuiyu, so he must have broken through the middle of the Xian Qi layer already, said Han Man while smiling wholeheartedly. They had traveled across a monstrous distance to Mi Cheng. Lu Lan had told them to come to see Lin Feng. At the same time, they would be able to see outside and explore the world. Lu Lan had taught them how to think by themselves. He had taught them how the world was and that they had to be open-minded. Leaving was the only way to become much stronger. If they stayed in Shuiyu forever and never left, if they never saw how vast the world was, if they didn't authentically strong cultivators, they would never become stronger. Let's go, let's find our fellow, Lin Feng. Yeah. The 2 Qi Xia horses then galloped at full speed on the huge road of Mi Cheng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Di Ling and Wu Dao. Chapter 593, Di Ling and Wu Dao. On the huge and vast field were billions of people with more and more arriving. They were the people from 3 empires. In the middle, there were 5 incredible geniuses. Everybody wanted to be next to them to see them. Di Ling and Bagwan Yen Umo from the Firmament Empire hadn't arrived either. They were the 2 geniuses of Firmament. They were incredibly powerful geniuses. They have arrived, it must be them. At that moment, all sorts of comments were spreading in the crowd. People were gazing into the distance. As expected, some people on ferocious wild beasts were arriving. Those people looked like those who had just arrived. Their chi was monstrously strong and majestic. They hadn't arrived and yet the crowd could already sense their chi. They were so strong. Everybody arrived so quickly, said a voice in the distance while some people were approaching. Besides, at that moment, a silhouette appeared. It was flying as swiftly as a goose, then it started descending like a falling tree leaf before finally landing on the huge field. UMO from the Firmament Empire is late, thought the crowd while looking at the 5 cultivators who had already arrived. They were all monstrously strong. They had come especially to see those people. Qi Qingjian, you have 7 ancient swords. Lu Yuqin, you are a beautiful woman. The Firmament Empire can be proud of its 2 geniuses, said UMO while looking at them. They were easy to recognize. You probably are Shueisha of the Tiansha sect. And you must be Ku Yaotong the Dead Tree, said UMO while looking at them. He could recognize all of them and then he looked at Jun Emoshi, smiled and said, in total, there are 4 empires participating in the great competition of Shuiyu as well as 9 countries under their jurisdiction. Surprisingly, there is only 1 genius from Dragon Mountain, the other is from a country under its jurisdiction, Shuiyu. You are the one from Dragon Mountain, you must be Jun Emoshi. UMO, you're quite smart, said Jun Emoshi while smiling. Yumo's eyes were very particular, they were entirely white which gave people the impression they could drown into them. So 1 person must be missing, Di Ling, said UMO while smiling. He knew that only 8 people were considered as the strongest cultivators of the great competition, himself as well as 7 others. All the others couldn't rival with them and meant nothing to UMO. Apart from those 8 people, there were many other geniuses, for example Tang Yu and Xing Meng Xian, but UMO didn't care about such people, he didn't even think about them. When will Di Ling arrive? Asked someone at that moment. UMO laughed and said, he's here already, but he just hasn't shown himself, that's all. Boom boom boom. At that moment some rumbling sounds spread in the air. The crowd opened the way for somebody. That person was bathed in a red light which dashed to the skies. That person's chi was extremely brutal. Boom boom boom. After each step that person made, even though they seemed like light steps, people's hearts were shaking violently. Di Ling, possessor of the firmament blood. The crowd was stupefied, he was terrifying. He was very young and was diffusing the chi of a peerless cultivator. He seemed to be much stronger than all the geniuses they had ever seen. Each of his steps sufficed to make people's hearts shake violently. Ling's steps seemed to be in perfect harmony with cosmic pulsations. That was much more powerful than a human-earth fusion. He could borrow strength for those cosmic pulsations. The rumors were true. Ling was really the most terrifying cultivator of Shuiyu. He had the firmament blood. He was really impressive. Boom boom boom. Finally, Ling also arrived on the fighting stage. He looked at the 6 others in an insufferably arrogant way. Ling. They were astonished. They started releasing a monstrous battle energy. None of them could stand being looked at in such an arrogant way. They were outstanding disciples from Shuiyu. They all wanted to appear as the most dazzling person of the competition. They wanted to be admired and revered by everybody. There's someone else, said Ling indifferently. Just like the others, he perfectly knew that those people were the only ones who could compete with him. All the others were too weak. Besides, he was considered as the most probable winner for that year's competition. He felt extremely proud and lucky. Duan Wu Dao isn't here. Ling glanced around and saw that Duan Wu Dao hadn't arrived. Then, he looked at Jun Emoshi and the other people on the side of the group of people from Dragon Mountain. Duan Wu Dao? When someone saw Ling's twinkling eyes, the crowd was stupefied. Those geniuses were incredible. They were like heroes. Their strength was terrifying. They were all exceedingly strong, just like Jun Emoshi. Nobody could rival with those people. Isn't Duan Wu Dao going to come? Thought many people suddenly. Duan Wu Dao hadn't arrived. Maybe that he had an undeserved reputation. After all, he was from Shuiyu. How could he be as strong as the other 7? Many people pulled a long face and remained silent when they saw that Ling was staring at them. Duan Wu Dao doesn't dare come, said someone at that moment. It was Long. Many people turned their heads and glared at him furiously. If Duan Wu Dao was here, you wouldn't dare talk shit like that, said Ling while looking at Long in a despising way. How shameless, such people dared joke about Duan Wu Dao. When Long heard Ling, he pulled a long face. He looked hideous. The people from Shuiyu laughed in a cold way. Long looked at them and said, when Duan Wu Dao arrives, I will compare my strength with his. Alright, go and have a try, said someone at that moment in a cold way. Immediately after, a terrifying and violent chi emerged in the atmosphere. A silhouette was running in the sky. That person didn't look extraordinarily handsome, but at first glance, one could see that person was extremely brutal and violent. That person was cold, emotionless, and violent. Duan Wu Dao. Long at that person and was astonished. Duan Wu Dao had arrived. For all the people from Dragon Mountain, Duan Wu Dao was a mystery. He was the prince of Shuiyu, but he was very enigmatic. Boom boom boom. A terrifying chi and force emerged and invaded the atmosphere. All those brutal and violent energies then took the form of a light beam moving towards Long at full speed. Duan Wu Dao's ice-cold pupils suddenly terrified Long, who immediately started shaking violently. You want to fight? Let's fight. Swift energies descended from the sky. Duan Wu Dao hadn't arrived yet. His clothes were already fluttering in the wind as well as his hair. He looked like rice straws on a field. He was almost about to fall down under those monstrous energies. How terrifying, thought Long. He was regretting. He couldn't even move under that chi. Boom boom boom. A terrifying sound spread in the air. Duan Wu Dao immediately punched Long. The ground broke apart as Long's body was embedded into the ground. Little piece of shit, said Duan Wu Dao coldly. Long had the impression that his head was going to explode. Duan Wu Dao had his foot on his head while glancing around at the crowd in an extremely aggressive way. Long wanted to fight? Now, his head was under Duan Wu Dao's foot and blood kept gushing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, The Aggressive Woman. Chapter 594, The Aggressive Woman. When the crowd saw that, they weren't surprised. Duan Wu Dao was extremely aggressive and violent, and what they were seeing confirmed what they had heard. Who had said that Duan Wu Dao couldn't rival with people from the other empires? His strength was already terrifying. Long had acted recklessly, but he had already broken through to the 6th Xin layer, and he was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator of the 6th Xin Chi layer. However, in front of Duan Wuya, he was worth nothing. Duan Wuya, in a flash, could defeat him and put his foot on his head. Duan Wu Dao destroys those who offends him and is good to those polite to him, thought many people. That saying about Duan Wuya was famous abroad. His reputation wasn't unjustified. He was, as expected, extremely violent. Lin Feng was in the middle of the crowd and was also looking at Duan Wudao. Last time, at the Xiangjiang Lake, Duan Wudao had appeared only after Lin Feng had left. This time, it was the first time that he saw Duan Wudao, the Prince of Shuiyu. He looked impressive. Even though Lin Feng had never seen him before, he had already heard about him many times. He is indeed monstrously strong, he is not weaker than the others, thought Lin Feng. Di Long was considered as an extremely strong cultivator in Dragon Mountain. He was ranked 7th, but in front of Duan Wudao, he seemed extremely weak and couldn't even withstand a single attack. Duan Wudao could kill such people very easily. Di Long was ridiculous, he had dared despise and humiliate Duan Wudao. With what had just happened, Di Long's determination would be severely influenced. The 7 other geniuses were also looking at Duan Wudao. How strong? He was definitely strong enough to mingle with them, but in the end, there would be only one real winner. At that moment, the crowd was particularly excited and full of ardor. Those who were going to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu were, indeed, extremely strong. They hadn't traveled to Michang for nothing, it was definitely going to be worth it. Only real geniuses were going to participate there. Seeing all those extremely strong cultivators made them want to become even stronger on the path of cultivation. Duan Wudao, we're meeting once again, said Di Ling at that moment coldly. He looked proud. Once again. The crowd was stupefied, so Duan Wudao and Di Ling had already met in the past? No wonder that Di Ling had been asking about Duan Wudao, they knew each other, maybe even quite well. Indeed, this time, I will finish first, said Duan Wudao, sounding extremely firm and tenacious. In front of everybody, he was saying that he was going to end as the best cultivator of the great competition of Shuiyu. As long as I am alive, you will be finished first, said Di Ling, not submitting himself. If he had come, it was with the sole purpose of finishing first. What about us? Said someone at that moment. It was Shueisha, and his eyes were bloodshot, he looked evil. The Tiansha sect was full of terrifying people, they knew some evil skills, for example, they could swallow people's blood and flesh to become stronger. Shueisha was saying what everybody thought. Did they think that they were only 2 people competing for the first place? You? Said Di Ling while glancing at Shueisha before adding, you have a chance to finish in the top 5, yes. Top 5? Shueisha smiled coldly. Di Ling thought that he would finish in the top 5, how ridiculous. You will see, said Shueisha while groaning coldly. He then rolled up his sleeves, his silhouette flickered and he disappeared. Shueisha had immediately left. He had seen everybody and had an idea of how strong they were all extremely strong in any case. At that moment, he just needed to become stronger and break through to the next cultivation layer, then finishing first at the competition wouldn't be a problem. Of course, everybody had the same idea as Shueisha, the other silhouettes also immediately flickered and everybody disappeared. When the crowd saw them leave, they dispersed. What do you think? Asked Yunfei Yang to Lin Feng at that moment while smiling. Those 8 people are extremely strong, I can't compete with any of them, said Lin Feng. He was well aware that his cultivation wasn't enough, those 8 people were monstrously strong. Lin Feng felt like the pressure was huge. Duan Wuya had told him to finish in the top 9. That would be extremely difficult. Don't worry, until the very end of the great competition of Shuiyu, nothing is decided, said Yunfei Yan while smiling. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and asked, what is that supposed to mean? At the great competition of Shuiyu, there are people from the empires, right? But there are also people from the countries under their jurisdiction. Even though they are not as strong as people from the empires, they are still selected, 10 for each. Do you know why? Lin Feng remained silent and shook his head. He didn't understand why, he had always thought that they had ulterior motives. Because the great competition of Shuiyu is not only one big battle, it is divided into stages. During those stages, people who have really high natural abilities have many opportunities to become stronger and stronger. It is possible to break through to the next cultivation layer at any time during the competition. In the past, it has happened that some kept breaking through to higher cultivation layers consecutively, they didn't stop becoming stronger. So between the beginning and the end of the competition, some people end up much stronger than they were initially, said Yunfei Yang. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, he didn't hear about that and didn't understand anything actually. Don't worry, when the right time comes, you will understand. You are extremely gifted, you will definitely become much stronger, said Yunfei Yan while smiling. Lin Feng looked at him and said in a deep and meaningful way, you seem to know a lot of things, but Yunfei Yang had suddenly appeared from nowhere and had said that he was from Duanren City. Since the events at the Xiangjiang Lake, he had kept astonishing everybody, including a time before in Dragon Mountain. Yunfei Yang had easily defeated a cultivator of the 5th Xin-Chi layer. Besides, he had become stronger since that time. Lin Feng was particularly surprised to see that Yunfei Yang knew so many things, including things about the great competition of Shuiyu. Lin Feng, we're in Nichang and it's an ancient city. We should go for a walk, the three of us. All right, said Lin Feng while nodding. Then, the three of them started walking. The air in Nichang was special. Bro, the air in Nichang is filled with the qi of the earth and the sky, it is so dense here, said Xiaoya. Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang nodded and took a deep breath. It was marvelous. It was probably very fast and efficient to practice cultivation in such a place, more than in Dragon Mountain or Shuiyu at least. Lin Feng took out a gourd, opened it and started drinking. In a flash, his fire energy started flowing at full speed in his body, thus stimulating his pure qi too. Lin Feng's livid face turned slightly red. That alcohol is so strong, said Lin Feng while smiling. He then continued drinking a few slurps. He smiled at Yunfei Yang and asked, do you want some bottles too? No need, that alcohol is for you, I don't like taking other people's things. Iya. Move away. At that moment, a person was riding a horse in the distance. Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang turned their head around and saw a cloud of dust around a horse. There was a woman wearing fire-red clothes fluttering in the wind on that horse. She looked valiant and heroic. Get lost. She shouted furiously. Someone didn't move promptly enough, so that girl whipped in when she passed next to him and they gave a horrible shriek since they're on her whip, which burnt the person's arm. Bro, that girl is so rude, said Xiaoya. She felt upset. That woman was too aggressive. Lin Feng remained speechless. That woman was indeed very rude, but Lin Feng had seen many people like that, so he wasn't surprised anymore. The world was cruel. That woman wasn't weak, she had broken through the Xian-Chi layer already. Behind her, there were some cavaliers as well. She probably belonged to some important family. Little bitch. Her fire whip then immediately moved towards Xiaoya. She would be severely injured if it reached her. She had heard Xiaoya when she had said that she was rude. When Lin Feng saw that, he looked at her in an ice-cold way and immediately moved in front of Xiaoya to obstruct her way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Coming for Revenge. Chapter 595, Coming for Revenge. Get lost, shouted the woman, while glancing at Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng's qi didn't even have the strength of the Xian-Chi layer, she looked at him in a mocking manner. Lin Feng stretched his hand, looked at the whip and immediately grabbed it. In a flash, the whip wasn't moving anymore. Lin Feng was firmly holding it. Ha! The girl in the red dress was stupefied and coldly glared at Lin Feng. More flames moved along the whip towards Lin Feng's hand, but at the same time, some pure qi was moving into it as well. She wanted to counterattack. But Lin Feng was still firmly holding the whip. It hadn't moved an inch, and on top of that her fire was disappearing rapidly. Rise, said Lin Feng at that moment. In a flash, his strength penetrated into the whip and moved towards the girl's body. The whip rose up in the air and, as she was holding the other end, she also rose up with it. She was stuck hanging there. Her facial expression drastically changed at that moment. Stop! Shouted someone in an ice-cold way. A monstrous physical strength then surrounded Lin Feng's body. Get lost! Lin Feng didn't move, but Yunfei Yang made a step forwards. His Changpao was fluttering and a monstrous qi spread in the air. Rumbling sounds followed, as was then followed by some rumbling sounds. Dust was rising all around. Then the other person's body was projected backwards. Get lost! Another person shouted. Lin Feng was still firmly holding and shaking the whip. The girl was shaking too. Lin Feng put more strength into it, which made her fly away. She slid for a while before stopping. When she managed to stand steadily, she looked at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way and said, "You surprisingly dare attack me?" "Piss off," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. He wasn't smiling at all this time, he just looked furious. "You want to die," said the girl. 3. Lin Feng made a step forwards. The girl looked nervous. 2. Lin Feng made another step while counting. His qi was becoming colder and colder. "Miss, let's leave," suggested the other person, while looking at Yunfei Yang. That person couldn't deal with him. The woman in the red dress pulled a long face, took a deep breath, and in a flash ordered her horse to come over. She wanted to continue on her way. "What, you want to harm other people, right?" said Lin Feng, when he saw that she wanted to leave. In a flash, he released some qi out of his mouth, which moved towards the horse. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying qi emerged. The horse neighed as a fire red light emerged. Lin Feng took another sip of alcohol and a fire ignited on his body. It was scorching hot. He looked like he was going to burn to death, but the horse was actually burning. You? When the woman saw that her beloved horse was burning, she fixedly stared at Lin Feng. She was furious. "One," said Lin Feng, and then threw himself at the woman. "Let's go." The silhouette of the woman's guard flickered. He transformed into an illusion and immediately grabbed the girl and took her away. Lin Feng looked at those silhouettes leaving but didn't chase them. "Wait and you'll see," said a cold voice in the distance. The woman didn't intend to let Lin Feng off. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, which looked ice cold. Since he had gone through the hardships with the evil swords and had then meditated in the isolated mountains, he had become more optimistic, more generous, and he was less cold than before. He was often smiling and laughing wholeheartedly. But at that precise moment, he looked particularly cold. "Lin Feng, it seems like we have to be careful here. This is not like Shuiyu." That guard had broken through to the fourth Xianxi layer. "He is no normal guard," said Yunfei Yang. Lin Feng nodded, but they couldn't have done anything anyway. That situation had been unavoidable. "Bro, I caused you trouble, didn't I?" asked Xiaoya. She felt guilty. "No, don't worry, it has nothing to do with you," said Lin Feng, while caressing her hair. He glanced at her and touched his own hair. Lin Feng smiled at her. He found her so cute and adorable. Then, he took his bottle and continued drinking. Ah! Burp! Lin Feng burped and some flames emerged out of his mouth. His face was turning redder and redder. It was clear that the incident with the woman wasn't over and his pure chi hadn't entirely come back to normal. However, the effect of the potions were starting to dissipate. Hot Unit had helped him recover. His pure chi was coming back to normal even faster. At that moment, Lin Feng's pure chi had the strength of the second Xianxi layer. But he could hide his real strength now. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, that story wasn't over. Soon, a ferocious wild beast started flying in circles in the air above Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at it. The woman in red was riding it. The beast in her kept staring at Lin Feng. When the girl saw Lin Feng, she said in an ice-cold way, "There." In a flash, many ferocious wild beasts gathered together and started flying around Lin Feng, encircling him. So many strong cultivators. All above the fourth Xianxi layer, fought Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang, while glancing at each other's. There were many cultivators of the sixth Xianxi layer as well in that group of people. Yunfei Yang had told Lin Feng to be careful and he was right. After those beasts and people encircled Lin Feng, a crowd started gathering and looking at them. Those three people were very audacious. They had dared to provoke that family, the Deshu clan. In Michang, there were a few spheres of influence. One of them was the Deshu clan. There were 4 big clans in Michang. Michang was just a huge city, not a country, so it didn't have an imperial family. It only had 5 huge spheres of influence, 4 clans and a governor. Lin Feng and his 2 companions wanted to die. They had offended one of them. "You regret now, right? You're terrified?" said the girl on her beast, while looking down upon Lin Feng. They were surrounded by extremely strong cultivators, so she dared act arrogant again. She was in a bad mood. Someone had burned her horse to death and attacked her. How audacious. "Regret? Scared?" whispered Lin Feng. Why would he regret anything? He had just protected Xiaoya. Should he have let her crush Xiaoya? As far as fear was concerned, Lin Feng had gone through so many hardships that he had become fearless. "I do regret indeed. I regret that I didn't slap your face twice," said Lin Feng. The girl was astonished and her facial expression looked colder and colder. That guy was detestable and a bastard. He was still humiliating her. She couldn't stand it. "Kneel down in front of me and say that you regret. It is not too late," said the girl coldly. She wanted to see Lin Feng prostrate himself in front of her. She couldn't stand seeing him looking fearless and emotionless. "Telling you to piss off was really too respectful," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. "Kill them," said the girl while waving her hand. She was talking to the beast which she was riding. "Ee. Ee. The beast was flapping its wings and nosediving towards Lin Feng. Its claws were aiming at Lin Feng's head. "Stupid animal," said Lin Feng, while trampling onto the ground, then bounced and his fist moved towards the beast and emitted whistling sounds. Boom boom boom. After getting punched by Lin Feng, the animal got flipped upside down and flew backwards. Ee. The third layer Xian beast emitted a sharp sound. It had no strength to fly anymore and immediately fell down. Ha! Those people were stupefied. That person's strength was monstrous. He had surprisingly been able to kill that beast in one punch. "Kill him!" shouted the girl furiously. In a flash, many wild beasts started nose-diving towards Lin Feng. The entire atmosphere turned dark because they were blotting out the sky. Yunfei Yang made a step forwards and a monstrously oppressive energy emerged out his body. "Leave it to me," said Lin Feng at that moment, which surprised him. Immediately after, his energies disappeared. Lin Feng wanted to fight alone. Lin Feng then started releasing some pure qi. He then raised his head and drank more and more hot unit. In a flash, his pure qi became monstrously powerful. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was surrounded by a layer of pure qi light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Long Time Without Deadly Energies. Chapter 596, Long Time Without Deadly Energies. Lin Feng hadn't used his fire pure qi for a long time. The alcohol was as strong as before. And the strength of the Harukas continued flowing in Lin Feng's fist at full speed. The ferocious beasts were blotting out the sky. Lin Feng's fist turned black, but the bestial qi of all the beasts kept enveloping his body. Strong cultivators riding those beasts all had spears in their hands and were all moving towards Lin Feng. Their pure qi turned into a long dragon that wanted to swallow Lin Feng. This time they came at Lin Feng with a large-scale attack. MMMMMHHHHHH. How pleasant. Lin Feng was drinking out of his gourd. His face was very red and his entire body smelt like alcohol. His face looked like it was burning. "Piss off, all of you!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He began punching into the air. Explosions sounded through the air unceasingly. The atmosphere was suffocating. With Lin Feng's strength of the Haruka, the pure qi and the bestial qi, the energies kept colliding and making the ground shake. "Burn!" shouted Lin Feng while spitting out some pure qi which transformed into a fireball. An explosion sounded in the atmosphere as the fireball swallowed one beast and its rider. Boom boom boom. In a flash, the beast and its rider started burning. They were shouting in pain. That rider's friends wanted to extinguish the fire but realized they couldn't. With the sun shining, it seemed like the fire was growing. Lin Feng continued to attack his pursuers with his fire. Their screams filled the air. Lin Feng hadn't moved since the first one was set on fire. How terrifying. The crowd thought while staring at Lin Feng. He was terrifying with his fire. He had managed to burn all those beasts and people to death. How strong. They were fooled into believing he was only of the first Xin Qi layer. To them it seemed like anybody could bully him, but in the end, he would strike back with deadly fire. How strong. Yunfei Yang was also gasping with amazement. That was Lin Feng's strength. No matter if it was his punch or his fire, a cultivator of the 6th Xin Qi layer could never defeat him. Although as Lin Feng's fire wasn't as strong before, it was a lot more stable. His Cosmos Burning Sun skill required pure sun qi. It was borrowing the strength of the sun. If he managed to master the skill someday, Lin Feng would be able to create real suns for his attacks. They would be able to burn anything. Hence the name of the skill. Now, Lin Feng was already advancing to this level. In the air, the girl and the other strong cultivators she brought were speechless. Lin Feng's qi belonged to the bottom of the Xin Qi layer. Yunfei Yang seemed much stronger than him, but in one attack, he had destroyed so many people. He was terrifying. "Kill him, damn!" shouted the girl even more furiously while pointing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was extremely aggressive, and he was humiliating her in front of everybody. He really wanted to die seeing how he humiliated the Deshu clan in front of everybody. The girl looked glum. She slightly nodded and waved her hand. The beast started flying in circles above Lin Feng and didn't immediately attack him. Lin Feng didn't seem easy to defeat, so they better be careful. "Kill me? Come. What are you all doing?" asked Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He raised his head and looked at her mockingly. "You think that you're a woman while treating other people with disrespect, as if they were insects. You are only a tramp." Lin Feng then took out another gourd and continued drinking alcohol. He was only sipping it, but it felt good. Drinking hot unit enabled his pure qi to flow so much so that he could have an explosive power while fighting. Lin Feng realized that it was alleviating the restricting effects of that medicine the old man gave him. It also felt extremely pleasant. That woman wanting to kill him was thrilling. Lin Feng hadn't been so happy to fight in a long time. When the girl heard his insults, she looked sinister while pulling a long face. "Don't worry, if you can't kill him just go back, but if you manage to kill him you will receive an award. A D-level skill of medium quality," said the girl. She was going insane. She was a beautiful woman who belonged to the Dishu clan. Everybody usually respected her, but Lin Feng was humiliating her. He had to die. When those people heard her, their eyes started twinkling. A D-level skill of medium quality was precious. They would be able to become much stronger with such a skill. Boom! In Lin Feng's back appeared a terrifying chi. A cultivator of the 6th Shen Shi layer released a beast which immediately started moving towards Lin Feng at the speed of light. However, was a surprise attack useful against Lin Feng? With his awareness, nothing in his surroundings could escape him. He was omniscient when it came to his surroundings. Wind! Then Lin Feng started moving like the wind, and in a flash he moved back. Several explosion sounds spread in the air. That person immediately landed in the ground and a cloud of dust arose. Lin Feng made another step and jumped with the wind. This time, however, he moved forwards, and he was raising his fist in which the strength of the Harukas was rotating 5,000 times. That person abruptly turned around and released terrifying pure chi which transformed into a spear and moved straight towards Lin Feng. Die! Shouted Lin Feng in a low voice. He then bombarded the air with his fist, which rotated the strength of the Harukas. It collided with the pure chi sword which immediately broke into pieces. That person's facial expression drastically changed. He was pulling a long face. His monstrous spear had surprisingly broke under Lin Feng's fist. He had seldom seen such a terrifying sort of physical strength. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the man. He created another pure sword and threw it at Lin Feng while moved back. He wanted to leave? Lin Feng slightly inclined his body and dodged the spear, then he moved at the speed of lightning and arrived next to the man. His fist intended to collide with the man's head. The cultivator of the 6th Shen Shi layer was extremely nervous. He had the feeling that he was going to explode if that fist reached him. But he could do nothing. The fist landed and it made his visceral organs implode. Lin Feng grabbed that person's head with his other hand and crushed his neck. The cultivator of the 6th Shen Shi layer's corpse then collapsed. Lin Feng could easily kill people of the 6th Shen Shi layer. His strength is terrifying. Don't fight in close combat. You have to stay in the air, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng's fist was way too terrifying. What are you still waiting for? I told you to kill him, shouted the girl. Then she looked at Lin Feng, Yunfei Yang and Xiaoya and said, if you cannot kill him, then kill the young girl first and let's see who will protect her. Lin Feng raised his head and released some terrifying deadly energy. At that moment he was filled with murderous determination. What that girl had said infuriated Lin Feng. She lowered her head and saw Lin Feng's pupils becoming particularly cold. She couldn't help but start shaking and feeling afraid. You're a cunt, I'm going to destroy you, said Lin Feng coldly. Immediately after, he rose up to the girl in the air at the speed of lightning. Protect Xiaoya, demanded Lin Feng to Yunfei Yang while rising up like a meteor. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Ice Cold Dagger. Chapter 597, Ice Cold Dagger. Lin Feng rose up in the air. He still had a few milliseconds to raise his hand and drink some hot unit. His pure chi was becoming more and more violent. The girl looked surprised. The beast she was riding roared and moved away. Stay here, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He drank another mouthful of alcohol and a fireball moved towards the beast. Miss, escape, shouted someone at that moment, crying out in alarm. Fireballs rained down from the sky and the woman could sense the heat which made her heart palpitate. She immediately jumped off the back of the beast. Miss, come here, said someone at that moment. A beast immediately streaked through the sky and appeared under her and was able to catch her. The girl was shaking from head to foot. The beast which she was riding a moment before was burning and roaring violently. How terrifying, thought the woman whose heart was still pounding. She looked at Lin Feng. A moment before, she had almost gotten killed. Nearly. I could have died here. She couldn't believe it. Some people surprisingly dared try to kill a member of the Dishu clan. She had never thought such a thing would happen. She usually wanted to kill other people, but could they kill her? Let's go back and bring back some even stronger cultivators to kill him. We must kill him. The ferocious wild beast kept moving up and up in the sky. They didn't dare let Lin Feng come close to the woman. At that moment, she was terrified. People of the 5th and 6th Shen Shi layer couldn't kill Lin Feng? No problem, they would bring some people not of the 7th Shen Shi layer but of the 8th Shen Shi layer. Would Lin Feng be able to defeat them? Impossible, he would die without a proper tomb. The others, stay here and prevent him from escaping, shouted the young woman furiously. Immediately after, the beast she was riding started flapping its wings and they disappeared in the horizon. The others looked glum, they couldn't escape, they had to block Lin Feng. They had to obey orders. Miserable woman, shouted Lin Feng while looking at the disappearing woman in the horizon. Giving such orders to those people. Maybe someday people would stop listening to her. In the air, there were ferocious wild beasts. The woman had given an order. They had to encircle Lin Feng and prevent him from leaving. Lin Feng looked at those ferocious wild beasts and then at Yunfei Yang. While grabbing Xiaoya's hand, Yunfei Yang were off. That woman wasn't an ordinary person, who knew what kind of person she could bring. Staring there was too dangerous. Lin Feng had to leave. Yunfei Yang nodded and their silhouettes flickered. Where are you going? Shouted someone furiously. They tried to catch up with Lin Feng. Die. That person only saw Lin Feng turn around and move like the wind. Lin Feng's speed was inconceivable. They then collided. Boom boom boom. Huge rumbling sounds spread in the air. The one who had been chasing Lin Feng was completely stunned and just sensed a scorching hot chi invading his arm. He was on fire. At that moment, the crowd could only see Lin Feng's back. If you're not afraid to die, then come over here. Challenged Lin Feng to his pursuers in the distance. Those people suddenly felt extremely nervous, they glanced at each other and seemed to think the same, they all flew higher up in the sky. If they had left and abandoned Lin Feng, they would have ignored their orders. Flying higher up was a way not to lose track of Lin Feng while not confronting him, so when that lady came back they would be able to find him. You really want to die? Lin Feng's pupils become even colder. He grabbed Xiaoya's hand and started flying up. Yunfei Yang understood what Lin Feng wanted, he wanted the three of them to fly together. They were flying at the speed of sound. A short moment after, they all landed in the middle of a palace where many people were gathered. When the pursuers saw them enter the palace in the horizon, they stopped and said, "Block all exits." Their silhouettes then flickered one after the other. They were guarding the exits of that palace. Lin Feng wanted to escape from them but there was no chance. This vast palace was a market where one could use purity stones to buy things. There was an ocean of people in there. At that moment, outside of the palace, people were surprised because they saw beasts flying above them. Those beasts and riders belonged to the Dishu clan. Incredible. They were wondering who could have infuriated the Dishu clan. Whoever they were would surely die in any case. Many people were outside and wanted to watch the spectacle. Someone had dared provoke the Dishu clan. One of the biggest spheres of influence of the city. Time was passing slowly and eventually the crowd stopped looking at the city. Suddenly, a massive group of people appeared in the distance. They looked dignified riding their extremely strong, ferocious, wild beasts. On those beasts there were terrifyingly powerful cultivators. Who infuriated the Dishu clan to this extent? They sent a massive amount of strong cultivators to kill him. The crowd was stupefied when they saw those people in brown clothes. They were high-ranking officials. They were all at least the 7th Xin-Chi layer. For the Dishu clan to dispatch such strong cultivators, someone had really offended them, but who? The crowd was extremely curious. Where is he? Asked the girl to someone. He entered the palace. We already blocked all the exits. He hasn't come out. Explained that person. The girl nodded and released some terrifying deadly energies. You blocked the exits, then the others can go in and kill him. Said someone at that moment. It was a high-ranking military person who was with the young girl. Those guards had been there and had obstructed all exits, so she was sure that Lin Feng was still inside. For cultivators of the 7th Xin-Chi layer accompanied by a guard who had already seen Lin Feng before passed through the 4 exits of the place. Everybody in the palace was opening the way for the troops. That place was gigantic. How come Lin Feng and the others didn't know they shouldn't have offended the Dishu clan, especially the daughter? Her father and brother were insane and extremely aggressive, they could kill anyone who offended them. After a short while, the people the woman had brought with her came out looking cold. You said he was inside and that you had blocked the exits? When that person heard the young woman, he was speechless and started shaking. The woman had realized that something was wrong. Indeed. Everybody can tell you that. He went in and never came back. Said that person extremely politely, but his forehead was covered with cold sweat. All right. Go in and find him. But if you can't find him, you know what will happen to you. Said the woman coldly. That person was terrified, but he immediately went into the palace. After a long time, that person came out again looking glum. Lin Feng and the 2 others had vanished without trace. They had looked everywhere in the palace but hadn't found him. "Miss, let's block every single opening, people shouldn't be able to go in or out," said that person while looking at people going in. The girl looked at him and said, "Do you really think he is in there? Is that even possible?" She was releasing deadly energy while talking. She raised her hand and her interlocutor became terrified, shaking violently. On her left and right, there were high-ranking militaries. They were also fixedly staring at that person. "What is impossible?" said a voice at that moment. That voice sounded familiar. Her face immediately changed. But unfortunately, it was already too late. That person had already arrived next to the woman. He was so close, nobody had time to react. Some sharp lights twinkled and a dagger appeared on the woman's neck. It looked extremely cold. The whole scene was astonishing. People looked at him. It was Lin Feng. Who else could it be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Yun Fei Yang. Chapter 598, Yun Fei Yang. How's that possible? How's that possible? The crowd repeated, staring at Lin Feng as their hearts were pounding. A moment before, they had looked for him everywhere in the palace and hadn't found him. Then they had come back to the young woman, stayed by her side, and yet nobody had noticed that Lin Feng was there. What a mystery! In just a moment, Lin Feng had pressed that dagger to the lady's throat. The dagger was absolutely lethal. The woman was speechless. That dagger was cold, it made her shiver. It was the first time she was so close to death, and on top of that in Michang territory where her clan had so much power and influence. "Let her off!" shouted someone furiously, but Lin Feng remained tenacious. He slightly moved his dagger and a thread of blood appeared on her throat. Everyone froze. "You can shout even louder if you want, but I can't guarantee that it will not make me press even more," threatened Lin Feng in coldly. Every member of the Deshu clan stood still, watching the blood run down their lady's neck. Lin Feng had dared do the unthinkable. "Are you aware that what you're doing now will have consequences?" asked a strong cultivator profoundly. His voice was so deep and cold that it seemed like it could freeze Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng glanced at them in a cold and detached way. "You should understand that if I wanted to escape, I would have done it earlier. But I chose to stay here." "Do you think that I don't know what I'm doing?" asked Lin Feng, which stupefied his interlocutors. Indeed, if Lin Feng had wanted to leave, he would have, and nobody would have been the better. Instead, he had taken the initiative to show himself and to threaten their lady. "You have come from everywhere to kill me. If I had left, you would have continued to look for me everywhere else. Therefore, why shouldn't I take the initiative to attack?" asked Lin Feng with an evil smile. He looked sick, yet fearless, and he was always smiling. "Let me be the first to tell you that you can't kill as you wish without expecting backlash. You may have power and influence, but that does not make you an exception. There could always be a day where the same thing happens to you," said Lin Feng while putting his left hand on the woman's back. Aha! A blood-curdling shriek spread in the atmosphere. A terrifying physical strength was spreading in her body and destroying her blood vessels. In a flash, her cultivation was crippled. She became extremely weak and her face turned deathly pale. How dare you, how dare you!" Those people were furious, enraged. But then Lin Feng's hand moved again and blood appeared on her throat, making them stop in their tracks. They couldn't move even if they were furious. Lin Feng just had to move a little bit and the young woman would die. She didn't look proud or arrogant anymore. At that moment, she was realizing that Lin Feng might actually kill her. Her cultivation had already been crippled. Before, she had never thought that someone would dare attack her in Michang or even cripple her cultivation. That was inconceivable in her head. But now it was actually happening. That sick-looking young man was too cruel. He had dared to do what no other had. He wanted her to suffer without being able to take her revenge. "I'm taking her with me. If anyone follows us, I will cut her fingers," threatened Lin Feng coldly. Immediately after, he turned around and left. Those people were astonished, staring at Lin Feng. They wanted to move, but they didn't dare. They had the impression that their legs weighed hundreds of kilos. The young woman's cultivation had been crippled and they weren't able to do anything. If Lin Feng cut her fingers, they would also be responsible. "Let's go and inform the young master," said someone briefly. Immediately after, their silhouettes flickered and they left at full speed. The crowd was astonished watching them leave. That sick-looking young man was too incredible. Surprisingly, he had dared cripple the cultivation of the young lady of the Deshu clan. Lin Feng realized that nobody was following him and he smiled darkly. A moment after, two silhouettes appeared. Those people were precisely Yunfei Yang and Xiaoya who had escaped before him. Yunfei Yang was surprised when he saw that Lin Feng had kidnapped the girl. But then he smiled wryly. That guy was incredible. He could have left in peace, but he had chosen to kidnap the girl. No wonder people don't recognize you with that mask, it looks so real. Even with those facial expressions, it looks authentic, said Yunfei Yang while giving him back the mask. A moment before, Lin Feng had given him a mask so that they could leave the palace in peace. Staying in the palace wouldn't have been a good idea while waiting for Lin Feng. Since I gave it to you, it's yours, said Lin Feng while smiling. That wasn't much. Yunfei Yang had already helped him so much, they could become good friends. Besides, Lin Feng would feel more at ease if Yunfei Yang had it in the future to possibly help take care of Xiaoya. Yunfei Yang felt moved. Since the beginning, they had slowly become friends. Thank you, said Yunfei Yang while putting the mask away. He didn't necessarily know where to use that mask though. By the way, what are you going to do with her? Asked Yunfei Yang while pointing at the young woman. I don't know, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. Maybe I'll keep her on my side like this to scare people away. That would be a burden. Wherever you bring her you wouldn't be safe. Yunfei Yang looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Besides, don't you think that there is a way to help you scare people even more? When the girl heard Yunfei Yang, she knew what he meant. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand. If you don't kill her, people will see you as soft, explained Yunfei Yang while jumping in front of the woman. An intangible strength then landed on her body. The woman looked hopeless as her muscles suddenly loosened themselves. She had just died. She thought that she would live for a very long time, especially in Mi Chang. Boom boom boom. Flames surrounded her body and she burnt to ashes. Yunfei Yang moved in front of Lin Feng and said, "Your heart is not hard enough." After saying that, Yunfei Yang immediately turned around and moved in the distance. In order to live in this world, you have to kill. She wanted to kill you, myself, and your little sister. She was just a random young woman to you, but if she had managed to kill you, she wouldn't have a second thought. Your heart has to become an indestructible monolith. Lin Feng looked at Yunfei Yang and took a deep breath. Yunfei Yang, thought Lin Feng. He was understanding him more and more. He wasn't scolding Lin Feng, he was reminding him of what kind of person Lin Feng was. Xiaoya, let's go, said Lin Feng while holding Xiaoya's hand, and then their silhouettes flickered. No matter how upset Yunfei Yang was, he was very good to Lin Feng. He had always helped him and had been there for him so far. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, The Rules of the Great Competition of Shuiyu. Chapter 599, The Rules of the Great Competition of Shuiyu. The Deshu clan was one of the biggest clans in Mi Chang. They controlled one part of the city. At a lakeside just after that force left the palace, an old man with a bamboo hat was leaning against the trunk of a tree, angling for fish. Even though he was fishing, his eyes were closed. He looked carefree and content. If anyone had been there, they would have found out that that old man wasn't releasing any chi. He was in perfect fusion with the earth and the sky. Splash! The old man raised his rod and a fish immediately landed into his bamboo basket. But surprisingly, that rod didn't have a hook, it was perfectly straight. It's not easy to fish with that, spoke another old man. He then opened his eyes and smiled. He slowly turned around and saw the other old man looking extremely upset. The one with the bamboo hat asked him, "Mr. Ren, what's wrong?" Mr. Ren was shaking with anger. The old man frowned. He had known Mr. Ren for decades, so it was simple to claim that he knew him completely. Even in terrible circumstances, Mr. Ren never lost his temper like this. "Mr. Ren, what happened?" repeated the old man. Mr. Ren lowered his head. He was shaking when he said, She was kidnapped. Her soul pearl was broken." Boom boom boom. A terrifying chi suddenly invaded the atmosphere. The tree behind the old man suddenly broke into pieces and then turned into powder. The water of the lake started boiling and a strong wind started blowing, carrying along drops of water from the lake. Her soul pearl was broken. That was the same as being dead. Mr. Ren was lowering his head more and more, as if it was going to fall down onto the ground. The chi pressure of a cultivator of the Tian chi layer was terrifying. Even he who had broken through to the 8th Shen chi layer felt like he was suffocating. That terrible pressure lasted for a while but then gradually started becoming weaker and weaker again. However, the old man's face was still filled with murder. Who did it? It is said that she was riding her horse and then someone attacked her. So she came back to find some high-ranking officials to help her. However, he still managed to cripple her cultivation," said Mr. In his serious and solemn way. The old man's eyes were twinkling with ice-cold lights as he said, "Send Tianchi to capture him, don't kill him though." "Roger," said Mr. In as solemnly as before. He then immediately started walking backwards. Only after being far enough from the old man, he dared turn around. The old man's eyes were filled with murder. Surprisingly, someone had dared attack the precious daughter of the Dishu clan. That young woman would never have believed such a thing would happen. No member of the clan could have believed such a thing. They had never thought such a thing was possible. Lin Feng obviously didn't know what was happening at the Dishu clan. In fact, he didn't even know what a soul pearl was. Otherwise, Yunfei Yang probably wouldn't have killed her. Yunfei Yang and Lin Feng hadn't thought that if the girl died, the soul pearl would immediately break and all the members of the Dishu clan would know about it. They would definitely come and slaughter them now. But the Dishu clan still needed to find Lin Feng. Actually, Jian Chen just now ran into Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang. He jumped towards them, smiled and said, "Lin Feng, Yunfei Yang, I finally found you." Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang were surprised when they heard him. Why was he looking for them? Jian Chen didn't know that Lin Feng was the real Lin Feng, so he wasn't supposed to know anything about him. "What do you want from us?" asked Yunfei Yang. "People from Dragon Mountain have come to discuss the great competition of Shuiyu, so you must attend the meeting too," said Jian Chen. Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang nodded. Since it dealt with the competition, they would to attend. Jian Chen brought Lin Feng and the two others to a vast space. Everybody from Dragon Mountain was there. Some other geniuses were as well. "We found Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang, but we didn't find Duan Wu Dao," said Jian Chen. Lin Feng, Yunfei Yang and Xiaoya found a free spot to sit down. Jian Chen explained the rules of the great competition of Shuiyu to everybody. "They need to see things more clearly," said Jun Moshi to Jian Chen. Jian Chen nodded and looked at everybody. "Lin Feng, Yunfei Yang, a moment ago, we already explained the rules to everybody, but maybe you don't know them yourselves. The great competition of Shuiyu implies a few things which you really need to understand. Geniuses from the 13 countries of Shuiyu can participate at the competition, which means your opponents are from 4 different empires and the 9 countries under their jurisdiction. But on a more personal scale, the competition is a wonderful experience for each individual. During each round, there will be wonderful opportunities. If the geniuses greatly benefit from it, their respective countries will also benefit from those great things, there is no doubt about that." Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling. That wasn't the first time that he heard of the personal benefits, so now he believed it. The great competition of Shuiyu would have many wonderful things to offer. Concerning the rules of the great competition of Shuiyu, there are 3 rounds. The first round will allow us all to fight as we wish. Nobody knows how the round ends, and nobody knows the rules of the first round either. But we have understood from previous competitions that only after a myriad of people have died, the round can end. The only thing you have to do is kill, kill, kill. At the same time, you have to protect yourself and not die. Editor's note, obviously. Lin Feng was astonished. What a cruel rule. The first round was a free-for-all fight. Everybody had to kill in order not to be killed, and only then would they move on to the second round. We hope that during the first round our people can work together and won't kill each other. Instead, it would be better for you to kill others from different countries. That way, we will have more chances to move on to the next round. In the same way, people from the other empires might work together to kill you," explained Jian Chen. Everybody was calmly listening to him. All in all, individuals themselves were not what mattered the most, the empire was the most important thing. The second round of the great competition of Shuiyu is about getting ranked. 10 years ago, everybody was brought to a cave and the first to enter the cave were ranked first. Those who entered after the others were eliminated. Because they don't want the strongest cultivators to fight first, the battles became imbalanced. Those ranked first fight against the weaker opponents and vice versa, those who are weak fight against stronger opponents. Of course, if you want to be amongst the top cultivators of the competition, you will have to fight against most of everyone. Lin Feng understood all those rules. Those who weren't successful or unlucky might face extremely strong cultivators early on. In order to avoid fighting the strongest ones until the end, you had to win early on. And then, in the end, you might finish as a hero. Lin Feng, Yunfei Yang, you probably understand the rules now? Asked Jian Chen. Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang nodded. Jian Chen had explained everything very clearly. Lin Feng and Yunfei Yang weren't stupid. Since you understood the rules, I wish all of you success. You have to remember that every battle will be dangerous. Apart from the many dangers and perils, there will also be a myriad of chances and opportunities. You will have the chance to improve all along the evolution of the competition. You will understand what I am saying better during the competition," added Jun Mo Shi. Apart from being a participant, Jun Mo Shi was also a member of the imperial family of the Dragon Mountain Empire. He, of course, wanted his empire to win. He hoped that they would finish first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Delation. Chapter 600, Delation. Does anyone still have questions? Asked Jun Mo Shi. Everybody remained silent except for a middle-aged man on the side of Tian Feng. He said, "I have a suggestion." Everybody looked at him. It was the patriarch of the Wanxiang sect, and he was looking at Jun Mo Shi. "Your Highness, since the first round is a free-for-all death battle, the number of people who are going to die will be determined in advance, right? If that specific number of people die, then we will proceed to the second round. Some of our people will inevitably die. Why shouldn't we choose some of them that we could sacrifice?" When the crowd heard him, they were astonished. Choose some people to sacrifice. He was extremely cruel. "You think that anyone is willing to die for the rest?" said Jun Mo Shi. One could understand, from his tone of speech, that he found that idea extremely stupid. Who would be willing to sacrifice themselves? Those people had come from Dragon Mountain to become dazzling cultivators. If Jun Mo Shi sent them to their deaths, wouldn't that make him a bad person? Why would you give them the choice? Some people are always acting recklessly even though they are weak. Those people should surely die. Anyways, there will be 2 more rounds after the first one, so they will become useless sooner or later. We should give the authentically strong cultivators more chances to evolve. They should be favored," explained the man. He was talking slowly as he continued. "Therefore, I suggest that, amongst those 36 people, we choose 20 people that we want to keep or agree on another number, and eliminate the rest. Then, when our geniuses come across some of our weaker cultivators, we just destroy them like the rest. Then, we'll be sure that our strongest cultivators will make it to the next round. Otherwise, those weaker cultivators will just hide between the strongest cultivators each time they run into a stronger cultivator during the first round. They would continue to be useless like that during the following rounds. It would be better to get rid of them as soon as possible." The patriarch of the Wanxiang sect was referring to those whose cultivation level was low, for example Lin Feng. Those at whom he was referring to were all pulling a long face. That person was suggesting to abandon and kill them. "Why the hell would you abandon us? Why wouldn't we kill all of the Tian Feng people instead?" said someone coldly. "Who would feel at ease if someone suggested they should die? If you refuse, let's fight against them and then we'll see who wins," added that man proudly. "I heard that some people from Tian Feng went to Shuiyu and never came back, that they were all killed by the prince. Those people had gone there proudly and arrogantly but had ended up dead. How ridiculous," said Lin Feng indifferently while raising his head. He had a devilish smile on his face as if he was pouring salt on an open wound. "How audacious, you little piece of shit. Who authorized you to talk?" said that middle-aged man coldly to Lin Feng. "I'm done talking actually. After what happened last time in Shuiyu, you came here and brought a massive amount of strong cultivators along with you. In the end, you were still scared that Tianfeng's cultivators might still be too weak and get killed again, right?" said Lin Feng, sounding neither presumptuous nor humble. He was just calm. However, those from Tian Feng were all fixedly staring at him. "That person should die in the first round. If you see him, kill him without mercy," said the imperial tutor indifferently, as if he had no emotion. "Indeed, kill him during the first round immediately if you see him," added the patriarch of the Wanxiang sect while nodding. Lin Feng had to die. The 7 envoys from Tian Feng nodded. That man despised Tian Feng, he had to die. Lin Feng ignored what the others said. He still had a magnificent smile on his face. He already hated people from Tian Feng. If he had the occasion, he would kill all of them. "That's enough," said Jun Mo Shi. "I made you come here to tell you not to fight against each other and to support each other. That's all. No need to talk about that stupid suggestion anymore, because even if you are very strong, you might not necessarily live longer than the others. I'm done talking, everybody can disperse now," said Jun Mo Shi while waving. He was obviously upset. "Let's go," said the people from Tian Feng while standing up. They were all moving quite slowly. However, a terribly oppressive force suddenly invaded the atmosphere. All around them, there were ferocious, wild beasts. And on their backs there were monstrously strong cultivators looking down upon them. They were looking for someone. "Ha!" The crowd was surprised. There were ferocious, wild beasts everywhere. And the cultivators on their backs were monstrously strong as well. What had happened in all of a sudden? The wind was blowing violently. A few ferocious, wild beasts arrived next to the crowd. Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang glanced at each other. What was happening? Those people surely had to do with the woman they had killed. But how come they had so many strong cultivators? Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang lowered their heads, remaining silent and immobile. Have you seen these people? Asked the silhouettes in the sky. Suddenly, 3 portraits appeared in the sky. There were 2 young men and a young girl. Even though the portraits weren't great, the crowd could still recognize them. Those were the ones who had arrived at the end of the meeting: Yun Fei Yang, Lin Feng, and that little girl. I've never seen those people, said Tang Yuyu while shaking her head. She wasn't happy to see those people come and make demands of them. She didn't feel like telling them anything. Oh, said that person while nodding, and then his ferocious wild beast rose back up in the air. Wait, said someone at that moment, laughing coldly. What? Said the one on the beast, turning his head around. He saw a middle-aged man on the ground. The middle-aged man smiled, nodded, and said, I've seen those 3 people. In a flash, the crowd frowned. Of course they had all seen those 3 people. They were with them. They were still in the middle of the crowd. Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang were suddenly very anxious. Ice-cold lights were twinkling in their eyes. It seemed like the patriarch of the Wanxiang sect was a delator. Come out yourself or I will make you come out, threatened the patriarch of the Wanxiang sect indifferently. In a flash, the people of the Dishu sect were surprised and glanced at the crowd under their feet. Come out? It meant that those 3 people were there, in the middle of that crowd? You're a great guy, said Lin Feng. Immediately after, Yun Fei Yang and Lin Feng raised their head. Since they couldn't hide, they had to face these people. When they saw Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang, heartbeats accelerated. Whistling sounds started spreading in the atmosphere and the ferocious, wild beasts started moving around chaotically. When the group off to the horizon saw the scene, they also moved towards them. It seems like Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang have offended some very important people, thought the crowd. Such a sphere of influence couldn't be unimportant. Surprisingly, they had been looking for them all around. A monstrous force emerged in the air. Lin Feng just looked at the people of the Dishu clan and said, So you don't care about the safety of that girl? Lin Feng was trying to dissuade them. When they heard Lin Feng, they smiled coldly and said, You dared kill Miss Dishu of the Dishu clan, you will regret it your entire life, said someone. Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang were caught off guard. They knew that she was dead. The Dishu clan. Jun Mo. She was stunned. Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang had offended the Dishu clan and had dared kill Miss Dishu. Lin Feng had thought that he could hide the truth from their people. Unfortunately, Lin Feng didn't know that cultivators of the Tianqi layer could make people's souls transform into soul pearls. And the soul and the pearl were then linked. If the pearl broke, then it meant that the person was dead. All the cultivators of the Tianqi layer make the soul's pearls of the most important people in their clans. That way they could track everybody. The Dishu clan had some cultivators of the Tianqi layer and they had found out that Miss Dishu had been killed by Lin Feng and Yun Fei Yang. Offending the Dishu clan was in the top 10 list of things not to do in Michang. Besides, they weren't immediately attacking. They were encircling Lin Feng first and would probably wait for the strongest cultivators of the clan to come and handle them as they wished. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.